Oh boys, we are playing season. What's up? Sorry I'm late today. Had some RL stuff. But we good now. Get ready to blast. Ready to log in.
So fucking high.
You're all ready to log in. That's right. What's up? Good evening, good day, welcome in. How's it going, boys? I want to go over the strongest builds first, before we even start playing. There's been quite a lot of surprises actually, man. The BARB has been shot up a bit in my expectations. The BARB is looking fucking good. What's up, what's up? Good evening. Yo, yo, yo. You're gonna go 42 hours again. Nah, guys, I have some RL stuff. I'm not gonna make 300 today. It's gonna be tomorrow or maybe even the day after. I'm feeling good though. I had some RL stuff. I did some sport. I was outside. Let's go. You know, normal stuff. Oh, you'll get her, you get her. BARB is so back, man. Yo, BARB is like competing for number 2 right now. Touched some grass. I didn't take a photo, but I did. I touched some forest floor, some grass, some fresh air. You gotta breathe the fresh air. The BARB is doing that too. Yo, yo. So guys, these are the top rankings right now. And look who's number 2. Fuck yeah. Look who's number 2 right here. Damn. Dude, beat dropper is gonna drop that beat on 150. Soon TM. Mekuda rank 1 right now. BARB de la Quake. I think the Druid might overtake it though. Bro. Beautiful Druids. Are they gonna like snapshotting this? Look at the kitty. And this druid is beautiful. I don't think he even did the snapshot. I don't think he did snapshot. God, he has numbers on. The fuck is the numbers? Big leopard. That's a druid number 3 right now. Eating good. What's Rock doing? This is Rain of Arrows. Oh, this looks pretty cool. Yo, I'm digging the Rain of Arrows. That looks fucking cool. Look at the rain, man. Okay, a rogue's eating good. Sorcerer, not Zaramos. Burning Deep Freeze. The fuck is this build? Is it Shatter? Dude, Shatter Sork is above the spiritborn. Can you believe it? Oh man, but this... Okay, no, there's Shatter. And Shatter they shall. 15 Santa Clank. Okay, they do play Shatter. So in my prediction, before the season started, real leaderboard after 1 week. Necro, Barb. Necro better than Barb, better than... I mean, this is what equals Druid. Okay, the Rogue. Man, the Rogue really went ahead, dude. The fuck? The Rogue really went ahead. Yeah, this is gonna be from the channels. Which altar is gonna be there? Bloodwave is super strong, but feels terrible. I mean, for speeds, the Barb just wins, dude. What's the last clear? Spiritborn. So what they do. Man, they're playing poison. The fuck is this? Yo man, Spiritborn lost a lot of its former glory, huh? Ay. I can't believe it's a poison build though. Yeah, I was playing with Boiler yesterday. He was playing Jarrune. That was pretty crazy. Oh, wait, what? The fuck is that? I don't even know what's one-shotting them here. Wait, this is the highest tier that they did? It just takes forever to kill the boss, or what the fuck is the problem? Bro. Spiritborn ZDPS. The fuck? Man, this is just sad. What the fuck happened with Spiritborn? Look, it's healing the boss. Oh man. It seriously is healing this boss. This is a Quinn 69 born. Dude. Quinn is established well, man. Yeah, this is brutal. Please turn this off, enough to make me sad. Have a hands. Imagine you bought this for $30. I mean, on like casual level, it's fine. It's just not strong on hype hits, right? New Chinese build. Like, you want to see this new Chinese build here, like this one? Like, BARB does this in 2 minutes, this tier. I mean, and the Necro just one-shots this boss. And then Druid probably also kills this in 2 minutes. I don't know about rogues. Yeah, last season it was nice. Holy fuck. I mean, this can't be the best build, guys. Come on. Is any one of you playing Spiritborn? What is vulnerable damage on max roll? I'm not sure what that is. Hey, Phil, what's up? Philip, what's up, man? I'm doing great, dude. Long time no see. What about Gamescom this year? Gamescom again. Let's go. Maybe we're gonna see the Paladin this year at Gamescom. Yeah, where's Zero? Yeah, where's he at? Who's Evade Born? Man, this is just sad to watch. Do we want to finish this? Flights booked. Hey, let's go. Yeah, that's cool. I'll be there. Looking forward to it. I'm playing Spiritborn. It sucks if you don't have good gear. Yeah, but even if you have good gear, it sucks, no? Oh, you have a gimbal. Ah, fuck, I need one as well, man. I gotta stream like this again. Man, the Gamescom stream was lit though. Learned all my lessons. I should probably get one too. Oh, we can make like a cool squad stream or something. Okay, I don't know. Like, this guy does no damage, man. Literally, like, oh, it's ramping now. I mean, in the run, it actually looks kind of okay. Like, the eagle looks fucking cool, yo. It doesn't look as bad as it is. Look at the fucking eagle go. Yeah, I mean, the DPS is still like, man. How is it like not killing the DR, dude? What the fuck is happening? Chinese BD. I don't know Quill Volley, but like Quill Volley might still be. I think we're gonna start with number 1, yes? I answered to number 1. Take my holiday to Berlin next month. Going to test it there. Hey, let's go. Doing a lot of traveling. Sounds good, man. Let's go. 100 DPS equals 0. Imagine playing D4 cause you get paid for it. Man, I wish. I play Spiritborn with pretty good gear. It's horrible. I'm rerolling to BARB right now. Hey, welcome to the BARB Nation, dude. You're quitting Herbst or what? Hey, Lucky, how's it going? Yeah, welcome in. Maybe I can fancy Lucky for Gamescom this year. Yeah, we're looking at the top builds this season. But man, the surprise is Spiritborn is coming in last place. Oh, you did 150? Hell yeah, congratulations. Congrats, dude. Nice. You gonna play PoE or you gonna like chill a bit? Yeah, makes sense. I mean, we can make a giveaway at some point if you like, Herbst. Yeah, we can. Let me go over the top 7 here. I want to see like all the top builds. Yeah, let's take wallpaper. Thanks, guys. It's AI. Dude, AI is here, guys. Yeah, we'll see. DeepSeek, OpenAI. What do you use? XAI. Hey, what's up, buddy? Welcome in. Yeah, I think we're gonna start from the top, right? Like, Necro is number 1. Kinda. But there's not even a Necromancer here, dude. They just forgot it. Freaking AI still thinks there's only 6 classes. There's 7. You just need to move 5 meters. Like 5 steps, pretty much. What's the rogue doing these days? Yeah, like, rogue is like kinda in the middle. Like, I think rogue is kinda like balanced-ish. It's not strong, it's not weak. But it's not great, you know? It's like kinda there. You know, like not insane. But not insane is also the brother of shit. Fuck, he has numbers on, man. You can't see shit, man, with this character. 64 snapshot. That's peak Diablo play, man. You just can't see shit. Fuck. DeepSeek new AI generator. Did Nvidia ever recover? I mean, I think they will recover. Plus 2% today. Wait, that's the wrong one. Half trillion market cap just gone. But they went up today. Fuck, man. DeepSeek taking over. Thanks, Herbst. Herbst is not trolling. Whoop whoop. Thanks for supporting the community. 20 Barbarian. That's lit. I don't know, you don't see shit here. The gameplay is not really that engaging on the top builds. I think top gameplay actually looks kind of yikes. I think we're just gonna talk a bit, because we're gonna compare it to the tier list that we made before we started. It's gonna be good. Yeah, just scam them, man. 19 Barbarian. Okay, let's make a quick overview, guys. I want to see the... I want to see the top builds. Proper endgame content. I mean, I'll probably mention that as well. Alright, you guys ready? I think we're gonna start with number 1. Wait, what happened with the camera? Okay, is it like that? I answered to number 1. And the spiritborn kind of sad, dude. Kind of all these different levels of zoom, dude. Unlucky. Wallpapers in my Discord, exclamation mark Discord. Alright. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. Today, Season 7 is 1 week old, and in this video we want to go over the top builds for each class and how they rank and compare to the tier list that we've made a week ago here, just when the game launched. So there has been a lot of people that have all been blasting pits. However, not every class has been pushing the pit leaderboards as much, and we're also going to take this at least a little bit into consideration, at least on the meta class, on the non-meta classes. However, there's already been a ton of builds that did basically 150, and right now there is the Necromancer here. There's sorry, I meant a ton of clears, not a ton of builds. And this is coming in at number 1, the Necromancer with the Blood Wave. Has already done an 8-minute clear here from Mekuna, and this is the strongest build by far, as expected before the season launched. As we've seen on the PTR, this build is hitting for trillions and trillions of damage. You guys can kind of see here. The numbers are absolutely cooked, like 38, 40 trillion. I've seen numbers up to 100 trillion here from Mekuna, who did an 8-minute clear. It's basically going to be a speed run, just like a spiritborn. It's going to be probably below like 4 minutes going forward on this clear times. And yeah, this is just the Necromancer. The planners and stuff are also going to be linked in the tier list. But basically, you're just spamming your Blood Wave and you're stacking overpower damage. And this has been the strongest build of the season, highest DPS. However, it's not really that nice for speed running. It's not really that fast because you're still a necro, you know, you still have to like walk usually. You don't really have any like good way of going forward. But if you want to kill bosses, or if you just want to completely and absolutely one-shot stuff, the Necromancer is your pick. The strongest class of the season by far. No other class has even done 150. No other build has done 150. But there's already about 10, 20, 150 necro clears. Like if your goal is to do 150, unfortunately there's no reward for it, but if your goal is to do 150, the Necromancer with the Blood Wave, this is your play. Coming in at number 2, and this might be a bit surprising right now as the pit leaderboards stand, is our favorite class, the Barbarian. So they have been buffing the Earthquakes quite a lot, and the Earthquakes are super strong. We have been blasting some speeds with the spin to win whirlwind barb with a new teleport setup, but there's also a good push variant, despite there being multiple bugs with the chest, some of which have been fixed and some of which have not been fixed, which would make the Barbarian even stronger if these bugs are gonna be fixed. This is a clear here from Beat Dropper, who's already dropped the beat on 147, and I think it's only a matter of time before you know, the first Barbarian here will clear the 150. However, this is right now a big outlier. There's not really many people that playing this high, because there's also like, you know, like these bugs where your explosions don't do earthquakes. So the playstyle is kind of weird, where you basically have to like let your earthquakes run for a certain time and then only explode them at the very last second, because there's also another bug going on where the earthquake is basically doing the total dot damage even if you blow up the earthquake at the last second. So this is like a positive bug that affects the build, and then there's like a bunch of negative bugs where duration doesn't work and the damage multipliers don't work on the explosions and stuff. So there's like a lot of like weird interactions with this build. However, if you have this specific playstyle, you can still blow up your earthquakes basically at the very last second before they run out and still deal some tremendous damage. And the Barbarian here, surprisingly, I had them like kind of on par with the Druid, but right now they are a lot higher than the Druid. So this is 147 clear. And then the Druid here, coming in at number 3, Druid is eating good with Cataclysm. And I think in the end, the Druid is also going to clear 150. He might even do it before the Barbarian. However, right now, the Barbarian is a higher pit clear than the Cataclysm Druid. But the Cataclysm Druid is literally like the Zeus, the God King himself here. In the pits. This is a clear from Delphix, doing 145, so like right around the Barb level. And I think the Druid overall is going to have an easier time clearing the 150 than the Barb will have, but they are roughly on the same power level. And this is with the Cataclysm, and this one is using like all kinds of different snapshots. Like you're basically snapshotting guaranteed crit, and you're snapshotting guaranteed overpower over the entire Cataclysm duration, and you keep this snapshot by recasting your Cataclysm. You never let it go, and yeah, the snapshotting has been a big mechanic on the Druids, also on the Hurricane Druids for a long time. So you basically overpower on every hit because you have a snapshot, and with this you can beat speed runs like crazy. You can just like cataclysm, snapshot, and then just run through like a pit 100 and clear it extremely fast, just like the Barbarian with Whirlwind Earthquakes. And also have a very strong 150 build. So this is like another cool recommendation for the season. A very, very strong build, extremely powerful. And yeah, the Druid is definitely eating good. Coming in at number 4 is the Rogue. And the Rogue has a lot of strong builds. However, it doesn't really have any like really strong builds. I feel like the Rogue is like probably one of the most balanced classes. But you know, it's not really OP or anything. So I think the highest clear right now is like 130, which puts it like very solid in the middle. Like more leaning like towards a bit of the bottom pack. So Rogue is not as strong as some other people expected here this season. However, it's still a very solid class. And the Rain of Arrow build here looks pretty amazing. You can kind of see here like you're just raining the arrows from the sky. You also have like a perma teleport. So Rogue is for sure a fun class, just not really as powerful this season as the Druid, the Barb, and definitely not as the Necromancer, because like you see here, you're lucky if you're hitting for a few billion. Thanks. While yeah, the Necros and the Barbs and the Druids, they're hitting for trillions, right? So the old Barbarian man is the new trillion. So you gotta be blasting. But it still looks pretty cool. It's a fun playstyle, and you can also do some speeds. However, it's not gonna come close to like the top 3 picks here. But it's pretty cool, and there's also a lot of other cool builds on the Rogue that you can like do like some solid clears with. However, I don't think that Rogue, unless there's like some game-breaking bug, is gonna come anywhere close to 150. Maybe they're gonna cap out on like 140. While I think the other 3 will definitely gonna be clearing 150. However, this is a cool build, and you can definitely play it. And then coming in at the second to last place, at least right now according to leaderboards, is the Sorcerer. So I initially had this on last place. And I think if people stop sleeping on Spiritborn, the Sorcerer is gonna end up in the last place. We will see, however. There's some cool new builds on the Sorc. However, they all lack quite some DPS. Sorcerer is still like one of the fastest classes though. And right now, there's a clear here from Puffet on YouTube. That is basically using like a Shatter version, like, you know, all the top clears. This is 128, the highest Sorc clear that we could find. Are using Shatter. Like Shatter is still like double dipping. It's like affecting your multipliers. So this betting that's the only hope that Sorcerer have of clearing something high. But you can see the Sorcerer here is hitting for a few billions, and that is just enough to clear the 128. It's a pretty decent clear, and I still wish in the future that they significantly increase some of the power on Sorc rather than nerfing it, and also fix the double dipping with Shatter. This has been plaguing the Sorcerer class for like 3-4 seasons now, where every top build always has to like use Shatter, and you can basically never kill a single target because Shatter is bugged and just does, you know, applies all your multipliers like multiple times, dealing in ridiculous AoE damage and basically having no single target damage. And yeah, but still, Sorcerer is one of the fastest classes, and I think it's still a ton of fun to play. Just throughout the general game, if you want to play T4, you know, some low-level content, Sorcerer is definitely the fastest, and frankly also a super cool class. I really enjoy like the fast playstyle with teleport and stuff. We have it now in other classes with the Jar rune as well, that I can really recommend the teleport barb. Somewhat feeling like a Sorc because you can teleport. However, the real thing is on the Sorc, where you also almost have no cooldown. And then, yeah, right now, at last place, my friends, as the Bell of Hell is going here, I think we're gonna make a cut. It would have been such a good one take without the bell, man. Oh, wait a second. Do you know the Bell of Hell, guys? You love the bell in the video? I call thee home, Lilith. Look, she's fucking in the background. Hey, thanks, Herbst. She's right here, guys. Look! Lilith is coming! Oh no! Keep it in the video a bit? Maybe. I don't know, man. Who's left to ring it? It's automatic, man. Good luck, Herbst. Like, best of luck, bro. Oh, man. Yo, guys, we're calling Lilith. We call her home. She's right here. Does it ring on top of the hour? It rings at like 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 6 p.m. Dial 1-800-LILITH. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, I'll link all the stuff, guys. I'll link the leaderboards. 1 second. Let me just finish the video. Alright, you ready? What's the bell for? I mean, why do people make bells? It's for notifications. It's for notifications, guys. Marks the start of the Helltide. It marks Lilith coming. That leaves us with the Spiritborn here on the last place, sadly. Like, Spiritborn was the strongest class by far in the last season when it released. However, it has been nerfed like crazy. Kapaleka has been nerfed like ridiculous amounts. And also the current, or like many of the interactions and bugs have been completely fixed. And this, to my surprise, a little bit, leaves Spiritborn on the last place here. There's a video here from Robert Gaming clearing just 120. This is the highest pick clear we can find here with a Poison Seeker build. Now, this build actually looks pretty cool. Like, you're calling like this eagle, and it's like blasting down your enemies. You know, it's like doing like some big AoE damage. You see here, basically destroys everything. But the real problem with this build, I think, is the single target damage. And I'm kind of feeling bad for some people that bought the Vessel of Hatred $30 Spiritborn this season, because like the Spiritborn is like really like the end of the pack here combined with the Sorcerer. And maybe they overdid it a bit with the nerf to the Spiritborn. It used to be also one of my favorite classes to play. Like last season it felt really smooth, and I think it can still feel very smooth. However, it just needs a bit more. I mean, you're just watching the boss here in the end. And this is like some despair feeling, like how the Spiritborn is trying to struggle here to clear 120 boss. Just for reference, guys, the strongest build, the Necromancer, he casts 1 Blood Wave. Just 1 Blood Wave. And this boss would be one shot. And the Spiritborn is struggling to kill this boss here for 5 minutes straight. So, yeah, single target, and just in general, I think the Spiritborn has been, over nerfed a little bit. At least in my opinion. And we'll see what's going to happen. We have the mid-season patch, hopefully, with some good changes. I mean, obviously, it's going to be like still a month until that. The season just launched. But I'm looking forward to that. And we also have the full leaderboard here on helltides.com. I'm also going to put that below. And here you can see all the videos of all the people here with all the clears and all the times. And you can kind of see here how many Necromancers are already blasting in 150. Like, there's already like 11 people that did 150 on the Necromancer. So the Necromancer is clearly a lot stronger than all the others. If you're just looking at Barbarian, for example, there's only like 3 people that even did 140 plus. And I think the Druid in the end might overtake the Barbs a bit. There's also 3 Druids that did 140 plus. And I think it's going to be a bit easier to do 150 on the Druid. So we go back to my tier list. I have not changed anything on this tier list yet. This is the tier list, how we predicted it, just based on the PTR and based on our testing. So this was our original class prediction. Necro number 1, Druid and Barb kind of shared number 2, Spiritborn number 3, Rogue number 5, Sorc number 6. And if you're just going by the leaderboards, so we were right on the Necromancer, we were kind of right on Barb Druid, like sharing, you know, the rank 2. I still think Druid is going to have the edge, but right now Barb has the edge, at least on leaderboards. And then the Rogue and the Sorc kind of overtook the Spiritborn, and this was a bit surprising to me. I thought the Spiritborn would be a little bit stronger. I mean, I never said it was a good class. It didn't have any S-tier builds. However, maybe it's also the case is that people are just sleeping on Spiritborn, and they have just been, you know, like people have played Spiritborn so much last season that, I mean, I don't know, maybe many of the top players are not playing Spiritborn this season when it's like so much weaker, right? So maybe it's a bit underrepresented, and I think the Spiritborn will overtake the Sorcerer ultimately, but maybe it won't. So we'll see how all that is going to turn out, but that's been the tier list for now, guys. We'll probably keep another update like maybe a month in the season. But yeah, if you want to play the strongest, the most powerful build, make a Necromancer. If you want to do some cool speedruns and have some fun, you can play either the Spin to Win Barbarian or you can play the Cataclysm Druid. I'm not really like recommending, unless you just really want to play those classes, like the other three. As like there's like a significant power gap, because you can see here Rogue, Sorcerer, Spiritborn, like they are max 130, while all the other classes, they are doing like, you know, the difference between 130 and 145 is like at least 5x. Comparing it to the Necro, like the Necro does like almost 100 times more damage than the Spiritborn right now. So we kind of have it shifted, right? Like last season, the Spiritborn did 100 million times more damage than the other classes. And right now we have kind of the Necro, at least if you compare it to like Sorcerer, Spiritborn, doing like more than 100 times more damage than these classes. So class balance still remains something to constantly be looked at. And I hope we're going to get some, you know, like a little bit better balance here in terms of like, you know, maybe throwing a bone to the 3 weakest classes rather than nerfing the top. So like, I don't know, like maybe at least for Spiritborn and Sorcerer, it would be cool to see, you know, some positive changes here, making the builds just feel a little more cool and a little more fun. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know what your favorite class is to play this season. For me, it's definitely the Barbarian. Barbarian coming in at number 2 is especially with a viable Whirlwind build, I'm having a blast this season. This is my absolute favorite playstyle ever since I first played Diablo games. I played Whirlwind BARB in Diablo 2, played it in Diablo 3. I played it like before Diablo 4 even came out, and then I played it on Diablo 4 launch, and then they nerfed it, and I'm really happy that at least, you know, the Whirlwind is not doing direct damage, but your Whirlwind is kind of like proccing the Earthquakes, and that's dealing a lot of damage, and the playstyle is really fun. So I mean, if you want to have my recommendation, try a Spin to Win BARB. I'm going to have a video of a teleport Spin to Win BARB link below. Hope you enjoyed, all of you guys. Let me know in the comments, and I will see you soon. GG. Hell yeah, BARB Nation, man. The BARB Nation is so back. Yeah, I think something's messed up with my mic, but I can't fix it right now. I think I need to download some new software. No, the mic is right here, look. This is where the mic is. Fuck, you can't see. There. The green screen is too crazy. Four runes. What does snapshot mean? Taking a buff and keeping it over a longer period of time than intended. Okay, this is the leaderboards, guys. LBs. Are we ready to log in? On Cataclysm Druid, not really. I haven't played that really all too much. Let me get my drink. Got it right here in the fridge, guys. Message who wants to play. The fuck is this? Discord overlay. Exclamation mark leaderboards. Right, boys, we have today apple green tea from Holy. Sugar-free, delicious iced tea. They also have energy drinks. hydration and very fresh milk shakes. You can check out Holly right here. I just mix it with some ice. Ooh, and it's good. Apple green tea, hashtag sponsored, hashtag ad dude, cheers. You're getting 10% off, guys, with my code ROB. And I always recommend the starter pack here. Iced tea or energy, whatever you're into. You get one of these shakers, plus the most popular 14 flavors. Super good. 10% DPS, guys, is the holy bolt elixir. Easy. Druid's crazy. Hello there, what's up? You wanna do some runs, No Mercy? With teleport, Bob? You see, I got some upgrades. Holy teas are my favorite. Hey, let's go. Yeah, I just finished. I'll do some solos. Alright, boys, we're gonna rock the teleport, Bob. Oh, that video will be on YouTube, yeah, in a little bit. Oh man, I missed playing this already, dude. I haven't played in like 15 hours, guys. Look at the teleports. Ooh. Fuck, this build's so amazing, man. This Rift just doesn't have enough progression, man. Or maybe it does. Blasting or blasting? I mean, we're playing BARB, dude. Like, there's only blasting. Cheers. Well, that, my friends, is a teleport BARB. Video right here. You can play teleport, yeah, like immediately, pretty much. Do you need me to make like a low Paragon variant? Alles fit, yo, what's up? It's the build. And no, you cannot play this build without runes. Not possible. This is like a Vessel of Hatred build only. It's my gear. That's the funniest. I'll change the title. What's this guy playing? Oh, it's another BARB. Oh, we should go like 95. Yo, BARB is just so much fun. I'm definitely missing Subo map hack a bit. Who's missing the map hack, man? Just ordered another holy with code ROB. Hey, let's go. What flavors did you get? You should try the milkshakes as well. I got like the banana and hazelnut milkshake. They're fantastic. But thanks for supporting, guys. Code ROB, 10% off and support for the stream. Let's go. Hell yeah, the build of teleporters. Okay, this guy is blasting. I like it. Cord, let's go, Sully. And Mercy, just join whenever you're ready to blast, yes? Yes. Everybody on fucking teleport bomb. Guys, you should try it. I mean, if you like spin to win, or if you even like playing Sorcerer, man, this BARB is for you. And soon we're gonna have the Zeus god himself in here. Fucking on Cataclysm blasting. Hell yeah. God King. Boom, 1 minute. Sorry, I have no idea Mofa's Prime. Should be pretty good over there too. I don't know if they have the tele version now, but stuff is changing like rapidly as well. A leveling build for this. There's a leveling build. Exclamation mark leveling. I recommend playing Upheaval and then transitioning into Spin to win. You will need a tech rune. It does not work without the tech rune, guys. I'm sorry. I wish it would, but it doesn't. You need tech rune and a way to trigger it. Either Buck, Moni, early on is good. I like Igni. Yeah, lunging strike is pretty cool actually. Ooh, yeah, that's actually a good combination. Because lunging strike's a mobility skill. There's no snapshot, that's the beauty. Like the other builds like Druid and Rogue, like it's all snapshot. But this build is just normal build. Like you don't have to snapshot anything, you just play normally like you would like to play. Like just press your buttons, you know, spin, win, press your cooldowns, whatever you want to do, and boom. No need for any like crazy like hula hoop shenanigans with any snapshotting. 3 heavy-handed. This build does not need any snapshots. I have a low Paragon setup, like 230 something. I mean, would you guys like me to make more setups? I mean, like, at some point, like, okay, the difference between 230 and 250 is like literally you just put 20 points and like whatever passive you find useful. It's not rocket science, you know, in terms of some of the Paragon boards. But yeah, I hear you. Maybe we'll make like a progression thingy. Yeah, I mean, Gartech works. It's like fully automated. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But I like spinning, man. People like spinning. Like, why would you... This is just better than the automated one, because the automated is going to proc less earthquakes. We're rocking a bug with teleportation, which has been pretty strong. It's just 1 week. There's a duplication exploit, guys. Gold was duped. Mats were duped. You want to join on Druid? Yeah, sure. As long as we're opening and fast accepting, let me know your battle tech. And let's go. I'm not sure if I still have space, but I think so. Do you know if there will be any new skills? I mean, I would hope with the expansion they would add new skills. I think there's a good chance for that to happen. We got like Mighty Throw, Soul Rift, Familiar, and all the stuff with the spiritborn expansion, right? Well, yeah, I would say it's a decent chance. I mean, how do you guys think, like, when we have the Paladin expansion, hopefully this year, do you think they're gonna add stuff? Like new skill, new stuff for every class? That'd be pretty sick. Yeah, I'd definitely be digging that. I want the sprint skill on Barb going above movement speed cap. Yeah, I think they need to add something for every class, right? For the expansion to feel cool. Yeah, I think there's a good chance for that. Oh, he died. That's fine. That would have been like a 50-second run. Oh, the Druid also playing Jar. Let's go. Jarun is so cool. So crazy. We have Zapgasm. There he is. He's gonna zap them all. You think it's gonna be called Vessel of Hatred 2? What? So do you guys think the Diablo Force Paladin expansion is gonna hit this year? I mean, this is pretty much like... It's like 99% it's gonna be a Paladin, or like whatever like holy class they will name it. But the question is it gonna release this year? Because again, Rod Ferguson, the big guy, general manager, he said annual expansion. And for those of you who don't know English, annual is every year. Every year. So last one was in October. Next one is gonna be, I mean, maybe in October. The Amazon? Nah. Fake news media? Das wurde widerrufen. Can you link the source? No, it did not. Well, at least I didn't see it. I think more it was confirmed. I mean, They were saying the cycle is gonna be fast. I don't think the expansion was a fail either. What are you guys on about? Do you think Vessel of Hatred was a fail in terms of like how much... Like, okay, you might perceive it as a fail, but do you think it was a fail economically? Do you think they didn't make money? Like, they're a company, right? They gotta make money. Do we have any Vessel of Hatred? Diablo 4 sales. I'm not sure we have this. $1.5 million sales at $30. I think the expansion for its price was fair. $30, guys, for Spiritborn, another act, the runes, more story, more endgame. Given the endgame still needs some work, but like we still got the Undercity and we got the Citadel. Plus we got a new skill for all the classes and stuff. The negative thing for the expansion for many was the end of the story, that we didn't kill Mephisto, but we only like got Mephisto's dog or whatever. That left many people disappointed that care about the lore. But I still think for $30, it was a fair purchase. Like, I mean, seriously. How much longer, how much playtime you think you got out of it? Yeah, Endgame needs help. Like, I agree. Like, even the raid, right? The first raid that they did, it was kind of nice having a raid. but be honest, guys. Have any of you done the raid ever again? Like, this season, there's no point in doing the Citadel. It's fun like the first few times, and then it's just, yeah, okay. It doesn't even give you any reward. Like, it gives you some reward, but you're just better off doing a pit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the raid is like... I don't know, man. It was... I really liked it. Like, the first couple of times I did it, I liked it. But there's, like, no replayability, I feel. The rewards are... like, if there would be good rewards, I'd definitely do it, right? Like, if there's, I don't know, like a good chance to get something special that you can only get there or something. Raid, is this wild? And then I did a raid, like the... what is it even called? Dark Citadel? Yeah, Dark Citadel. No, the raid was fun the first time, I think. The first couple times. It's like a bit of a puzzle to solve. I think it was fun. But it just doesn't have replayability. Hey, Arcus, what's up? To be honest, nowadays I'm happy if I get 1 hour of gameplay per euro. Yeah, and I feel like Vessel of Fate definitely had that, right? I don't know, guys, be honest. Like, how many hours have you played back in October last year? I mean, for me, like, you know, I played a shit ton. But $30, and most of you probably played, like, around 50 hours plus. 300 hours. Yeah, 300 hours, $30, dude. That's like 10 cents per hour of entertainment. That's crazy. Or do you go, like, you go watch a movie? The movie is 2 hours, man, and you pay, what's a movie ticket these days? It's crazy. Yeah, 50 hours is completely fair, right? I mean, I kind of expect, like, for the future, more endgame. Like, you know, there should be more stuff to do in the endgame, in Diablo, for sure. Like, and since Arcus, since you are here, and you also have been a big D3 blaster, like, I think some easy things they could do is uncap the pit, uncap the gem levels. Like, you see, like, we're doing the pits here, but there's no point, like, leveling up the gems. Like, there's no point doing any high pits. We could be doing, like, you know, either 1% runs or just, like, do some higher pits. And then add a leaderboards for the pits, like, have a solo leaderboard. Every class solo leaderboard, have a 2-player, 3-player, 4-player leaderboard. And then you can just compare yourself to either other people or your friends or whatever, or just in your clan or whatever you want to do. And I think, like, having the leaderboards with, like, a ranking is what kept many people playing Diablo 3 as well, because, you know, at least there was like kind of a reason, even though it was only like a prestige reason. Like your character didn't get stronger by ranking on the leaderboards, but at least you had something to do with the strong character that you've built. Because in D4, I feel the biggest problem is you spend all this time making your character, but then there's nothing to do, you know? Like, it's like, I get it, like, kind of the way is the goal, but there should still be something to do in the end game. Yo, they could bring, they could bring AOZ back too. Like, I would definitely play AOZ. Just adding a leaderboard alone would make Diablo 4 so much more desirable to play for longer. Yeah. I feel like for most people, especially with the fast progression of this season, the season is kind of over after like a week or two. Like, people already quitting right now. You know, they played the weekend, they did T4, they did all the season journey stuff, they're done. Like for like the average player, like, what's there to do, you know? Some rogue-based mechanics in pits. Yeah, I mean, specifically for people who progress really quick, there's no reason to keep playing. Nothing to play for. Yeah. I mean, you kind of need to make like your own stuff. Like, I still enjoy the game, you know, because I have you guys, I have the community. I like making like different characters, different builds. I'll probably make a druid next, you know. I have not played druid in a really long time. I really haven't played like druid like properly. I've played like shred druid in season 2 with Avatar of Zir. Shred druid, that was my absolute favorite build on druid. And then I played the lightning storm druid. But since that, I didn't really play druid. What was lightning storm? I think that was like season 3, right? Like lightning storm druid season 3. Man, if the raw druid would have made it out of the PTR, that would have been fun. Like, there was like a shout druid. I would have loved to play that. Like, where you shout actually the damage, but they nerfed that immediately in the PTR. Immediately. Oh, this one is nice. I enjoyed it a lot too, but they for sure need to make some drastic changes when I have the game become something people would stick around for full season. Oh yeah. I'm gonna change the mic position a bit. I think it's some settings I need to change on the mic, but I didn't really change anything. It's just like fucked up for some reason. Yeah, I mean, and PoE Endgame also has issues, right? But keep in mind, that's an early access game. Half the endgame and half the classes in PoE and half the story is missing, and it's gonna be added to the game. They already have like a very cut out version of this because they already kind of tested it a lot, right? Like, you already know like what all the classes are, you already know like, you know, like a lot of stuff in PoE. And I was gonna keep releasing stuff. I haven't felt the rush to play a game like early D3 did to us. Yeah. And I mean, even nowadays with the addition of like solo self-found and some other stuff in D3, people are still like blasting it for like a few days, right? Like next week, it's actually this week. It's coming out this Friday. They delayed it. Yeah, in 3 days, there's a D3 season too. I mean, there was also COVID in the middle of the D4 development, right? But I get what you want to say, for sure. But I heard Torchlight has like some like semi-pay-to-win systems now. I'm not sure. Zapgasm? Nah, he's moderator here. I don't think he's streaming right now. Oh god, big dead end. I don't know, I kind of like mapping in PoE. But okay, like after like doing it for 300 hours, I mean at some point it also gets boring, right? But that's a long time though, 300 hours. I do have a build planner for Cataclysm and also for BARB. Yeah, are they gonna put PoE 1 out? New season? Have they said, or new league, have they said anything yet? There was like also a little bit of a split point in the communities, right? Where a lot of people like really like PoE 1 and are waiting for PoE 1, but since they focus so much on PoE 2, PoE 1 has like a lot of delays. At least at the moment. I don't know if it's still like that. Oh, Fabgun is big PoE blaster. Oh, he's great, man. He makes great builds. How many hours of maps has Fabgun blasted? I've probably seen him and Karn blast the most maps. $330,000 plus, man. Yeah, is Karn still grinding to 100 or did he do it? I gotta fucking check. Like when Diablo started, he had like half the level to 100. He did it. Oh man, that's crazy. How long it took? I know it's a lot of hours. Fuck no mercy. Jao, what's up, man? No mercy. Look what I found, man. No mercy, man. Fuck off. Hey, look at this amulet, man. What the hell? I might keep it. Simply not fair. Our life isn't fair, man. You know it. I know it. MP knows it. He just quit it. He just tweeted about it. Necro has the ass cheeks, dude. I don't think Necro is that boring. It's about PoE 1. If I was more rich, we could have gotten away with the ultimatum exploit. Life isn't fair. The fuck? Was that what he got banned for? This was like long ago. Well, not super long, but a couple years. He truly embraced that meme, man. I fucking love MP. Oh, it's so great. Oh, sorry. Any word on the patch from Blizzard? I think they disabled... Wait, didn't they disable some stuff? I heard there was people dying to some witch powers. I think Woody made a video about it. I've seen it. Where people just like commit a suicide because they like use some witch power and it just kills themselves or something. Like in game, their character die. There are people like dying in hardcore because like some witch power is not working. Have you guys experienced that? I mean, I'm playing softcore, so for me it's like, okay, yeah, that sucks, but it's fine. No, you would not get your character back, of course not. Like, you lag out, you die to a bug, your character is gone, dude. How I'm maintaining resistance. I do have a full FAQ on this. You can check it out. There's a timestamp in the YouTube video for how to cap armor, how to cap resistance, how to keep fury, what's bugged with the chest, like all these kind of questions that you could have. They're all answered there. I mean, I'm still using the Mantle of the Mountain's Fury because it has a chance to double my quake damage. However, the explosions are still not working with all the multipliers. Would you rather have crit damage GA or strength GA? Definitely strength, because you are double dipping. You're getting benefit for your executioners and you're getting benefit for just main stat. Where does leap come from? I don't see it in the skill tree. Why do you want to have leap? We only play this amulet because it gives us damage and damage reduction. We don't use any leap. We don't need to use any leap. Like, what you do basically, and I've done this before, you take this, you go into paint, there you go. This is like all you care about. The first sentence, just ignore it, okay? Right? This is what the aspect is doing. While standing in earthquakes, and 4 seconds after you gain damage reduction, your earthquakes deal 90% damage. That's it. Just fucking ignore the rest. Yes? Just, like, don't read the first sentence, okay? Just don't read it. I get this like question so many times. People are getting confused by this left and right. And it's the same here, guys. It's the same shit here. Where is that? Here. Same shit here. Like literally all the time. Right? Same shit here. Just ignore this part. Right? You deal more damage to injured enemies. That's all you care about. Like, don't read the first sentence. We're not swapping any weapons. We're not doing any hula hoops. Like, we're just damage. Okay? I should probably have clarified this in the FHQ. Because I'm getting asked this question a lot. Like, but Rob, how do we get leap? No, we don't. I mean, it's a... So you said only read the first sentence. Yeah, I learned from the best, man. I have my paint skills now from Rax. He always has the best paint drawings, man. Yes? No hula hoops. Fuck that. No damage on Tuesdays, man. Just ignore it. It's okay. Your amulet and the planner are not the same. I mean, I actually explained it in the video. Yeah, it's funny as hell. Like, the dude, like, I literally explained that in the FHQ. Irony. Okay, I see. But Rob, it's been almost a week. Why do you not have perfect gear? Please. But why? Okay, guys, my amulet has Pit Fighter because it rolled Pit Fighter. However, the best is not Pit Fighter. I would like this amulet, for this amulet to have heavy-handed, but it just doesn't have it because I just didn't find it. But why does the planner show heavy-handed, Rob? I mean, the first time it was a legit question. Now people just trolling. I mean, I get this every once in a while, like, you know, why do you not have the perfect gear as in the planner? Because I'm hiding something, guys. I'm hiding the Pit Fighter tech. Yes. 4% damage is better than 5% damage. You heard it here first. Jesus. 4 is greater than 5, guys. This is the hardcore technology. Is Hoda already fixed? No. So did they really disable that? Okay, but what exactly? Blue post. Yeah, Pit Fighter is the meta, boys. I mean, we know it. You know it. I know it. Cleansing priors in headhunt areas temporarily disabled. Cleansing priors have been leading to crashes on the backend. And we'll be fixing this, releasing a hotfix tentatively scheduled for tomorrow, which is today, because he posted this 20 hours ago, to bring them back online. So you don't have the priors right now? In the meantime, we'll be disabling these from appearing in the headhunt zones until that hotfix comes online. Thanks for understanding. We look to have these back up ASAP. Okay, so like they are disabled completely. That's why I couldn't find any. Yeah, this is the best way to farm the Restless Rot. So they disabled it. Because it was causing performance issues. That makes sense. Beautiful. I don't need them, but these are pretty cool, yeah. Nice. The best way to get Restless Rot? Yeah, well, that's the thing that's disabled right now. It's the priors. Hunting for the priors, but they are disabled. They're gonna come back today, though. This is exclamation mark teleport, yes. You're still missing 2 hex powers? Yeah, just do pits. And do pits fast, you're gonna get them. I mean, eventually, at least. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I mean, Diablo 3, it's gonna be the Crucible season, right? It's gonna be fun. Nah, it's fine. I don't need the amulet, but thank you so much. D3 is starting in 3 days, guys. I mean, it could be fun for a few days. I'm not sure. But the problem is, Whirlwind Barb is weak in D3. He's fucking weak. Masterworking on my 100 sword. You want a masterwork heavy hitter. But sure, this is how they look. I mean, I didn't triple crit them. Oh, Whirlwind Demon Hunter with the God set. Yeah, true. Spin to lose. I mean, D4 has been spin to lose for a long time. We don't want to lose, man. Whirlwind Warrior and PoE. That'd be sick. Vulnerable or crit? Exclamation mark FAQ. I answered all those questions. But the TLDR, if you don't want to watch the video with timestamps, is it doesn't matter. It both has the same value. But yeah, if you want to watch the long version, exclamation mark FAQ. That's why I make this video, so I don't have to answer the same question 20 times a day. Now there's even timestamps. Like there's like 20 timestamps for like 20 different topics in there. So almost any question you might have about the BARB is answered there, and if not, let me know. I might make a follow-up. But chances are like 90% that your question is answered there. I mean, that question is definitely answered. Yeah, the amulet question about Pit Fighter is also answered there. Yeah, we need Torment 5 and 6. I mean, why not Torment 16? I don't know, man. Theater Paragon today? No, tomorrow. Maybe. I was not here half the day today. I just came online like an hour ago. It's not possible to make 300 today. Go. It's impossible, guys. Like one level is about 2 hours. I mean, it's like 1.5, 2 hours-ish. So it would still take me 18 hours. So today there's no 18 hours left. Take a break, Zeph. What's up? We're chilling. I'm gonna be rocking like 8 hours or so. Wait, there still is Warcry in the setup? What are you talking? Did I not put Jarun? I think I did. There's no Om. It's called Ja, not Om. This is my setup. There's no Om rune in there. Oh, you mean here? It's supposed to be Rallying Cry. I'll probably change this though. We're gonna make like a Whirlwind high pit version, I think. We're gonna make this like a Whirlwind version. I think we can. So what we're gonna do? But is there really like a big damage rune? Okay, now we get a skill slot. Ugly. Actually, maybe I can keep earthquake size. Double GA. Teleport Barb, that's right. Okay, I'll teleport in a sec. I'll just finish the setup. Don't really know what multiplier we take. What the fuck happened here? We would want to like spend Fury faster, but we really can't. Maybe we try with Steel Grasp. Yeah, well, I guess we'll try it like this. You missed the question at FAQ. Why the heck are you running around only in your underwear? I mean, it's a barb, dude. You gotta show off. What? Well, that's a very important question. I agree. Black water. Now we're gonna call it like higher pit, not high pit. Yes. The druid makes it like decently clean. Okay. The underwear question. Section 17. Yeah, look at the guy, dude. You still have to ask? Bro. Yeah, I think he's not gonna have enough multipliers. This setup. How's the season? It's going, man. It's fun. Lightning Spear Sorc. They did like 128 on Sorc. And all the teleport druids, dude, they're so fast. Fuck, are they walling me here? Cataclysm is just so busted, man. Man, with the teleport, they might even take the W as well. A druid is crazy. Should I go back to Diablo instead of PoE? You play whatever you like, man. Both games have their ups and downs. And the way I see it, I think it's really cool. You can just play whenever there's new content in any game that is like fresh, new, and fun. You just play that game. You know, I hope they desync, so every 1.5 months we get a new season. We get one season in Diablo now, and then maybe in like a month we get the Huntress and the Druid coming to PoE 2. And you know, then a 1.5 months after that we get the new Diablo season again. Then in between you can also play Diablo 3, you can play PoE 1 on the ladder launches, the league launches. Like it's gonna be a nice time. There's basically gonna be something new every month, I hope. I hope. That's the spirit. It's a great time to be an ARPG enjoyer. Yes? Just play what you like, man. You can also touch grass, yeah. The graphic is good. The gameplay sometimes not so much. But the graphics, man. The graphics holding out strong, dude. Dude, 1, 2, 3, 4 viewers. That's fucking lit. So the strongest class is the Necro, guys. Second strongest, the Barb or Druid. Should put it up to a vote. What do you think is stronger, guys? Or more fun? Actually stronger. More fun is like super... I mean, everything is like subjective. I mean, for me, the Barb takes the W. But the Druid's fucking amazing this season. Spiritborn. I mean, given how bad Druid have been, it has one of the coolest builds this season. I mean, not as cool as Spin to Win, but you know. Yeah, but the Druids are definitely dominating here right now. I'm doing AFK hordes with 3 Druids. The fuck? It just zaps everything from the sky immediately. Wait, can they go fully AFK? I thought you have to like recast this shit. I mean, I remember we had the AFK Earthquake Barb when before they changed the Lith rune. So just you could just stand there and the Lith just automatically procs. Shroud is more damage? I don't think so. But it's also decent, yeah. Or some pack at the start if you can kill it, Mercy. I think. Man, the spiritborn, the necro does more damage in a single hit than the spiritborn does the entire run. It's like the flip has switched, man. It used to be the spiritborn that did more damage in a single hit than the entire necro class. Now it's different. I mean, Spiritborn is playable, it's just like the other classes are just way better. It's not that Spiritborn sucks, it's just like Necro, Druid, Barb is good. Or Necro even is the craziest. Like, Necro is definitely a DPS outlier, like, it hits... I mean, it hits for hundreds of trillions. I think Spiritborn is unplayable this season. Yeah, it's difficult. You can play it without... That's a good thing. You can play the Necro without the runes. It's fine. Obviously, you're gonna be weaker, right? But it's gonna be fine. How does it even work? Wait, if you don't have the expansion... And there's still like normal pits and stuff, right? If you don't have the expansion, you're still working with other people, or you're still playing with people that have the expansion. It's just you don't have access to all this power creep, so they're gonna be way stronger than you. I feel it's like super unfair, man. And what are they gonna do? Best class in PoE 2 right now. Pfft. I mean, this doesn't really, like, come down to classes. I mean, I would say Ranger is pretty insane in PoE. But so is Gemling. I don't know. I mean, attribute stacking is insane. Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder is insane. I mean, I would probably say Gemling is because attribute stacking is so good. Bug and Jar, let's go. It almost sounds like Burr Jar or Jar Burr. Gaslighting arrow, yeah. I mean, there are a ton of strong builds, dude. Blood Mage is the best? Maybe. I think PoE just has like so many OP builds that just hit for billions and one-shot all the bosses, just like in Diablo, basically. Like, in the end, you just one-shot everything anyways. Right. Forgotten Atlas. No. Oh man. Lol. EU has it pretty rough. Bro. That's an accurate one, man. Like, look at the fucking face. Dude, what the fuck? Some people are just fucking crazy, man. Like, what? You can disable the damage numbers. That guy took a... That girl took a lot of damage. Blood Mage is 5x faster than Ranger. 5 times faster. Wait. I mean, a Ranger can do a map in like 60 seconds. You're saying you can do like the map in like 20 seconds? Like, how is it 5 times faster? I think that's like a little bit of an over-exaggeration. Like, how is it going to be 5 times faster than Ranger? Like, Ranger is like infinite temporaries teleport and one-shots everything. So, how is the Blood Mage 5 times faster than that? Yeah, but I think that is like, I was just like referencing, like, for example, like Fabgan's gameplay on Ranger. Like, it's just, like, you just teleport around, one-shot everything with ice and thunder. I mean, 5 times faster is like, it's like impossible. Cast on dodge. Wait, is he streaming right now? We can check. Blood Mage is nothing that you can play in Diablo. Okay, PoE. Okay, he's not live right now though. We might have to wait until he's live. I really think Fabgan made the craziest builds in PoE. So far. I mean, there are many great people, but like, I just seen the most craziest shit from Fabgan. Jangron? Yeah. I mean, MP made some crazy shit as well. I think MP was the first one that showcased the temporalysis. At least where I've seen it. I mean, I really like that gemling, dude. The fucking attribute stacking Tempest Flurry. That was so insane, man. I hardly could have imagined anything being faster. But yeah, if you have perma, like, teleport or whatever, then okay. The best build in your opinion. Okay, are you talking about D4 or the PoE 2? I think in PoE it's attribute stacking. And in D4 it's the Blood Necromancer. At least for high damage. But if you want to play speeds, I think BARB is best. BARB or Druid. I mean, what would you say is the best class this season? I mean, in my world, it's the BARB. But yeah, you know, Necro has more damage, and Druid has more AoE potential. Like, all the classes have, like, pros and cons. It's just like, Sorg is just bad, Spiritborn is just bad, Rogue is just meh. Like, it's really between Druid, Necro, and BARB. Like, all the rest is like, yeah, I mean, they exist, but they're kind of, like, not that great. BARB #1 for fun. I definitely dig that. Druid, damage, speed, AoE, yeah. And Necro, just damage. Okay, your link is? Poe Endgame. I love the intro, man.
Guys, I want to make a video going over. Hey guys, I want to make a video going over the single best build in Path of Exile 2. Now, this is not a new build. This build came from a Korean guy. It's a revamp of the auto bomber since the auto bomber got nerfed, but then a Korean guy found out how to actually make it work again. And yeah, this build is absolutely insane. It's fair to say it is the best build in Path of Exile.
I mean, just the fucking teleport is
damage
crazy.
And clear speed. The defense also, as you can see, isn't that bad
Look
as well.
at this shit.
2k life, 9k ES, and like 2.4k mana at mom. But yeah, this build is absolutely insane. I just want to go over everything about the build because I've been testing this build a lot, and there's been a lot of misinformation on this build. Especially probably because it's been like,
okay, this is definitely better than the Ranger.
But yeah, I've tested this build a lot. I really know what's the best stats for this build now, and I really want to share that all with you.
He doesn't even have any skill on the bar.
You guys, now just keep in mind.
Okay, this is like PoE 1, no?
Not a budget build. This is not a cheap build.
That's like PoE 1 all over.
It does require temporalis, but I will go everything in this video. There's just
I thought they nerfed that shit. Ethical build. 5 mirrors, okay. Yeah, no skill. Everything just happens automatically. You just walk. It's like full automation.
show real quick. This build is also infinite damage, which I will explain in a second.
Infinite damage. This is like spiritborn.
Infinite DPS. You kill Arbiter in 1 second in a 6-man party with the 80% DR. Me and
It's like Barbarian, man. It's just an infinity sign. Okay, that's fucking ridiculous, dude. Six mirror infinite damage build.
And this is over 1 billion DPS, as Arbiter does have that damage reduction to start, and it's more than 1 billion DPS because it's an infinite loop that keeps ramping up damage. It will forever
1 billion damage per second.
keep ramping as long as it has an enemy to hit. Of course, there's no enemy that'll actually live that long, so you can't really see the full DPS potential.
Bro. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, that's I've not seen this build. Like, obviously, like there's not even a crazy build in D4 like that. Yeah, gambling gets stuck, right? Like a fucking tree or something. Like even in the Savannah map there, the rooms. I agree with you, Rip. I didn't see this build. Else, yeah. Diablo 4 is easier to get broken OP. Yeah, I agree. I agree. $1 billion DPS, man. Ugh. Cries on Warrior. I mean, even Warrior now, like in the end game, I guess is gonna do this crazy damage. Do you think eventually they'll fix all that? To not one-shot bosses and stuff? Or do you think the philosophy will be with this kind of stuff from GGG? I mean, then they're gonna have to nerf like half the builds or something. Like, I mean, at least like a lot of broken interactions. It's not just like one build, right? It's like almost every ascendancy or every combination can have like something like this. They do what they say, man. They're gonna drop some big patch notes then. it's just him showing off. I mean, yeah, that's his job as a creator. Like I was showing my gemling. Like, it's like you show the builds if you want, at least. 250 divines. Yeah, but I mean, with a build like this, how many divines do you farm per hour, you know? Naja, just bounce. We'll keep your slot. $150 Whirlwind Quake possible. Yeah, it is. Sure, Crypto, do you have for me in the list? Dude, I think Act 1 in PoE 2 is a masterpiece, man. The boss fights, the pure amount of bosses, the atmosphere, the music, like, man, Act 1 is like 11 out of 10 for me in PoE. Like, Act 1 is fucking crazy. Act 1 PoE, man. PoE 2, of course. That's a masterpiece. I would even say if they kept the Act 1 stuff up, it would be crazier than D2 in terms of story. But like overall, I like D2 more. Because I felt like the story was like going through all the acts like that. I mean, Act 2 is okay in PoE, but it's not as good as Act 1. Yo, 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 yo. Ran out of emeralds. Yeah, that happens. What if I get more points? You'll figure it out, AJ Gamer. I mean, I can do a 300 version, like, but I need to play it, I think, to really like judge that. I think by the time you're like that Paragon, like, you should like roughly have an idea where to put it. But yeah, I'll do update that at some point. Yeah, it's crazy. Let me see. So you're looking at the Kata Druid, right? I don't know if anyone has like a 300 board. Like Paragon board, like it's just such a nuance. Like you really have to spend time like to know all the single nodes. Why don't play Kata Druid? It's for you slower than BARB. I mean, yeah, there's always an opportunity cost. Like if you're playing one class, you're not playing the other. Like why am I not playing Druid? Because I like playing BARB. BARB is like my favorite class. I also like playing Druid. It also doesn't mean that I hate spiritborn or something. Like I'm gonna make a Druid, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. You know, like why I'm not playing XYZ classes, because like I like playing BARB. That's basically the main reason. But doesn't mean I don't like the other classes, you know. Anyone has a good Druid Paragon board with 300 points in? I mean, you can like just put the stuff in the thing that's blinking. Like that's gonna help a lot. But I feel like I mostly did this already. I feel like the Paragon board is not really rocket science. Like you just put it in. Like after 250, you have all the important multipliers, right? And then after that, I mean, you can just go for some more additive damage. You can go for whatever you want. Yeah. Holy werewolf damage. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. Today season 7 is 1 week old, and in this video we want to go over the top builds for each class and how they rank and compare to the tier list that we've made a week ago here, just when the game launched. So there has been a lot of people that have all been blasting pit. Alright boys, here's the list. I think I was pretty close. Okay guys, here's the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, helps a lot, my friends. Top strongest builds. Update this. It's gotta be strongest. Okay, exclamation mark strongest works. Oh. Strongest, there we go.
Hey Rob, do you know why with WW I click once and it holds like I have to click again to stop spinning?
Oh, that's a setting in the game. That's like under gameplay, like skill, toggle, behavior. I think you have like the auto aim thing on. I think it's this one. This setting you have to change. There's a clip here. It's like a skill toggle behavior. You probably have it on. Like you don't want the auto aim and the auto cast on. That should fix it. Hey, Zero to Hero, what's up, man? Welcome in. How are the evade adventures? Aim assist on the PC, man. I remember that shit. They went crazy with that stuff. Just got insane boots. PoE 2 when? I don't know when they bring the new content. Where these are worth couple billions, man. These are nuts. Congrats. I need. Bad milk, GG. He's a new barbillionaire. Terrible. Oh, man. Yeah, we just made the tier list update. And, yeah, Spiritborn is on the last slot, guys. Check out this one. Leave a like, leave a comment. You can check it out, Zero. Like, we were just looking at the top clears and... yeah, man, Spiritborn has it rough. I don't really know. I feel bad for the people that bought Spiritborn this season. Like, you pay $30, you play the Spiritborn, and it's like the worst class. At least right now. I mean, I don't really know if it's like really the worst. Like, Sorcerer, it's like a battle between Sorc and Spiritborn. Who's on last? But man. The Kepeleke, I hope they like revert some stuff on the Kepeleke. Like, Kepeleke was really a cool item. Just, is anyone even playing the Rod of Kepeleke? Did you try it, Zero? Rod of Kepeleke? Yeah, but the Poison Seeker is like missing DPS on the boss. We've seen it fight the boss on 120, man. It took like 5 minutes. Perma evade for Poison Seeker. Increase the crit damage, huh? That sounds pretty good. Yeah, Barb, you can power level yourself. Just go Moni and Tech Rune, and you're gonna be like extremely powerful. Okay, guys, I'm gonna be back a second. Just gonna go bathroom. Alright. Yeah, Fist of Fate is like 50x on average. Which is quite a lot. Oh, I forgot to close the door. Barb Nation, so strong. The teleport Barb, my friends. I like to teleport. Just hit the ground stomp once, come out stomping. And quake them all down. You see, they all die from the dot. Like, dot. It's a lingering effect, basically. Druid is also eating good. Here comes the Mother of Judgment. Not really sure why I would even pick up the Tribute of Harmonies anymore. They're like no point. Bludgeoning. Dude, everything just melts on sight, dude. One minute runs is the way. The way to glory. Season, let's go. I mean, the levels should take a bit of time, yes? We need 750 million XP. It's almost 2 hours. I mean, at this speed might not be. I think we can get like 400 million or something. 450 maybe. Fist of Fate is nuts. FOF. The max pit level for this build, this is not a pit push build, this is a speed build. It has teleport. If you like drop teleport and you go with like Hoda and stuff, 147 is the max right now. But it'll be clearing 150. I definitely say surprisingly Spiritborn is the weakest pass. Yeah, Spiritborn is on the last place right now. Yeah, you can solo them like very easily. Schönen Abend, Jabba, what's up? And Mr. Remorse, thanks for the Prime. You guys, if you have Amazon Prime, you can consider supporting for free. Okay, so what are we gonna say, guys? Season 7 is now 1 week old, and these are the top builds. Spiritborn now comes in at last place. Best class so far, Necro, Druid, Barb. Pick whatever you want. It's a bit sad it's at last place, no? Sorry, guys. To figure out what to say. Necro is pretty slow. The Spiritborn now comes in at last place, while the Necromancer is hitting for hundreds of trillions instead. Anything else you want to add? I could say I feel bad for the people getting into Spiritborn now. Okay. Fuck, you guys are too fast. I can't even make my tweet. Sorry. There's always a class, first and last place, and Spiritborn had its prime. Yeah, they might have. But basically, Spiritborn Necro switched the stuff, right? Okay. I mean, I don't really mind about it. Like, just some class has to be the weakest. I agree with you. I mean, you can comment this here as well. I don't really mind so much.
Hi Rob, all. Good to see you back on the BARB.
Oh man, it feels good to be back on the BARB. That's right. I'm gonna copy this. Yeah, I mean, what do you think about it? I think it's fine. I just didn't expect the Spiritborn to be that weak, you know? I was surprised to see the Sorcerer above the Spiritborn. Like, very surprised. But it is what it is. What's Ledger? Yeah, I think I agree with that, Zero. Like, no class should be like 100 times or even 1,000 times stronger. I'm not sure what's the difference between Necro and Spiritborn, but it's at least 100 times. I don't know what's Opfer. You mean on the runes mountain? It's just a resource that you have to generate to trigger the rune. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, 100 times is so much. Like, are you hitting for 1 trillion yet on the Spiritborn? Because Necro is like hitting for 100 trillion on each blood wave. At least on the high DPS ones, not on each. It's a high number. But yeah, if Spiritborn does 1 trillion, Necro does 100 trillion. I mean, I would not say it's dead. It's just too early to judge, right? I wouldn't say it's dead. Opferboni. This is the sacrifice bonus from the Necromancer. Read your class mechanic. Your Book of the Dead. You can sacrifice your minions to gain bonuses. Like you gain 10 crit, for example. And if it's 50% increased, then you get 15 crit. I mean, they accepted the spiritborn bugs. They also, the druid bugs was on there. But they just did infinite damage. I think it's good to not have this infinite damage shit on the leaderboards. Like, it's a community leaderboard. They can make their own rules. Grüß dich, Rob und Chat. Hey, Sky, what's up? Welcome in, man. Yo, yo, yo. Log in, man. Are we full again? Heavy-handed. Grrr. Does it never have, like, another good thing? Here, look. We got strength percent and heavy-handed, but different amulets. So fucked up. Where's my GG amulet at? I feel like gambling is just not worth it, man. I feel like I never get anything good from gambling. No mercy. Yeah, I need no mercy. I need heavy-handed. Big map. Name is No Mercy. Not silly. But yeah. Here's the post, guys. You can let me know your thoughts on X if you want, or on the Twitch chat. It's fine. Either way. Not glass, glad. Yeah, I think Barb's really cool this season. I think Eden is mostly playing PoE. I'm not sure. "45-second run." I mean, this is like also mainly druids. But there's also like a barb and a druid blasting basically. I think it's a cool combination, barb and druid. It's just really insane. Insane speeds. Let's hope they will not kill the Woe and Barb again. I don't think so. Like, I don't think the Barb is too strong, you know? Like, Necro is way stronger. I saw several other classes. But I think Rogue is kind of okay. But Sorcerers and Spiritborn, they need some love for the mid-season. Like Rogue and Sorg, they need some help. Sorry, Rogue. Spiritborn and Sorg. The fuck? Rogue feels bad? I don't know. I mean, Rogue is just falling off real quick, I guess. %100% chance to cast twice. I mean, for speeds, it's recommended. For push, like 80 plus is fine. Not bad. The better word is underwhelming. Yeah. But that was like kind of clear from the beginning that Rogue is like somewhere in the middle-ish. Rogue is like, I feel Rogue has a solid balance in between the builds. Like I said in the video. You can just watch my newest tier list video. I'll link it here. I feel like Rogue is like solid in the middle field. Like not too crazy, not too weak. If we're looking at the clears. Here's the video. Yeah, here. I don't know. So we call this what? Community leaderboards? Here are the current ranks based on the community leaderboard. Man, Spiritborn is 8 tiers behind. Oh, thanks for the gifted sub to my sister. Let's go. Zero, thanks, man. She's streaming right now, right? She said she wanted to stream. Wait, what? Is she not streaming? Was this the wrong link again? Fuck, was the link not working? Sus. It's like Nightmare Dungeons. Oh, Fugitive Head 11. That's a lot. 11 heads. Yeah, she live. Heavy-handed? I don't have any. Like how many? I think 3. There you go. 3. I probably gotta roll this. This is a fucking crazy multiplayer. It's fun though. Hey, let's go, Death Guard. Yes. Wait, do you mean heavy hitter or heavy handed? There's 2 different passives. What's the max Paragon level? 300. Is Hoda playable now? It's playable, yes. But it's still bugged. There's no leaderboard, I think. They should just do in-game leaderboards for that shit, yeah. What is a big dead end? Is your game broken? Might be. I mean, I've never leveled a BARB to 300. I only leveled on spiritborn. The highest Paragon? 300. The fuck? The highest Paragon on BARB is the same as the highest Paragon on spiritborn. It's 300. Adam made a post about saying Gauntlet won't come back. Yes. And they are looking at other ways to make leaderboards. That'd be cool. What's the highest Paragon on Druid? 300. Guys, let me ask you a question. What's the highest Paragon on a Sorc? Guys, the Paragon is account-wide, for those of you who don't know. Like, if you make Paragon 300 on a BARB, you also have it on your Druid. And vice versa. Yeah, okay, the Druid's the only class that can get over 9,000 Paragons. Frickin' Druids, man. I still need to make that 9,000 strength Barbarian. We're gonna make it. Should be easy. Just get the biggest snapshot ever. Max Paragon on Druid is 17. I'm digging that. Best way to get fugitive heads, do the new witch tide. Make sure you drink the potion from the season and blast. You must kill the world boss in the witch tide. The one that spawns from other roots. Such a good chill day today. It is, man, it is. Always a good day. Raw knocks, all good. Don't rush it. Best way to get Infernal Horde Compass? I get a lot of them in the pits. I have like... See, I have like 70 of them. I just never like... They just always drop from the pits. I think the pit boss has like a 10% chance to drop it or something. Maybe more. I've only used a few so far. I don't really like find any way to spend all the... Like, I feel like Infernal Hordes, you don't really get any good rewards there anymore. They significantly reduced the gem fragments that drop there. It was the best to farm gems. Is Fionado the best DPS unique witch power? I haven't really tried around with that. I feel like in general the witch powers don't deal damage. I think the witch powers are not really meant to deal damage. They are just there for, like, you know, their effects. I mean, in the end game they don't deal any damage. Like, you do 150, the witch power does no damage there. You need like some crazy multipliers to even be close to something. Diablo seems more cartoonish after PoE. I mean, I really like the graphics in both games. If you want to look for a more cartoonish game, I feel that's like Diablo. That was Diablo 3. Let's check all those GA items. They all suck. It's also so hard to get a new ring. Why attack speed in the earthquake ring? There's no attack speed. We're not playing any attack speed, no. If there's attack speed, that's a mistake. I think you're looking at a different build than I am. I think D4 graphics are nice. You don't like the graphics of D4? I think they're all G, man. The graphics, I think, are incredible. I mean, I also have like a low FX enabled and shit, like because the Diablo has been really laggy for my PC for some reason. Performance-wise. It's been getting better though. Yeah, you can exchange the runes. Thanks for the tip, Frenzy. Yeah, I've tried that before. I just like that, you know, with Igni Frenzy, I have more control over when I want to spawn my earthquakes. Feel me? Like, I can control it better. That's why I feel the runs are faster when you can control where you want to spawn the earthquakes. Because you want to spawn them when there's monsters. You don't want to spawn them randomly with buck, in my opinion. But just play whatever you prefer. I mean, both setups are extremely powerful. You had an ad. So, I've tried that setup. What I like about Igni Tech is that I can control when I want to spawn my earthquakes. With Buckrune, it's just random, and you want to control it when you see monsters. I like having more control. You see here, I can just start, and I know my whirlwind is going to spawn an earthquake instantly. While with Buckrune, I have to move. So that's why I like it better. But you just play whatever you want, man. I just think this way around is better because more control to the player. But either way, you're going to be absolutely destroying the pits. Yep. But I mean, always keep the stuff coming, man. I'm always happy to have a discussion about the stuff. I'm passionate about it. It's great. Grüße gehen raus, mein Freund. D4 is more arcadish. It's probably what person means. D4 graphics are very nice. Yeah, it's not nothing negative, right? It can be if it's too much. Like some games are too cartoonish. I always had this, for me personally, between Dota 2 graphics and League of Legends graphics. Like, I always preferred the Dota 2 graphics style because it was not as cartoonish as League of Legends. That's a very, like, you know, subjective thing. Like, it's gonna be different for every person. But yeah, for me, like in League of Legends, the graphics are like more cartoonish to a degree, too cartoonish if you compare it to Dota. Or like Torchlight Infinite in some degrees, yeah. LOL is Diablo graphics. I don't agree. Like, Diablo is very dark. It's not that colorful. What? Diablo is like League of Legends graphics. Yeah, I don't see it, man. Sorry. I don't see it. Diablo is like very dark. And like more like in the style of D2. I don't feel it's like League of Legends at all. Yeah, the graphic argument I can't understand. Like, you know, there's like a lot of stuff that Diablo does wrong to a degree, but it's definitely not the graphics. Like, it can be like a personal thing, yes, I get it, but to me, to the average player, they would definitely not say that Diablo graphics are bad or anything. I think that's one of the strongest points is the cinematics, the graphics, and the atmosphere of Diablo 4. Like, I am totally with you, like, criticizing the endgame, criticizing that there's not much stuff to do, criticizing the class balance, and these kinds of stuff, but not the graphics. And also not the way it feels to play, because I think Diablo feels amazing to play. Like, the way your character reacts, how smooth it is and stuff. Crit chance, Darth Synth. D4 is really dark and gothic stylish. I'm playing with OLED monitor, HDR enabled. Graphics are super nice. Yeah, I mean right now the graphics here on my stream are like, I kind of tuned them down because I was experiencing some performance and some lag issues. Oh wait, sorry, D4 bad. D4 bad, PoE good. Oh man. I think this is still gonna take a couple months, huh? I don't wanna buy a Banished Lords, no. But congrats. Hey lad, D4 bad. I'm a Barb, Paragon 80, doing Ish Torment 1, pretty easy. What build should I do? Kinda new to Diablo. Try the Whirlwind Barb. The Whirlwind Barb with Earthquakes. You just need the tech rune. If you have that, you're good to go. That viewers are trolling. I mean, YouTube comments are also trolling a lot. D4 brain off, PoE requires game knowledge. I mean, it's the same. It's not the same, but it's similar. Also in D4, like you can play it like at a very like base level, and I totally agree. It's much easier to get your character going than in PoE. But that's not necessarily a negative thing for a lot of people, right? It's a bit more simplistic, but also in a good way. At least for a lot of casual players that don't have as much time. So it's kind of like a blessing and a curse, you know? But I think people are always hung up on this concept that casual player is stupid, you know, like brain off, play Diablo. No, the casual player, he's not stupid. He just doesn't have as much time to play video games. You know, they have a wife, children, a job. Like casual does not mean stupid. It just means that you know the guy has some other stuff to do than play video games. Like people keep like equalizing that. Like, yeah, you know, people are stupid. They play Diablo. Needs to be simple because small brain or what? No, man. Like those guys, man. I mean, a lot of them at least. Like they have their job, they have their family, they have like 2-3 hours to play video games, man. I mean, some people are stupid, of course. But, you know, you can't say, like, just because the guy cannot know live the video game and he's a casual player, that they're all stupid. No. They just have other stuff to do, man. Whenever I say casual, I don't mean that people are like casual has kind of a negative stigma, right? Let's call it gamer dad, man. You know, they just have stuff to do, man, other than playing video games. It does not mean they're stupid. Bro. Yeah, you can consider yourself a good video player, but maybe you only have like... What does it even mean, like a good video player? This is a PvM game, guys. It's not like a PvP game. It's not like this is some esports stuff. Like, you're killing some demons, man. It's not rocket science. This is my current build. You got a brick on your head, man. Bricked. Not stupid. Stupid. I mean, a lot of people care. They constantly, like, do this. I feel like so many people are coming to a Diablo stream to hate on Diablo. Like, just... like, do you have nothing better to do? You know? Like, what's the point? Like, just don't watch if you... You know, like, you don't like the game, like, just... Like, don't watch. It's fine. Play whatever video game you want. Man. Sometimes it's okay to be a little more casual. I think both the games are fun, and that might be different for anybody, for everybody. Like, some people like that game, some people like that game, and some people, they like to play both games, or even more than one video game in their life. You know, it might sound crazy, but you can play more than one video game, and you can have fun in all of those video games. No, you're only allowed to play one. Like, what? No. Imagine playing video games and having fun, dude. Imagine playing Spin to Win Barbarian, man. This is like the dream build. Having fucking fun. And then I can also play a Gemling Tempest Flurry Spin to Win build, at least kinda, in PoE, and I can also have fun there. Isn't that great? Yeah, just play both. That's okay. And you know, it's totally fine. Like, there's content or a new season in Diablo. Oh, yeah, let's play that. There's the Huntress releasing and the Druid releasing in PoE. Oh, let's play that. You have the freedom to play whatever you like. And not get judged by it. After all, we like some updates to our games and play some cool new stuff and some new content. I just enjoyed the release of both games, and when I got bored, I do other things. Dude, yeah, that sounds like a normal human being that is not corrupted by all this fucking hate between the communities, man. The overwhelming amount of people don't care. It's just like some vocal minorities that like wage these wars, man. Like, they just literally wage a war between the games. It's crazy. The war on fun. Pepper Riot. Oh, man. How dare you having fun, man? Come on. Global chats, you can't go a day without somebody shitting on the D4 community. I mean, it goes both ways, for sure. But I'm definitely not seeing it that much in Diablo. Like, here, people just don't really do it. But make no mistake, people still do. GA strength crit damage polearm. 100 billion offer. The fuck? Well, it's not necessarily RMT. Like, they can just dupe the gold. That's the problem. Yeah, I updated my tier list, guys. Exclamation mark strongest builds. That stuff is up. Here's the tier list. When GTA 6. I'm the fun police, man. Please stop playing. Stop having fun. The 7 with the music. Gonna go music. It never fails when somebody talks bad about the current game. Just ignore it. I mean... Well, some things have to be said sometimes, you know. I can't just ignore it. But I get what you're saying. Like, kind of like, don't feed the troll. That kind of stuff. Why is it so loud? Okay. Is that Putin, man? Thanks for the runs. Hey, GG, man. That was a big blast. I feel like those orbs, the mumbling orbs here, obols, they're not really doing much. I'm not really getting shit from those. Why does it fail to put them in the stash? A false item stat. Can you just link it to me? I mean, if it's my build? Yeah, let me, like, just, what is it? I'll report it. BARB did 147. I just updated my tier list. Beat dropper, he dropped the beat, man, on 147. It was actually pretty crazy. Here. Updated tier list. Just don't feed them. I mean, sometimes some things have to be said, like I said. Like, especially this perception or this equalization of a casual player being stupid makes me sick sometimes. Like, no. People have to hate on Blizzard and other questionable choices. I mean, Blizzard, definitely, there's a lot of stuff to critique, right? Like, very reasonable. I totally agree. I mean, Diablo could be in such a better state right now. For sure. Like, holy shit. Worth transitioning to this whirlwind from Earthquake BARB, missing Shaco. Yeah, you don't need Shaco at all. You can play Ugly Bastard. GG, juice. Is Mercy back? Only the 2 BARB remain. Wait, it's bugged. Who are you calling an ugly bastard? Bastard? Wait, did you not say you wanted to rejoin or something? Like an hour ago? Maybe not. Mercy is playing that auto bomber build now in PoE, I see. I can, okay, yeah, we have... I mean, you could have just said something. This guy was just filling in for you. I kind of forgot about it though as well, so it's fine. Man, we need Zeus Druid. Yeah, I mean, as long as you are fast and not slacking and can kill monsters here, you can join. Teleport BARB is fucking king, bro. Another BARB member of the BARB Nation. Wait, what is this? So it should be fault stat. So damage while injured, armor. I see. Why is it fucking double armor? Probably. Yeah, if you have more, just send it to me. My alerts. Monkey on keyboard. Whoop whoop, I like your Barbarian Ruined build. Can you make a leap Hoda build? Thanks for the support, man, Monkey. I don't know why it didn't go through. Yeah, I mean, you can just replace Groundstorm with Leap, basically. Now, you can just take all these points out of Groundstorm, put them into Leap, put both Chieftain on Amulet, put Leap on the pants, and then put the Leap aspect on the ring. There you go. It'll be pretty good. Actually, you don't even need the Leap aspect, I think. No, we don't have space. Wait, why did he leave? People going constantly in and out is the worst. Yeah, thanks, Van. I mean, it's fine. How do you get that much strength? Exclamation mark build. It's like a specific build with the witch powers. You get strength percent from Soul Harvest, and you get strength percent from the Bug Occult Gem. Bog, not Bug. Yeah, we can do this in a few days. Like, I have a lot of stuff in my stash. I need to clean it though. Not now. Hey Rob, do you have any idea when Hoda is gonna be fixed? No idea. I mean, right now, I think there's other problems with the season stuff that affects every character, so I don't think that the priority is on fixing Hoda. Current gear, exclamation mark, gear. We have a clip, and I also have a full YouTube video that I did yesterday, which has all my stuff, and you can look at it in peace. And it's also all explained here in this video. Exclamation mark teleport. This is the teleport BARB setup. You can see all my gear, all my paragons, all my skills, and I also explain why I choose what. That's why we make the video, so we don't have to explain it 10 times in a row. You can look at it like in peace, and also in the planner. Yeah, I still do sometimes. But it gets annoying to people that stay here all the time, because if I just repeat myself like 10 times a stream, no bueno. I mean, like if I can answer it in like one sentence, I will. But going over all my gear and all my skills, like that's what I just made a video about. So you can just see that video right here. Only 10 times would be okay. It's way more than that. I mean, there's a lot of people here that have a lot of questions. I don't mind answering them. But I want it to be okay for the people that already know the answer. Scars, thanks for the prime, man. Much appreciate the support. Yeah, I mean, if you have video suggestions, guys, or something is unclear, like, I always take feedback and we can make more videos. That's what ultimately those videos are for, right? They're for you. So we can summarize, like, all the stuff. We just made a new tier list. Also on YouTube. It's all there. 44 strength, 50 crit damage? Yeah, that's fucking low. I don't know. Did they nerf the Restless Rod? They removed the pry from the game. The priors? I don't know what the fuck it's pronounced. There's a blue post. I don't have it open anymore. Anyways, there's a blue post about it and how they removed it. 2-hour blast. Let's go. Like, those things are gone. There's like a crash bug or something and they're fixing it. Go. You have to choose between 44 more strength or 50 crit damage. Go with the strength. Sorry, I didn't understand that. Go with the main stat. The main stat is double dipping. And it's also multiplicative. You can get weapon expertise from the training dummy on normal. Set it to normal, set the dummies to normal, not boss. And just attack them with upheaval. And then choose the weapon on upheaval, and you're gonna level it very fast. At least if you have damage on your character. I think it levels faster the more damage you do, basically. Head-on zones is the best for Restless Rod, yes. No, the events were never disabled. It's just the prior. The prior events. How did you survive? Playtime, I can check. We have 90 hours played, guys. I could already be 100 easy in 90 hours. But it's gonna take like another 10 hours or so. 91 hours. I had some IRL stuff yesterday and today I couldn't play like half the day. What build is this? Exclamation mark teleport. Is a teleport whirlwind barbarian. This is the most fun build of the season. That's for sure. Oh, why don't you go the other way? Only one pack. Hell tides are worthless. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Not that they are worthless, it's just like the new zones are just better. So this season, it doesn't make sense to do Helltide ever, pretty much. I've never done a single Helltide. Well, I guess you want to do one Helltide for the season journey, but I've not even done that. The Witch Tide is just way better than the Helltide, so... Unfixed T, thanks for the Prime. Welcome in, man. How are you farming living steel? Just in the Witch Tide. You get everything in the Witch Tide. You don't need to do any like Legion events or like, you know, none of that. Like you just do the Witch Tide, you get all the crafting mats in the game. And you get plenty of them. Like you do not have to go to the Helltide to get steel. The steel just drops in the Witch Tide. Yeah, the leveling after like 280 slows really down. Halfway is 83. Paragon 283. Then you're halfway to 300. The last levels just really take long. Takes about 2 hours for one level. For me. But we're not in a rush, guys. Like the season is still long. Except you gain more XP at 283 than in your 50s. Yeah, I mean, I explained that yesterday, but that's too complicated for people. People only hear 283 is the mathematical half. In reality, it's like 275 or something. Maybe like 280. And you're like halfway. If you consider the leveling and like, you know, like doing low XP. Maybe like 275 is half. In terms of time plays. Pit or Nightmare Dungeon to find powers? You mean the Forgotten Altar powers? Half must be like 300 divided by 2 equals 150. Oh man, you're so smart, yeah. Half of 300 is 150, guys, obviously. Yes. GG. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds really good. Yeah, guys, but if it was fast, you would be done with 300 even faster. Come on. Doesn't it already get, like, pretty boring? Like, you want the 300 grind to be even faster? The thing is, like, you just run out of stuff to do, man. Like, you want to be like Paragon 300 in a day, one-shot every boss in a day. Like, get perfect gear in a day, and then, yeah, like, and then complain that there's nothing to do. No. It's okay if some things take a bit longer. And also, Paragon 300 is completely optional. Like, it doesn't really even give you much power. But it's like nonsense to complain that it takes like too long or something. Like, just don't do it. Like, if you don't want to do it. I think the Paragon level is kind of fine. I feel they could just like keep going up to like maybe like 400. Maybe next expansion, huh? I mean, this expansion went from Paragon 100 to Paragon 300 already, right? So I guess there's a good chance it's gonna go up. Oh yeah, you can always play hardcore or play a different character. Yeah, I would like, I don't know, maybe at like Paragon 200 or Paragon 250, like something like achievable. You unlock like a 6 Paragon board. Oh yeah, heavy hitter, congrats, man. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, dude, this one. Fucking plus 12, man. That's crazy. Nice, congrats. Is Hordes worth it? Not really. I don't really feel like you're getting anything in Hordes. Hordes used to be very good to get gem fragments, but they've nerfed that. Like, if you guys are doing Hordes, what are you doing it for? Like, it can be fun to do like a Horde here and there, but it's not really the most engaging. Yeah, but the refinement? Obduxite. Yeah, but... Okay, yeah, I mean... I feel Nightmare Dungeons is just way faster to get both of that. And then if you have the tributes, you can just do Undercity and get like 10k in 10 minutes. The brick scroll. Actually, I need to do a bit of Hordes to get brick scrolls at some point. Because I've only done like 3 Hordes the entire season. Brick scroll is actually valid, man. If you don't do it, you don't get him. You get 1,600 Obduxite in the Hordes? That's crazy. Thanks for working the Whirlwind build. I noticed some of the gems have the in the planner aren't working. Wait, what gems aren't working? I think there's also different values, right? Wait, I'm gonna check that. I noticed that as well. There was different values in the planner. This build makes gameplay trash like PoE. Oh man. Let me see, so... This is like in-game? What was it on the planner? But Duststone, 2.5. Duststone. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely some numbers that changed, right? Fiend of Bog is not triggering off Aura of Siphoning. No, it is. I have 1, 2, 3 growth and decay, and I don't have anything else. Yeah, it works for me. Okay, you need to go out of town for it to become active. I think it might not work for you because you're just standing in town. Yeah, it's like Harlequin's Crest. Doesn't work in the city. I mean, it is kind of annoying and it's kind of misleading for new players, but that's how it works. Fuck is this layout? Low pits is the best to do altars, to do aspects, to do greater affix items and experience. Yes. But it's not just this or that, like you always inevitably get everything. The most efficient stuff to do in the game to get power is just do pits. Pits give you everything but Obduxite. Like even when you are Paragon 300, in most cases it's still the best to farm pits. Because what else do you want to do? Yeah, you go outside the city, you get like plus 1k strength. Yup. Why not leap? Because it's slower. Like we have Jar Rune. It's much faster teleporting than using leap. Okay, I'm gonna go already. The best way to get Obduxite, exclamation mark Obduxite. I have a video on that. I'll probably do an update. But it's the Unter city. Best by far. Untercity. It's not better to do hordes. Hordes is the least efficient way. If anything, you want to do nightmare dungeons. Hordes is definitely way slower than nightmare. I mean, okay, if you have a build that can do nightmare dungeons like in a decent speed. But I think even every class has that. I feel like you can do it on a reasonable speed on all classes for nightmare dungeons to be better than hordes. Yeah, I'm playing Jarun, but it's an H. How are you moving so fast? I'm a barbarian. We have the movement speed cap of 200%. Plus we have teleport. Exclamation mark teleport. Shows you the full setup. $4.5k per wave? Per wave? What? How? I don't think that works. Yeah, the annoying thing in Nightmare Dungeons is to pick the Obduct side. You have to play the dungeon again, basically. Because you kill shit as you go on Whirlwind, and then you have to run back and literally still pick the Obduct side. It's very annoying. That's why I prefer Undercity. Fuck Nightmare Dungeons. Yeah, okay, but 4,000 per 10 wave is really bad. How long is that 10 wave gonna take you? Like, bro, that's like, you can do the same thing in Undercity in 4 minutes. But the Horde is gonna take you like 12 minutes or so? Oh, it's still okay-ish. Oh, wait, it's more, right? It's 90 sec per wave? This build of Outer Ring, you don't need Starless Sky. There is a non-Uber version if you type exclamation mark build. You just need to switch the variant. There is a non-Uber version. Oh, what's up? Well, I can't port there? What a scam. That was a big scam. Any codes for Holy? Yeah. Code ROB. I think you can also use ROB 5, this one. €5 off. I think. I think this one works as well. Yeah, we've got the codes. Yeah, they're kind of annoying to get. Okay, I'm gonna go bathroom for a second. Hell yeah, man. Thanks for supporting the stream. Holy is amazing. Shit, I left on the Giga map. Unlucky. No, it's a bad map to leave on. Would have been so much fun. Yo, Mac, you want to join again? The best for endgame, Whirlwind, Quake, in my opinion. Unless you want to push Pit 150, then you can play the Hoda version. But man, it's really slow. Yeah, Undercity in group is the best. $2K run at 2 minutes is crazy good. I don't know where you're supposed to get more Optoxide. I see another Infernal Hotkey. I mean, Infernal Hotkeys drop a lot. Whirlwind is fun. Leap is as fast and deals more damage. No, it does not. Like, Leap is only dealing 2,500, which is like way less than Tech Rune. I don't think it's even close. But I mean, you play whatever you like. Leap is pretty cool as well. I just prefer Whirlwind because I like the playstyle. And it's more damage. I do not go the other way. We kind of both ran in there. I guess it happened. What's better for Amulet with GA strength? Either heavy-handed or non-GA. You always want the GA on strength. GA strength is the #1 priority. It's double dipping. You're benefiting from it twice. I'm using exclamation mark teleport right now. This is a teleport barbarian. Yep, no problem. Yeah, I mean, Leap is really fun too. I might make the setup. You're definitely right, Leap is fun. Heavy-handed is way better than counter-offensive, guys. Counter-offensive gives... heavy-handed gives 6, counter-offensive gives 4 damage. 4%. 6 is higher than 4. Because you have 100% crit. Refinement. How many ranks in heavy hitter do you have? 3. I don't have it on my amulet. I have counter offensive. But if I would have it, it would be better. Nah, Doombringer is wasted. I do have an FHQ where we don't take Doombringer, where we don't take Grandfather and stuff. Right here. You'll post the video, Punisher? Okay, I'll check. Thank you, Punisher. I mean, Leap is great, for sure. Yeah, there's not really any like crazy strong builds for the Spiritborn this season, guys. Let's be real. I don't see anything from Punisher. I don't see that you messaged me. All of my written builds. I don't have written builds. I'm not sure where you're looking. Is this like D3 stuff? I have video and planners. I don't have written builds. Not sure where you're seeing written builds. The D4 planner? Okay, so you mean the planner. Which planner are you talking about? Can you link it? Like which build? Just link it. I can take a look. Okay, thanks for the link. I'll check in a sec. So what's the problem here? Raf. No, it has Raf. But I don't recommend this build. Like, you should play the speed version. Unless you want to push 150. And it doesn't make sense to play those builds. I only made it because people asked me. I haven't played that yet. But Raf the Berserk is more damage than Coda. The skill tree you're using Raf, but in the build it uses Call. Well, I'm not playing that build. I'm not doing any high pits right now. The planner that you linked me has Raf, and it also has Raf skilled. I, right now, am not playing that build. I'm playing ! Teleport, if that's your question. You just linked me a build that I don't play right now. It's like, whenever I would do like high pits, then maybe. But this is not high pits. Why not speed 105? Because it's less loot and less XP for us. You want to do 1 minute run. Or at least as close to that as you can get. 105 is not worth it unless you can do it in 60 seconds. I don't think it's worth it ever. Like, this was like a spiritborn tier. Like 105, 110. That was like spiritborn only. What build can do that in 60 seconds? I don't think there's any. It would be cool. But I don't think there's any build that can efficiently speed farm that high. Also, like, how did you get to 105 at B77? Like, why not 106 or 104 or 100? You really want to farm a tier where you one-shot absolutely everything. That you can do in like about a minute. No one's attacking you if you miss any content. I'll definitely be playing the game whenever there's the content update. I'm missing PoE 2 content as well, man. I'd love to play Huntress or Druid, for that matter, in PoE. It's gonna be a ton of fun. We're just not there yet. Cause that last 2 seasons, yeah, but okay, but last season, we had infinite damage on Spiritborn. And in Season 5, that was not a sweet spot. In Season 5, it was a completely different scaling. They rescaled it in Season 6. The cut at 5 is just like a random number. You do whatever tier you can do in 60 seconds. That's the rule. At least if you care about, like, you know, being efficient. If you don't mind, like, you just play whatever you want, man. You can play 110, you can play 90s. It doesn't really matter that much. But if you care about efficiency, you're looking for a 60-second run. And I cannot do 110 in 60 seconds. Or 105, sorry. Not possible. I don't think any class can. Maybe old Spiritborn. Spiders are super good for me. A damage formula. Yeah, but the problem is there are so many bugs in the damage formula. It's gonna be very hard to make video like that. I don't have keys. I have 30 keys. It's like 10 ones. Yeah, Necro is just slow, man. Necro cannot compete with Druid and Barb in terms of speeds. But Necro has the highest damage in the game. I should go the other side. Just stick on one side, man. Thanks for the run, Tommy. Spin to win. Hey, Sally, thank you so much. I don't know what the alerts are cutting off. What the fuck is that? Much appreciated. That was a ton of fun. So let me know you want to play again later. Or next days. Yeah, Bloodwave is just you can't de-damage while you move. Like Barb and Druid, they can apply their damage while they're moving, right? So you just constantly move and deal damage. It's freaking wild. 3 GA polearm with perfect stats. In, dude. Thank you, man. That's amazing, dude. Let's go. Congratulations. I would say that's pretty fucking big. But this needs to fix the freeze. Yeah, I mean, whenever I go into a loading screen, my game freezes. Or at least half the time. I know many people that have the same issue. It's definitely not like my problem. It's like something with the game is leaking memory or RAM or whatever. Went offhand, Necro. Huh. Also, kudos to you for always answering the questions, helping people out. Literally blasting pits for 8 hours and still having 1.3k viewers. Let's go, man. Liebe Grüße. Thanks, man. We're gonna do some other stuff soon. It's just gonna be like almost done. We did tier list earlier today. Tier list is always like a big topic. And I mean, people are here for blasting a lot of the time. Z.Punisher, I have 4G Iron Malaldi, 4GA Perfect Rakhanov. Nice. You overpower with leap. That's interesting. Do you have a video? Thanks, Punisher. Yeah, I thought you messaged me on... can you make a video? I thought you messaged me on Discord, but I didn't see your message. That sounds like a fun build. I definitely want to try Leap. Sounds like a cool combination. It's just a unique playstyle. I'm just like having so much fun on Warwin, you know? Like I just like the main principle of just like spinning around and like killing enemies. It's like super cool. Sounds like so much fun to me. We'll post tonight. Okay, nice. Yeah, let me know. I'm gonna be here for like 6 more hours or so. Like 5 more hours. Maybe 6. We'll see. Lohnt sich die Season? Ja, auf jeden Fall. Ich denke, die Season ist echt cool. Cooles Team, aber ist halt echt kurzer Progression. You're gonna be done like so fast with everything. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Leap test by Punisher. Rakhanov Wake. Sounds interesting. Pit 80 is more efficient than Pit 95. It is if you can't do this pit in like 60 seconds. You want to do 60 seconds. I mean, the highest you can in 60 seconds or 70 seconds. That's the goal. Yeah, I keep answering those questions. Pit 80, pit. Why do you run pit? But it's all explained in the video as well. But it's a very individual thing, right? Some people... For some people it's pit 80, for some people it's pit 90, for some people it's 95, whatever. Just whatever it works for you. Sorcerer really that bad? I just made a tier list about it. I mean, Sorcerer is just bad for pits. Like you can like Sorcerer is like a fun class to play. It's just like not good in terms of damage. You're gonna be struggling a lot. Here's the video. Tier 2? Yeah, I mean, that's fine too. Yeah, Sorcerer is not the easiest to get going on Tier 4. Is it confirmed they're working on D5? I mean, they put out some stuff. I hope they are. I mean, you know, it took them like 10 years to develop D4. Do we want to wait like another 10 years for D5? I mean, it's a big team. It's fucking Microsoft. Like, they have a lot of people. Lots of developers, I mean. It would be nice that them working on D4, like D5, I don't mind. As long as that doesn't take resources away from D4. There's a live service game and then they work on D5. Yeah, sure. Like, why the hell not? This build better for speed farming? This is the Quake build. This is the Quake build that I'm playing right now. You don't need to farm currency in Diablo. Well, the boss mods in some way though. Yeah, D2 JSP used to be like super popular in Diablo 2 days. Hell yeah. I mean, trading, it was just really bad in D2 early on. Game name and password. Ofashako need ist. Well, okay, I mean, so is Discord. So is Tradery. So is Diablo Trade. Third-party website. You're kind of forced to trade on third-party websites anyways, right? Like, there's no in-game trade. Like, it's fucked up. Why don't you use Fist of Fate in the build? I am using Fist of Fate. I'm wearing it right now. Fist of Fate is one of the highest multipliers in the game. And on average, it gives you 1.5x. Yeah, good luck using not third-party websites to trade, guys. Like, what the fuck? Like, you want to use the fucking trade chat? So Fist of Fate gives you, on average, 300% randomly from 1 to 300. So on average, it's a 50% multiplier. Plus, it has very good crit and gives core control. Yeah, I mean, be careful on which third-party websites you use. Like, you don't want to go on a site that uses your fucking performance to mine some meme coins. What the fuck? FG, GME, whatever, Stellar, Bitcoin, Litecoin. Like, yeah. Alternatively for Buckrune, you can use Igni. But if you have Igni on tech, then... or is it Tam? The cooldown rune is very good. Tam. Because you're going to cast a lot of cooldowns, right? Like your Earthquake, your Groundstorm, your Shouts, your Coda. Like you basically have everything is a cooldown but your Whirlwind. So I like that one. Diablo Trade safe to use. I mean, it's still a third-party website, but yeah, I've been using it. I think it's pretty safe. I know the people as well. Obviously, you're never going to have 100% safety. Maybe tomorrow Blizzard gets hacked, and then your account and password is compromised, so yeah. No website is 100% safe, but yeah, I would say it's safe to use. Lots of people use it. But you're never going to get a guarantee. Yeah, PoE2 admin got hacked. It's never gonna be 100% safe, man. Like, yeah, people just lost their... They fixed that very fast, though. It was only like, what did they say, like 80 accounts that got compromised like that? That was like something to Steam they got hacked. They made an entire video or like entire question was answered about this. I don't know the exact details. You can never be 100% safe on the internet anyways, guys. I just do the best to stay as safe as you can. So stay away from those porn websites. What the hell? And maybe don't download this weird program. Yeah, through Steam. That was crazy. Did you hear that, Ed Herbst? He was saying it earlier, true. Free 4GA item.exe. Yeah, it sounds like legit, man. You better be careful out there, guys. How do you cap crit without Garun? You use the hex specialization witch power. Exclamation mark teleport. I just made a video explaining that exact thing. Well, I made it yesterday. Like 24 hours ago I released that video. You can check it on my YouTube. Exclamation mark teleport. Give me all your data. I'm gonna save it in a very safe place. Thank you. Yeah, just be careful on which third-party websites you use. I mean, if it's literally called freegaitem.exe, probably don't download it, man. Especially if it's in .exe. That's probably not legit. But yeah, I still wish they would make a like some sort of auction house in the game to prevent all the third-party websites. Because it's like unsafe, people get scammed all the fucking time, man. Like especially when the duped items were floating around, man. Like people lost their items, they poofed and all that shit. Once we have your data, we will make sure to protect it. Yeah, I mean, Diablo trade is great because it solves like the problem of trading like the best way the community can. It's like a community website, right? Because Blizzard doesn't do it, I'm happy that there is a website like Diablo.trade or other websites. Because they solved, like, just imagine if you can't use Diablo.trade, you can't use the Sanctuary Discord and like all these other trading websites. Like, bro, that would be even worse. So I'm happy that we have these community websites, but of course, the community website can never be as good as having a fully functioning and supported in-game auction house, right? So yes, you may not like to use third-party websites, but I'm still happy they exist because they help the community. I mean, else how would trading look like? You'd be so fucked if you don't have like these websites. It will be even worse. Because you have to use the in-game fucking trade chat? Hell no. Yeah, the third-party website exists because it's not in the game. It's like an indication, yeah. If they had it in the game, people would not have to use a third-party website. Well, D3 had an auction house. It worked really well. People cried. But D3 took it a bit too far and they had a real money auction house. I don't think the normal auction house was the problem. The biggest problem was the real money auction trading house. Like, you could just buy every item for like $5, $10, $250, like here and there and everywhere, and people just like cash out, you know. And then it literally became people's jobs just to like trade item for cash. Because you could make like a pretty good living. Especially in some of the not so developed nations, like people did it a lot. Where the standard of living was lower, right? Like, if in your country, like the minimum like income is like $100 a month, it can be pretty lucrative to sell items on the real money auction house, right? You just farm for an hour, you sell your item for $50. Boom, you made $50 per hour. That happened a lot. I mean, it still happens to this day, like with the RMT stuff, especially like in games like World of Warcraft, right? People just farm the shit, sell it for cash. I mean, in some way, they have it in WoW with the tokens, right? Where you can just like buy a token for cash and then sell the token for in-game gold. Yeah, and there's bots, which is another whole topic, of course. I mean, there's RMT everywhere, like Diablo, PoE, WoW, Lost Ark, like, I don't know, like all the games. It's everywhere. But having it directly in the game with like an auction house, like in D3, that's why people were like, you know, not happy with the auction house. Like, it's just like real money trading, like, you know, real money trading is like within the TOS as long as you include the publisher, right? Real money trading in Diablo 3 via the auction house was fine because Blizzard was getting a fee. Like, there's always like a real money transaction like that, right? You even have to buy the game for real money. And then if you use real money to, I don't know, buy transmogs or whatever, or buy power in some games like Diablo Immortal, like as long as the developer gets the cut, it's usually accepted. There's like a 15% fee or something that Blizzard just yoinked. Was it even 20? I think it was 15. You sell an item for $250. You only get like two, I think they're like $2.11. There was also some transaction fees from like PayPal or whatever, right? I mean, I sold many items for $250 back in the days. Yeah, Crow, man. Man, Crow was doing this on stream like all the time. That's crazy. He was like identifying his echoing furies or something. You find GG item, you list it for $250 in the official auction house, so you sell it, you get like I think it was like $2.11 or something. But yeah, I'm all for like having an auction house, like a normal auction house, not a real money auction house, like just normal auction. Like I sell or buy an item, there's like an auction or whatever. Or like a market, whatever it's gonna be. Yeah, I mean, there was also plenty of dupe methods with the auction house and bugs where you could just change your local, like people would just start an auction and then they would trick the auction house by changing the local clock on their PC. And for some reason, like the game thought like the auction ended and then you could cancel it and you could like get the item twice. And that was like the wildest shit, man. Like just literally changing like the clock on your PC, man. And it would trick the auction house somehow. Like, I don't know, man. There was some crazy stuff like that. Easy trick, man. You just change the clock. People fucking did that. Time machine, man. Yeah, that's right. Didn't a bunch of people complain about the auction house killing the fun? I mean, of course. Yes. It was more efficient to not play. The most efficient way to boost your character, to get more powerful, was not to play the game in those days. The most efficient way to get more powerful was to play the auction house. Blizzard hates this one trick. Just change the... I mean, there's videos about it on YouTube. It was fucking crazy, man. They didn't think of this, but yeah. Yeah, I think Druid. I'm gonna make a Druid. It looks like really fun. This is the new season, yeah. But you think in PoE it's more efficient to trade than to play the game? I think that's only true if you really know what you're doing. And also, if you have a problem, there's always solo self-found, which Diablo 3 didn't have. I mean, I think, from what I remember, was it Jonathan who addressed this, the GG developer? Director, he said something like they don't want to make trading too efficient because exactly this point where it gets too efficient at some point. What the fuck is happening? Yo, I got rubber banded like crazy. Do you guys see that? Because, you know, they could fully automate the trading in PoE, right? Like, right now, you have to use the, well, it's really like, it's not really a third-party website, but you kind of is a third-party website because you have to go out of the game. It's still an official website from GGG to trade. But they could automate that, right? If I accept a trade on the official GGG website, let's say I wanna buy, like, I don't know, a bow for 10x or whatever, and then the entire process of me joining your hideout, trading you in the game, putting the 10x in, putting the bow in, that could just be completely automated by GGG, right? They could just say, okay, I have this 10x in my stash, you have this whatever bow in your stash, and it could just happen automatically without us having to ever meet each other in the game. But I think they said, if I understood this correctly, that they don't want to do this. Because then it's too efficient to trade. You know, if you don't even have to add each other or join each other's games and trade, because that still takes, like, you know, the majority of the time of the trade. If you could basically just have the marketplace, like for every trade, for items. The marketplace for items is probably the best way to explain. Took us 10 years to get the currency exchange. I mean, I'm happy for the currency exchange, but it is fucking crazy efficient doing stuff with the currency exchange, right? And I can definitely see where that's coming from, because at some point it gets too efficient to trade. More efficient than playing the game, you know? Like, if you had the currency exchange for items, the stonks of playing the game go down. You did 1 minute solo, that's fucking crazy. By automating it, it takes away the scammers that try to lowball prices. Don't know why they don't want me to have a good trading experience. Well, I just explained, like, if it gets too efficient, then it's also a problem. Because people don't play the game then. Don't want efficiency, they want friction. Yeah, I probably have to rewatch that interview, but he said something along those lines. The warrior is kind of the worst class in PoE at the moment. It's not shit, I mean it's still very strong. But even GGG like said that they're gonna look at the warrior. Especially some of the attack speed animations and stuff. They want to improve on the warrior. But yeah, if you're just starting, I do not recommend play warrior. Go monk if you like melee. Monk is way cooler. Feet of Buck first, and then you go the other damage gem. I don't even know what it's called. This one. 2% damage. Hey, Squeezy. Yo. Thank you so much, man. 25 gifted subs for the community. Hey, let's go. Pork. Thanks, mate. How you liking the Barbarian? Dodged. Easy. You win some, you dodge some. Easy dodge, man. Giga chat. Do you think Diablo 4 is playable without runes? Yes, just don't play BARB. But man, I mean, if you really play like a decent amount of D4, I think it's worth spending $30 for the expansion. I really think it is. Because yeah, it is kind of a problem without the runes, man. I'm not gonna lie. The rune words are pretty cool and they enable a lot of builds. I don't agree with the decision locking it behind the Vessel of Hatred, but that's what they did. So, yeah. Give me the build you run, ! Teleport is what I'm playing. In which point did you switch between leveling Hoda and Whirlwind? Whenever I found the tech room. Yo, wait, what? Another 10 subs. Ey, dankeschön, mein Freund. Squeezy. Danke dir, Bruder. Holy teleport. Man, teleporting Barbarian, can you believe it? Man, that's 35 gifted. Thanks, man. Let's go. There's never bad luck. Only good luck. Yo, my symbol. Thanks, mate. Where did you get it? You have too many symbols, dude. Dude, that's like, how many symbols do you want, Squeezy? Yes. All of them. Thanks, dude. Oh, like total. Wait, did it say that? Sorry, I kind of might have missed that. 201 subs. Dude. That's crazy. JJ. Do you sell some unique items? I mean, I just do free giveaways. I don't really sell them. I just give them away for free. We can make some big giveaways. Maybe like tomorrow once I'm 300-ish. Hoda got patched? What happened? Can you link it? check myself as well. Nah, last blue post is 23 hours ago. Is this a pit only build? No, this build can do any content in the game with ease. This build can literally do anything. And you're gonna one-shot pretty much everything but the pits. Every boss, every monster outside of the pits is getting one-tapped. This build does it all. And you also teleport, man. Yeah, what can't this build do? I need water. Shit, it's empty. If Hoda gets hotfixed, do you still have Barbarian? Yeah, we're hitting for Barbarians already. It's hitting for trillions even. So yeah, if it gets hotfixed, you're hitting for multiple trillions, yes. You're getting like double damage. Yeah, Leap is pretty cool too. Guys, I mean, there's a lot of pretty cool stuff. Whatever you want to do. They're all super cool. BARB this season is just amazing. We just made an updated tier list that you can check here. BARB for the win, man. Monk. Don't go warrior, go monk. Like, if you like melee. I mean, else just like whatever you like. But I'd recommend monk. I really enjoyed monk the most. Monk is fucking cool. Go with invoker. Can I share the song? There should be a button here to share the song. Is download? Anyway, this is what the song is called. I have no idea. 11th Hour Blue Saga. Is there like no share button? Copy link. There you go. That should work. Does this link work? Good stuff. Man, fucking Zeus is so OP on Mercy. Oh, wait, what is this loading screen of Doom that I have? Loading of Doom. Can I not do this one? Is Mercenary good? Yeah, the Mercenary Gemling is insane. The attribute stacking is one of the best builds, or one of the best strategies in the game. Like, for sure it's good. I mean, there are like a ton of viable options. It's fun. Hell yeah, dude. That's crazy. You just run and you kill everything. Fucking wild, dude. Kinda lagging again. Do you like a third? Yeah, sure, join. Yes, very much so. I mean, I wanted to grab like a snack, so I might chill a few runs then. Double Druid, man, the dream. The dream, man. I need to get water. Water. Grandpapa is here. I have some loading screen of doom. Yo. Let me see. I'm gonna get a quick snack. Link to your build! Exclamation mark teleport. One sec, guys. Okay, that one might have been loud. Super laggy. Maybe. I don't have a starting leveling monk build, no. You can try mobalytics. Well, actually, I played... Not sure how good of a starter this is. It's probably fine. I played this one. It was like very cheap to start with. Okay, look at this, friends. I got some couscous. Couscous, salad. There's some chicken in there. But I still gotta get some proper food later. Just like a cold salad. Gonna eat that real quick. You see the GA in the planners? It's always the orange highlighted item. Yes. So just like in-game, when you masterwork it. Best on the boots is GA movement speed or strength. Even Warcry. I mean, ideally you want everything GA. Hey Guts, I see a question. You're playing Necro. You want to stack Overpower because Overpower has higher rolls. You can neglect the crit damage, yes. However, it's still going to give you more damage, of course. Okay, I'm almost done with my salad. It's delicious. That one's pretty decent. Does a damage stat influence Blood Neighbor's total damage? Yes, it does. Yeah, pits you get in Forgotten Altars. You're also getting those in Nightmare Dungeons. 100%. I think it's like one more run. That's a good start. They can also spawn after the boss, yes. But it's not worth to full explore. Definitely not worth it. Okay, I'm gonna get water, guys. And we should be good. Ooh, let's go. Okay, with this one we have to blast, boys. Okay, I'm gonna go through the middle. Best map in the fucking game. Let's go. "30 seconds. Bam, dude. What was that? 38 seconds? Ooh, that's how we rule, man. 38 seconds. Let's go. Boom. Barb Druid combo. That was actually crazy. Yes, friends? Are you going for the flying pet? Ooh, I have not collected it yet. But yeah, I should. Okay, with this one we have to blast, boys. Okay, with this one we have to blast, boys. Okay, I'm gonna go through the middle. Best map in the fucking game. Let's go. That was pretty crazy. Ooh, that's how we rule, man. 38 seconds. Let's go. Boom. Boom. Barb Druid. I say after. Boom. Barb Druid combo. That was... Fuck, dude. That was actually crazy. Okay, this... Good clip. Was that the fastest run we did? I mean, we could probably do even faster. That was crazy fast. Okay, putting the plate away and then we are full ready to blast again. Okay. That was a good snack, friends. Proper food soon as well. But not yet. There's always one more. Maybe 10 more. PC still freezes. Oh, Pog. Let's go, Druid Nation. 30 seconds, we got a beat. Oh, I lost snapshot, big rip. How do you lose it? Like you don't cast Cataclysm? I don't know exactly how they lose it. Ah, okay, Hurricane sniped it, I see. But don't cast it. I mean, I was eating too, dude. Make a 38-second clip. Hey, GG, man. It's like now we need another druid. What are we gonna do? Not play druid? Second pit. I mean, I wouldn't say easier. How to Paragon table? Exclamation mark teleport is my Paragon table. What do you want to check? Come on, man, we can get a good amulet, I believe. Come on, no one believes. It's just so hard to get good amulet, man. Basically doesn't exist. That's where we came from. Yeah, we have a new tier list. The strongest. The best. Can't upgrade any more glyphs, guys. That's it. Oh, you're going to sleep? Oh yeah, have a good night, man. Thank you so much for the runs. Gonna watch some porn, okay. Don't get a virus. Don't catch yourself a virus. Not a digital, and also not a sexually transmitted one. Just don't get one. Right? Just be careful out there, man. Play it safe. Use antivirus protection. It happens though, yeah, it does. I don't know, man. The guy better be careful. You need physical and virtual protection. Condom's your friend. That's right. Ooh, I almost got stuck. When is Norton gonna make a condom? Oh, that's a good brand deal. Stay safe. Physically and virtually, easy. Do we need 280 Paragon to play teleport? No, you don't. You just use the Paragon board from any of the other variants. Paragon board is not really different anyways. You gotta understand, like, there's no Paragon requirement for any build. You can play any build at any Paragon. I mean, you'll naturally, like, just level up the Paragon, like, immediately if you play some builds, because they're so strong. And the Paragon XP is, like, you basically don't need much on the low levels. Yeah, but on 260 you're still making a Paragon every half hour. Like, I'm making a Paragon every 2 hours. And at 80 it's like 1 hour each level. But I mean, it depends on what you mean by slow down. Like, if you want to make a level every 10 minutes, it already slows down like at 240. I didn't grab it. Is it amulet? I think it was. Maybe it's gonna be in the stash. No, it's not. Scan. Brawl. Put it in there, goddammit. Set prior on the pants, you want a cooldown and rest. The rest is like kind of whatever. Man, I wonder if I can port this. Fuckers. Why not? What? I can't even port here, look at this. I think I can port back. I also can't port back. But why the hell not? It doesn't make much sense sometimes. Good evening, Rob. I hope you're doing well. Yo, Josh, what's up, man? I am. Welcome in. Hope the same to you, my friend. Can get stuck, yeah. Hey fam, what's the best way to get the season pot? You wanna do the under roots, the new season dungeons. And they can drop from these roots on the floor. Any updates I've missed? I did make a new tier list. You can check it right here. And then we're playing the teleport bar if you haven't seen that yet. But I think most people didn't know, I know. Dankeschön, Katsuma. Grüße gehen raus. Ghost Walker? I mean, I don't need more movement speed. But yeah, you can of course play it. Ghost Walker is fine. You can also try Metamorphosis. Maybe we do need a daily changelog. You know, I wouldn't mind that. Can you explain why you have Battle Fever skilled? I don't see any brawling skill. Your ground stomp is a brawling skill. You read the upgrade on your ground stomp, and it makes your ground stomp into a brawling skill. It's a very nice way to keep the enemies vulnerable, keep berserking up, and everything. Certainly a lot of cool combinations. Why do some aspects not go up in level, salvage multiple items with Bolt Chieftain? Because you need to find a good roll for it to go up, and it needs to be ancestral. Like, you don't get the higher roll by salvaging more of the same item. You need to find the high roll and then salvage it. Can I have a tier LDR on the tier list? Necro is the best, Barb is the second best, Druid is the third best. Then comes the Rogue, then surprisingly comes the Sorg, and then dead last is the Spiritborn. That's the TLDR. And it was very surprising to see Spiritborn, after being so OP, like at the very last spot. You feel me? So that's basically the TLDR of the new tier list. And this is all kind of expected, apart from Spiritborn being the weakest. I thought Sorg was the weakest. Yep, you can check exclamation mark. Strongest. That's the strongest builds. Should probably update exclamation mark tier list. Let me actually update that. What are we gonna call it, like new tier list? And thank you so much for the gifted sub, Max Moy. And thank you so much for the prime. It's Josh. Much appreciated, guys. Welcome in, family and friends. Oh god, I went in all the dead end. Yeah, we're gonna add this to the title as well, I guess. And just gonna be a slow run. That was kind of fucked up. I took every dead end there was to take. And again. The dead end never disappoints, guys. That was in the stream title. Tier list, 38 seconds. Done. Okay, exclamation mark tier list works. Can't craft ruby. I mean, you might not have enough fragments. You need to farm the fragments to craft the big rubies. Okay, 38. Tier list. Okay, it all works. Ich bin Deutscher, jawohl. Grüße gehen raus, Mann. Aus dem schönen Sauerland. Okay, this felt right. Let's go. Don't need any of this. We got it. More dead ends. Review of PoE. Let's go. Yeah, there's many maps to dislike for sure. It is what it is sometimes. Highest Paragon 300. I follow your Hoda Earthquake bar, but my resistance are super low. Yeah, I think you don't have area sparing masterworked. Check the FAQ. This is explaining how you fix your res in great detail. There's even a timestamp. Oh, you can also use Yen's Blessing early on. Yeah, sure. That'll work. How long do you see yourself playing this season? Like 200 hours or so? Maybe 300? If I get that. I mean, it's not so bad for splitting this map. But yeah, it's not the best, of course. It's not a Grand Canyon. Not a desert map. How long do you guys see yourself play? I think 200-300 hours for the season is reasonable. I am already like 100 hours in. I mean, that's a lot of time, like if you're like a more casual player, for sure. Wunderschön, ey, Mittelschullehrer. Hallo, guten Abend, wie sieht's aus? Rocking some Diablo. Season is fun. It is fun, but for how long? Like, you're kind of running out of stuff to do. Somewhat fast. That's what I mean. No, you need to leave the town, Styler. It works with 3. I don't know what the fuck is up. Maybe your character is bugged. For me, it works. 200 to 300, yeah. But that's still a reasonable time. Right? 200-300 hours of a season. I mean, that's good. Means more builds incoming. Oh yeah, I'll make Druid next, I think. Druid or Necro. I still haven't really fully decided. They're both good. Wow. I didn't even realize it splits up here. Yeah, the Druid snapshot, it can be like kinda yikes. You definitely need to kinda know what you're doing. In order to get off like a really good snapshot. And the snapshotting is like so important. I don't have any more potions. So how does it happen that Hurricane steals it? Like at the very start or what? Or can it steal it like in the middle? That's kind of sus actually. Out of stones? Yeah, fuck man, me too. Well, I'm almost out as well. I had like 30 left. Everybody fucking out of stones. I didn't really remember that problem last season, that I was constantly running out of pit keys. No more pit keys, man. Yo guys, do you have pit keys? What the hell? Helltide is the best pit key giver, but I fucking hate doing Helltide. Everybody constantly running out of fucking keys, man. Maybe I should try that boiler. Wait, Headhunt doesn't give keys. I mean, I've also run a few. But I was not here half the day today. But I still didn't get any keys, man. Fuck. Gotta get some keys, man. You have 500 keys? How? I guess you can farm them pretty fast. It's just still. So, Boiler, you wanna play? I've got my druid 240. Kara is insane. You have good idea, man. Carry people that bring keys. Why is he farming 95 when the glyphs are maxed? Because this gives the most items per hour, the most XP per hour, the most obols per hour, the most altars and aspects per hour. Well, it doesn't give his fucking Obduxite. And apparently not keys. It spends keys, but still the best thing to do. I remember my last season, even after I was 300, I was still doing fast pit runs. Rob playing druid. I will, man, I will. My stash is cry, dude. We need like PoE levels of stash, dude. Fuck, man. Yeah, keys are easy to get, but they're not easy to keep if you're playing the video game. Like, you just fucking spend them. What is it like? Carry forward run, man. Carry your ass. Huh? Fucking 18. Maybe we should farm some keys, man. Hard to get, easy to lose. That's the spirit. Gone are the glory days of keys. So what do we do best for farming keys? Nightmare dungeons. Aye, aye, aye. Sounds horrible. Just as horrible as finding a dead end in this run. And this will be such a big dead end. I think I'll finish before. Ha! They have nothing on me, these dead ends. Can't beat me. Fucking dead end. Gold, thanks for the prime, man. Log in. Whisper in new zone gives keys? Seriously? Wait, the whispers give keys? I've never seen this. Should probably check somewhere else. They give nothing. Like what, the material cache? Good tip with being able to subscribe with Twitch with Prime. Yeah, let's go. Did they enable the shrines again? Yeah, I've heard people run out of all kinds of shit. The priors are still not enabled again. But I want them, and I want them now. Does he at least have a head? Fucking headless guy. Take amulets. Why keep Mantle of the Mountain's Fury? Because it gives you 60% damage. More damage, multiplicative X. I mean, that's pretty fucking crazy. 60% damage on a chest. That's pretty fucking crazy. Alright. It's crazy, man. Good timing. Yo, fragments, man. I swear this guy almost had a head. Does this guy not have a head? It's like the one zone where they forget. I think he had one for me. Don't really think this is a good way to get keys. Good new Tilas video, I'm glad you liked it. They're definitely kind of coping that they're gonna buff the weak classes rather than nerf the strong ones. Yeah, we'll see. You think 3 GA with GA cooldown are worth using 1 GA pants? I mean, it's just all depending on your individual character. The answer is it depends. Like if you need rest, then yes. Deathblow Hoda, yeah. Not even heads, man. How many items do you want? Yes. There's a head. Not even another headman? Are you kidding me? Heavy-handed is more important. Heavy-handed is 6% damage, guys. Counter-offensive is 4. So heavy-handed is best. 2% better. Assuming both are always up, which they are. Like a real trigger or no? Silent chest so OP. No, this shit's pretty far. Probably not gonna get there in time. Or they don't have deeps. Good. No deeps they have. The BARB just has to one-shot it. Did that thing fall on the floor? Let me get one more. Exclamation mark teleport. It's the teleport from the Sorcerer. Not sure if it's even worth it going here again. Wait, I didn't get the bounty? Okay, then of course it's worth it. Okay, GA strength, movement speed, heavy-handed 1. Could have fucking 2, dude. Big blast. Where are you watching? Exclamation mark leaderboard. It's on helltides.com/pits. Just type exclamation mark leaderboard. Here's the link. Board. spreading this take. And you just get like shit on. Like you come in this area and you just get like a gazillion trillion loot. The fuck is this? Look, I just entered this area, man, and like put my entire screen full of stuff. Okay, Nostrava actually pretty decent. I think they killed where I was gone. Fuckers. How do I get in the zone? This is just a season zone. They look like this green stuff on the map. See, I just spawned another one. Right where I was. Oh, the keys here are shit. Headless again. Why is it so packed? I mean, the zones like this are always packed. Maybe it's because I'm in T4? I mean, I don't know. Why would it not be packed? Like, there's always a shitload of monsters in here. You just gotta switch zones frequently to keep getting bounties and keep getting boss spawns. Right, this just like keeps going like indefinitely. I guess that's pretty annoying. I mean, this density is pretty normal. It maybe just look as much because I have Subo maybe. Oh, this big GA item. Man, how many frogs? It's like a plague, dude. Look at this. Like all these goddamn froggles. Fucking so many of them. So much loot. Blood Nova Necro. I've rolled a neck with tides of blood. Consecrate and amplify. Ooh. Is there any GAs on any of this? I feel it also depends a lot. Another tech rune, dude. I don't think this really drops stuff. Not for me. Cap on earthquake size, 100%. No matter what they say, man, size matters. 100% is important. Size fucking matters. You want to get that 100%, man. You want to get it good. That's right. Freaking size matters. I don't feel like these are worth it. That's good, yeah, that's good. Very positive. If she says that, she's right. Hey Rob, what's up? Oh man. Especially if you want to read anything on the top shelf. Man, nice. Having a massage. Damn, dude. Materials or one-hand weapons? You get nothing here. Top builds? I mean, yeah, top build is like chill build, right? Like, I think in PoE right now, you don't even have to press any buttons. Top build. Now we can do some runs again, Mac. I'm just gonna go eat. I got 100 keys now. If we get 3 guys with 100 keys, should be fine. Right, right. I gotta eat first. Real food. It's the guy down there again. The booty has 100 keys, huh? Wait, how fucking behind is this shit? He didn't even have a head, bro. He's already dead, man. Stop killing him. Fuck, do you have 700 keys? How about some pits? You think this guy's gonna have a head? Okay, you wanna watch the tier list while I eat? Hey. It's gonna be a tier list. Man, this guy never has a head, dude. Fucking always headless. Jaw rune, there it is, guys. That's how you get jaw. Bam. Jaw ich Bär. That was actually not so hard. Purge the rod and patrol. No! They killed all my guys. Did not give me loot, I was like next to it. Fucker. Feel like I got scammed. Some druid one-shotter. Well, it was not a head guy anyways, but still. Feeling scammed. This patrol bounty, man, is just a waste of time, dude. Man, look how much stuff this just keeps spawning, dude. Sniped by druid, I think so. Okay, now this patrol guy wants to be here. The freaking druid sniped it away in front of my eyes, man. Yeah, I think never do this patrol bounty, man. Looks like the biggest waste of time. Okay. Eventually this guy is gonna spawn. Okay, friends, I'm gonna eat some food real quick. I'll be back in like 10-15. Oh, he's headless again. Unlucky. Then we can play some more pits, whoever wants to. Cause pits for the win. Right. Jarun? Jarul. Okay. Jarun with an H. Jar. Huh. What is this? Bad. How's this? Bad. I've not. College song U-Bahn, I didn't. Okay guys, we'll be right back. Not press yes. This is the list, boys. BRB. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. Today, Season 7 is 1 week old, and in this video we want to go over the top builds for each class and how they rank and compare to the tier list that we've made a week ago here, just when the game launched. So there has been a lot of people that have all been blasting pits. However, not every class has been pushing the pit leaderboards as much, and we're also going to take this at least a little bit into consideration, at least on the meta class, on the non-meta classes. However, there's already been a ton of builds that did basically 150, and right now there is the Necromancer here. There's sorry, I meant a ton of clears, not a ton of builds. And this is coming in at number 1, the Necromancer with the Blood Wave has already done an 8-minute clear here from Mekuna, and this is the strongest build by far, as expected before the season launched. As we've seen on the PTR, this build is hitting for trillions and trillions of damage. You guys can kind of see here. The numbers are absolutely cooked, like 38, 40 trillion. I've seen numbers up to 100 trillion here from Mekuna, who did an 8-minute clear. It's basically going to be a speed run, just like a spiritborn. It's going to be probably below like 4 minutes going forward on this clear times. And yeah, this is just the Necromancer. The planners and stuff are also going to be linked in the tier list. But basically, you're just spamming your Blood Wave and you're stacking overpower damage. And this has been the strongest build of the season, highest DPS. However, it's not really that nice for speed running. It's not really that fast because you're still a necro, you know, you still have to like walk usually. You don't really have any like good way of going forward. But if you want to kill bosses, or if you just want to completely and absolutely one-shot stuff, the Necromancer is your pick. The strongest class of the season by far. No other class has even done 150. No other build has done 150. But there's already about 10, 20, 150 necro clears. Like if your goal is to do 150, unfortunately there's no reward for it, but if your goal is to do 150, the Necromancer with the Blood Wave, this is your play. Coming in at number 2, and this might be a bit surprising right now as the pit leaderboards stand, is our favorite class, the Barbarian. So they have been buffing the Earthquakes quite a lot, and the Earthquakes are super strong. We have been blasting some speeds with the Spin to Win Whirlwind Barb with a new teleport setup, but there's also a good push variant, despite there being multiple bugs with the chest, some of which have been fixed and some of which have not been fixed, which would make the Barbarian even stronger if these bugs are gonna be fixed. This is a clear here from Beat Dropper, who's already dropped the beat on 147, and I think it's only a matter of time before you know, the first Barbarian here will clear the 150. However, this is right now a big outlier. There's not really many people that playing this high, because there's also, like, you know, like these bugs where your explosions don't do earthquakes. So the playstyle is kind of weird, where you basically have to like let your earthquakes run for a certain time and then only explode them at the very last second, because there's also another bug going on where the earthquake is basically doing the total dot damage even if you blow up the earthquake at the last second. So this is like a positive bug that affects the build, and then there's like a bunch of negative bugs where duration doesn't work and the damage multipliers don't work on the explosions and stuff. So there's like a lot of like weird interactions with this build. However, if you have this specific playstyle, you can still blow up your earthquakes basically at the very last second before they run out and still deal some tremendous damage. And the Barbarian here, surprisingly, I had them like kind of on pair with the Druid, but right now they are a lot higher than the Druid. So this is 147 clear. And then the Druid here, coming in at number 3, Druid is eating good with Cataclysm. And I think in the end, the Druid is also going to clear 150. He might even do it before the Barbarian. However, right now, the Barbarian is a higher pit clear than the Cataclysm Druid. But the Cataclysm Druid is literally like the Zeus, the God King himself here in the pits. This is a clear from Delphix, doing 145, so like right around the Barb level. And I think the Druid overall is going to have an easier time clearing the 150 than the Barb will have, but they are roughly on the same power level. And this is with the Cataclysm, and this one is using like all kinds of different snapshots. Like you're basically snapshotting guaranteed crit, and you're snapshotting guaranteed overpower over the entire Cataclysm duration, and you keep this snapshot by recasting your Cataclysm. You never let it go, and yeah, the snapshotting has been a big mechanic on the druids, also on the hurricane druids for a long time. So you basically overpower on every hit because you have a snapshot, and with this you can beat speed runs like crazy. You can just like cataclysm snapshot and then just run through like a pit 100 and clear it extremely fast, just like the Barbarian with whirlwind earthquakes, and also have a very strong 150 build. So this is like another cool recommendation for the season. A very, very strong build, extremely powerful. And yeah, the Druid is definitely eating good. Coming in at number 4 is the Rogue. And the Rogue has a lot of strong builds. However, it doesn't really have any like really strong builds. I feel like the Rogue is like probably one of the most balanced classes. But you know, it's not really OP or anything. So I think the highest clear right now is like 130, which puts it like very solid in the middle. Like more leaning like towards a bit of the bottom pack. So Rogue is not as strong as some other people expected here this season. However, it's still a very solid class. And the Rain of Arrow build here looks pretty amazing. You can kind of see here like you're just raining the arrows from the sky. You also have like a perma teleport. So Rogue is for sure a fun class, just not really as powerful this season as the Druid, the Barb, and definitely not as the Necromancer, because like you see here, you're lucky if you're hitting for a few billion. Thanks. While yeah, the Necros and the Barbs and the Druids, they're hitting for trillions, right? So the old Barbarian man is the new trillion. So you gotta be blasting, but it still looks pretty cool. It's a fun playstyle, and you can also do some speeds. However, it's not gonna come close to like the top 3 picks here. But it's pretty cool, and there's also a lot of other cool builds on the Rogue that you can like do like some solid clears with. However, I don't think that Rogue, unless there's like some game-breaking bug, is gonna come anywhere close to 150. Maybe they're gonna cap out on like 140. While I think the other 3 will definitely gonna be clearing 150. However, this is a cool build, and you can definitely play it. And then coming in at the second to last place, at least right now according to leaderboards, is the Sorcerer. So I initially had this on last place. And I think if people stop sleeping on Spiritborn, the Sorcerer is going to end up in the last place. We will see, however. There's some cool new builds on the Sorc. However, they all lack quite some DPS. Sorcerer is still like one of the fastest classes though. And right now, there's a clear here from Puffet on YouTube. That is basically using like a Shatter version, like, you know, all the top clears. This is 128, the highest Sorc clear that we could find. Are using Shatter. Like Shatter is still like double dipping. It's like affecting your multipliers. So this pretty much the only hope that Sorcerer have of clearing something high. But you can see the Sorcerer here is hitting for a few billions, and that is just enough to clear the 128. It's a pretty decent clear, and I still wish in the future that they significantly increase some of the power on Sorc rather than nerfing it, and also fix the double dipping with Shatter. This has been plaguing the Sorcerer class for like 3-4 seasons now, where every top build always has to like use Shatter, and you can basically never kill a single target because Shatter is bugged and just does, you know, applies all your multipliers like multiple times, dealing in ridiculous AoE damage and basically having no single target damage. And yeah, but still, Sorcerer is one of the fastest classes, and I think it's still a ton of fun to play. Just throughout the general game, if you want to play T4, you know, some low-level content, Sorcerer is definitely the fastest, and frankly also a super cool class. I really enjoy like the fast playstyle with teleport and stuff. We have it now in other classes with the Jar Rune as well, that I can really recommend the teleport Barb. Somewhat feeling like a Sorc because you can teleport. However, the real thing is on the Sorc, where you also almost have no cooldown. And then, yeah, right now, that leaves us with the Spiritborn here on the last place, sadly. Like, Spiritborn was the strongest class by far in the last season when it released. However, it has been nerfed like crazy. Kapaleka has been nerfed like ridiculous amounts. And also the current, or like many of the interactions and bugs have been completely fixed. And this, to my surprise, a little bit, leaves Spiritborn on the last place here. There's a video here from Robert Gaming clearing just 120. This is the highest pick clear we can find here with a Poison Seeker build. Now, this build actually looks pretty cool. Like, you're calling like this eagle, and it's like blasting down your enemies. You know, it's like doing like some big AoE damage. You see here, basically destroys everything. But the real problem with this build, I think, is the single target damage. And I'm kind of feeling bad for some people that bought the Vessel of Hatred $30 Spiritborn this season, because like the Spiritborn is like really like the end of the pack here combined with the Sorcerer. And maybe they overdid it a bit with the nerf to the Spiritborn. It used to be also one of my favorite classes to play. Like last season, it felt really smooth, and I think it can still feel very smooth. However, it just needs a bit more. I mean, you're just watching the boss here in the end, and this is like some despair feeling, like how the Spiritborn is trying to struggle here to clear 120 boss. Just for reference, guys, the strongest build, the Necromancer, he casts 1 Blood Wave. Just 1 Blood Wave. And this boss would be one shot. And the Spiritborn is struggling to kill this boss here for 5 minutes straight. So, yeah, single target, and just in general, I think the Spiritborn has been, over nerfed a little bit, at least in my opinion. And we'll see what's going to happen. We have the mid-season patch, hopefully, with some good changes. I mean, obviously, it's going to be like still a month until that. The season just launched. But I'm looking forward to that. And we also have the full leaderboard here on helltides.com. I'm also going to put that below. And here you can see all the videos of all the people here with all the clears and all the times. And you can kind of see here how many Necromancers are already blasting in 150. Like, there's already like 11 people that did 150 on the Necromancer. So the Necromancer is clearly a lot stronger than all the others. If you're just looking at Barbarian, for example, there's only like 3 people that even did 140 plus. And I think the Druid in the end might overtake the Barbs a bit. There's also 3 Druids that did 140 plus. And I think it's going to be a bit easier to do 150 on the Druid. So we go back to my tier list. I have not changed anything on this tier list yet. This is the tier list, how we predicted it, just based on the PTR and based on our testing. So this was our original class prediction. Necro number 1, Druid and Barb kind of shared number 2, Spiritborn number 3, Rogue number 5, Sorc number 6. And if you're just going by the leaderboards, so we were right on the Necromancer, we were kind of right on Barb Druid, like sharing, the rank 2. I still think Druid is going to have the edge, but right now Barb has the edge, at least on leaderboards. And then the Rogue and the Sorc kind of overtook the Spiritborn, and this was a bit surprising to me. I thought the Spiritborn would be a little bit stronger. I mean, I never say it was a good class. It didn't have any S-tier builds. However, maybe it's also the case is that people are just sleeping on Spiritborn, and they have just been, like people have played Spiritborn so much last season that, I mean, I don't know, maybe many of the top players are not playing Spiritborn this season when it's like so much weaker, right? So maybe it's a bit underrepresented, and I think the Spiritborn will overtake the Sorcerer ultimately, but maybe it won't. So we'll see how all that is going to turn out, but that's been the tier list for now, guys. We'll probably keep another update like maybe a month in the season, but yeah, if you want to play the strongest, the most powerful build, make a Necromancer. If you want to do some cool speedruns and have some fun, you can play either the Spin to Win Barbarian, or you can play the Cataclysm Druid. I'm not really like recommending, unless you just really want to play those classes, like the other 3, there's like a significant power gap, because you can see here, Rogue, Sorcerer, Spiritborn, like they are max 130, while all the other classes, they are doing like, the difference between 130 and 145 is like at least 5x. Comparing it to the Necro, like the Necro does like almost 100 times more damage than the Spiritborn right now. So we kind of have it shifted, right? Like last season, the Spiritborn did 100 million times more damage than the other classes. And right now we have kind of the Necro, at least if you compare it to like Sorcerer, Spiritborn, doing like more than 100 times more damage than these classes. So class balance still remains something to constantly be looked at. And I hope we're going to get some, like a little bit better balance here in terms of like, maybe throwing a bone to the 3 weakest classes rather than nerfing the top. So like, I don't know, like maybe at least for Spiritborn and Sorcerer, it would be cool to see, some positive changes here, making the builds just feel a little more cool and a little more fun. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know what your favorite class is to play this season. For me, it's definitely the Barbarian. Barbarian coming. Barb is awesome, guys. I'm going to show you the Barb because I'm still eating. I'm almost done though. So this is the teleport setup I've been playing. In 5 minutes, I'll be here. Wow, way too crazy. Well, I just teleport on the enemies, man. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. We have a new and slightly improved speed setup for the Barbarian. We're rocking now the Jar rune here, and in particular Bug Jar. And this allows your Barbarian to teleport. And they also buffed the Jar rune, requiring much less offering, allowing for pretty frequent teleport. Like look how often times I'm able to teleport here when I'm just like playing normally. We're playing the Whirlwind Barb, the planner is also below, and there's not many changes you have to do, but this build is extremely fast, and it's also much faster now in the pits, we are like constantly rocking 1 minute runs in the pits right now. Given this is low pit, but low pit is the key to farm Paragon, to farm items, to do glyph ups, and all this kinds of stuff here. And that's basically what we're rocking right now, and that's what this build allows you to do. Furthermore, you can also teleport like around some of the gaps here that you can see. So you'll be able to teleport like from down here all the way to up here, and you can basically skip, and I'll show this to you in some footage, some of the gaps in the pit run and just basically jump over walls. There's some pretty crazy teleports you can do, and this is basically the entire setup that I'm playing here right now. So I'm just going to showcase you how it's looking. So the main principle is we just walk, and then you see this bar here goes up and we can teleport, right? And we can also spin, and as this counts as moving, and then teleport, and basically keep spinning as we teleport. So we spin, teleport, and then we just keep spinning, and you know, then we teleport again. It's super simple and super efficient, and you can make up for the missing crit chance because we now dropped the Gar rune. Instead, we are now rocking the Hex specialization, and you see this gives me 20 crit chance. And if you go to the stats, and if you're using like the right items, you already have like about 80 crit chance is all you need. I even have 6 overkill at the moment. You can also use the crit chance elixir here just in case you need more crit chance. And with that, you still get the max crit, and the Hex is always up. So we have Piranado, we have Aura Specialization, Aura of Siphoning, Hex of Whispers, Soul Harvest that you can snapshot. I made a video about that. And the Hex Specialization here. Being extremely powerful and still guaranteeing all the crit. And this is the gear I'm rocking right now. So we have Harlequin's Crest, big cooldown. We have the Mantle of the Mountain's Fury. We do not explode our Earthquakes, but we do big double damage with it. We have the Fist of Fate. This is also insane DPS and also big crit chance. Then we have the Era's Baron. This one fixes all your rest problems and also gives you the permanent 9 seconds on Call of the Ancients. Then we have the Concussive Strikes here. This is a nice combination with Fist of Fate for some extra damage. You just want to make sure that you have a 200 movement speed when you're buffed. And since you get unhindered from your Occult Gem here, the Unhindered, you do not get a movement speed penalty when you spin. So you can see here, all you need is 200 movement speed basically, and we are using Rallying Cry and War Cry to get that. So when you press both of these buttons, you should have 200 movement speed, and then even if you spin, you still have 200% movement speed, and then on top of all this, you can like teleport around and basically like cause destruction. And if you run out of Fury, you just press Ground Stomp. And you can also overstack your teleport. You see, you can get 2 teleports in a row. If you do here, and then boom, like you see, I get 2 teleports because now the Jar rune stores excessive offering to then cause another teleport. So it's pretty wild. So you see here, boom, teleport, boom, teleport. So that's 2 teleports in a row. Freaking cool, man. And this really helps you navigate in the pit. I'll show you some blast runs. Then we're rocking Earthquakes here still. We are rocking the Overpower Strength scaling. We are rocking Vehement here because we constantly keep spamming our ultimate. Then we have the Fissures, we have the Starless Sky, we have Bolt's Chieftain, this is for the shouts. And then we have the Bull Katos here with big points in strength. Expertise, we are playing X, and we are playing the Polearm here with Whirlwind. Skill trees looking like this. So basically just Whirlwind here with Slash, that's why we use the Polearm, we apply the bleed. We have defensive stuff, we have triple war cry, we have battle fever, so this basically allows you ground stomp, makes enemies vulnerable, and also gives you berserking, really cool combination. Then we have all the DPS multipliers, all the toughness multipliers. Since we are playing a two-hander, we can play heavy-handed, then heavy hitter, big time damage, Call of the Ancients, and unconstrained. Paragon board right now looks like this. I'm probably still gonna like improve a bit here. So right now I put a lot of decks, but I don't need it. And we're gonna put that down here. So we have a Territorial in the starter board, then we have Challenger in Decimator, we have Force of Nature with Marshal, we have Blood Rage. You wanna make sure that these are all maxed with Rumble, and we have Weapons Master. And here I get the question a lot. We do not switch weapons, we just use it for the multiplier with Exploit. And if you feel like you're lacking a Fury, you can simply exchange the Exploit with Wrath and get extra Fury, if that's still necessary. However, I just recommend you have 1 Fury roll on the weapon, and then together with some of your Paragon rolls, like that's completely fine. And we are completely good on all of that. yeah, that's pretty much the setup, guys. Hope you enjoy. There's going to be some cool gameplay, and you can really navigate the runs and especially the pits very well with all this, with all these speed possibilities here that you get. So we just run around, we blast, and we get a ton of extra stuff. We get the slay, and yeah, just get all the stuff basically. Get the whispers and speed farm the game. Have fun, enjoy. I think, I don't know, Herbst, if you are playing with Jarun yet, but I think it might also be very good on the Necro. I don't know if you have it yet. Could try, I guess. Maybe you already play it. They buffed it a lot. Especially with Buck. Those packs are just gonna walk into earthquakes anyways. Boom, dude. Into like 1 minute runs. Could probably do this almost on every character, guys. Jarun for the win, dude. Let's go, man. Just teleport. Don't just walk, bloop, teleport. And win. Yeah, that's a lot. Well, I just teleport on the enemies, man. Just snipe him, bro. Yeah, I can just like teleport and then ground stomp on them. Such a cool strategy. It's like super fast. Boom. Teleport's lit, dude. It sure is, man. See, we just do the snapshot correctly though in the start. Alright, guys. We're so back. This is the video here. Teleport Barb. LFG. Who wants to log in, guys? Who wants to play? I got some good food in me. We have some energy. Bam. Thanks for the prime Jax. Much appreciated. The Barb is using Temporalysis. Yeah, he sure is, man. Easy Temporalysis. Okay, anyone wants to play? Any pit blasters? Bring 100 keys or more. What the fuck is this Discord thingy? Immer gut unterhalten hier, ey. Dankeschön für die netten Worte. I'm ready in 5, Rob. Alright. I want to see some rogue. Yeah, let's do some rogue. Why not? You think you can one-shot shit? I just need someone to open and kill. So the main thing, guys, you just gotta be fast with opening and closing. I need to salvage this. Would I add like none? Elixir off. You got good build? Nice. Yeah, that's looking good, man. Okay, let's go. 95. Now we're full, we're full. We have Mac coming and we have Rogue coming. Actually, my friend is full, huh? Okay, Silent, you open blast. Go. No slack. I gotta do 2 more levels. 4 hours, 2 levels. 4 AM. We're done. Trust me, bro. Yo, guys, we gotta teleport, man. Did this Raw get a request? Jesus. Good job, good job, good job. Does this work? I hope so. Okay, LFG guys. Let's fucking go. Okay, just gotta be fast with accepting. Dark Force, you gotta be fast, yes? Fast. Gehen Sie nicht über los, kassieren Sie keine 200 € ein. Town time needs to be 0. I'm digging this music. No town time. Oh shit. I mean, dying is whatever. Oh my god. Fucked up my TP. 2k stones, man. Better put them to some use. A ancestral mace. Okay, let's see what the rogue can do. A Dark Force, you gotta go accept fast. Yo. That's good. Prefer Horse and Helltide. Dann ja, bin mal Horde, buddy. Oh, nice. Yeah, we can do some runs, Mr. Masterwork, next days. I mean, Hordes is pretty chill. I'm pretty much mainly focused on rushing. Always doing something. Hell yeah, man. Stick around in the stream. Sounds good. Someone is still not accepting instantly. Ah, we're fine. We're going ham. Gonna roll Bob tomorrow. Already all the cultist gems. Hey, let's go. TZ gods. Hydrate. Hey, cheers, man. Now the new jewels are not necessary. They're just nice to have, you know. I really hope they're fixing Hoda at some point. ARI pretty decent. 500 Barbarian. That's crazy. So you're feeling strong on that Rogue? I want to actually try to see the Rogue in action. Rain of arrows, one-shotting stuff. I feel it's just hard, like, to deal damage with moving builds while dealing damage. Oh, figured out all the dead ends. Main rogue every season, nice. I think rogue is like super balanced class. It's not like it has like many strong builds, but it doesn't really have like one completely OP build, right? It's just like solid builds throughout the board on rogue. So that's very solid class overall. I mean, okay, we can all drink season potion. Let's all drink one of this. We're gonna get many altars. I drank it. Glock, 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 glock. And then we doubled it, boys. I can't believe I farmed 100 keys. Fucking out of keys, dude. Always a good season. Jack of all trades, kinda, yeah. And very, very many, very good builds. I think Rogue has been like solid, like class, like throughout the board. On other classes, like on BARB, for example, it's either complete shit or it's like pretty strong. And Sorg just pretty much the same. Season 4 but was so fucking good. Oh yeah. I mean, we definitely had some cool strong builds on top. That's true 100%. Man, Dark Force already made 3 levels. It's crazy. Number 1 Berlin guide. Let's go. That was some time ago, man. Freaking TwitchCon, right? Shame they kneecapped gushing wounds, yeah. Yeah, gushing wounds was really cool. And they did buff it again a little bit, right? Like recently. Did freaking fail my teleport somehow? Best Sorc build this season? Oh, you can check exclamation mark tier list. It's like a shatter build. And shatter they shall. They added a lot of nerfs for barbs after the expansion. Yeah. Go. What is gonna be that cross? Okay, guys, come on. What's up? Guys, please just accept fast. That's the main key. It's like half taunt time, half run. That's why I like to play like 2-player. Because that time is like significantly reduced. You always know in 2-player who's not accepting. At least. Yeah, it's true. I just fucking love Warwick, man. Warwick with artillery still feels like so fucking giga good. That's insane. Fuck that helm. 1 GA unique could only be ugly bastard, but then I have Paragon already. That was good. Maybe even a bit faster. Gem fragments is the real grind. I feel like it's kind of fine. You just do the new season, the Witch Tide zone. I don't think it takes that long. But yeah, I kind of like it though that some stuff you don't get in day one. Yeah, it's a bit of a grind, but I think that's fine. Wow. We got like a double dead end here. My barb nearly
Is
5k.
Hoda fixed yet?
Hoda not fixed, no. Still bugged. Still bugged, boys. Even top barb builds, no Hoda. I mean, no Hoda with the chest combination. You like I keep saying it, guys. You explode your earthquakes, you are losing damage. It's bugged. Does not work properly. and you explode your earthquakes, you are scuffing yourself very much. Yeah, I feel like hordes is not a good way to farm the fragments. Yeah, lead build's pretty decent. 94. Let's go. Chop. I mean, you can play leap just the same. Need to fix this. I think we can make 2 levels in 4-ish. Oh. Unlucky. Okay, so you're talking about this leap build that I just put in the planner, right? Let me just check so we talk about the same thing. I'll definitely want to bump this one. Oh, you're talking about this one, yes? That's the build? You can play this. I haven't tried, but it's pretty decent. It's from Alaldi. Gotta try. In the end. How do you blink? Exclamation mark teleport. We're using the jar rune. We are stealing the sorcerer's teleport ability. Just yoink. Steal it. Sneak it. No. This is the command here. Teddy. Tally, blink, whatever you wanna say. Hoda is not fixed, guys. I will make a video when they fix it. No, it's not fixed. I kind of wish. How do you farm runes? You can do the Undercity or Uber bosses. Those two will both yield decent amount of runes. Do you enjoy Citadel? Yeah, like the first time I did it, I really enjoyed it, but I don't think it has a lot of replayability. You know, you do it once, it's kind of cool. Maybe you do it twice, 3 times, but then after like the 4th, 5th time, it gets kind of boring. I don't think the replayability is there. Not fully, anyway. You know what I mean? Endgame farming, D4, PoE. I think they both need to improve on the endgame. But PoE is early access. I think endgame needs to be expanded in both games. And I think there's a lot of content missing in PoE particularly. Many mechanics. Yeah, PoE needs to do something with melee, I agree. Well, at least with Warrior, and they've already said this themselves, they're gonna look at the, you know, the Warrior, like, slow-ish attack speed animations and a lot of those things. Right, they already did say that. Oh, we can discuss some stuff in a bit. PoE gets a new boss every season. I mean, the PoE boss fights are really well done. I think a PoE, especially Act 1, is like a masterpiece. The atmosphere, like the different bosses, the progression of PoE Act 1 is crazy, man. It really is fucking great. I legit do not think what they could do better in Act 1 PoE. It's fucking crazy. Hey, Oogie! Thank you so much for the raid. Yo guys, big hardcore blaster. And recently, also a little bit of a softcore blaster. Oogie Boogie, my friends. Also, Oogie, how is the D3 going? Are you gonna start in 2 days? Or 3 days? D3, 48 hours, Oogie Boogie, blast. That the play? Act 1 PoE is my favorite act in any ARPG ever. Yeah, I agree. I think I would even go as far as to say Act 1 PoE, if they could have kept that level going through Act 2 and Act 3, it would have been as good as a story as Diablo 2. Well, not story, but you know, like playing through the acts, like the feeling. I'm not really much about the lore. The D2 story is amazing, of course. Yeah, D3 lock in, man. Alright, alright. That sounds good. We are blasting the teleport barb right now for everybody who just came in. This is like a barbarian that's stealing the sorcerer's teleport away. And we can basically blast 1 minute runs like this by just spinning and porting like constantly. It's very strong, very cool build. Like we just leave earthquakes in the back, and monsters run in the earthquakes while we teleport and like just blast, 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 blast. If you watched Ben's video, I've not. Yeah, we could watch some videos while we play, if you guys want. I can set it up so we make like a display capture. A window capture. I've seen some people tweet about Ben's video. They said it was very based. Based PoE review. Woody also put out a video about his opinion about D4. I'm very curious. I haven't seen that either. But I think I would start with the D4 video. No? How long is Ben's video? Well, D3 is gonna be fun, man, for a weekend. Hell yeah. Crucible season. That's even where Whirlwind Barb is like somewhat viable at least, right, Oogie? I think Whirlwind Barb's gonna be kinda okay. You see.
Hi everyone, Season 7 has been up.
This is Woody's video. Ben PoE 2. 16 minutes. Barb will be fine. Hell yeah. But what's the Barb meta? It's like fucking Reika Hodo or some bullshit, no? I hate that. What about good old Whirlwind Barb? It's maybe like 14 minutes, 150 with like pixel pulling the entire map with Whirlwind. Yeah, I can't say I'm a big fan. Not of that meta. Doesn't get much, but you can play it. Yeah, it sounds like it's shit. Like in other words, it sucks. Doesn't get much, it's playable. I just go ahead and say it's shit. No need to sugarcoat. You can play it, it's like synonym for it's shit. Nah, DOK just links DPS. No deeps. Can you link the build? Exclamation mark teller. Port. Oh, I'll link it here. Right here. I'll also link it on YouTube. Leave a like, leave a comment. I just made that video. Okay, let me see if I can set this up. So I gotta like right click, add. What do we need to add? Browser T. Will this work?
Heute geben wir der Steckrübe ein...
What the fuck? Nope. What the fuck, where's the Steckrübe? That's not how it works. Why was there like a fucking ad playing in there? Before you continue to YouTube, what the fuck? Order Uber Eats. Heute essen wir eine Steckrübe. And that guy like blasted in full on like loud German language. Ah, die gute Steckrübe, ey. Should we do a Talent Druid video? Fuck, man. How the fuck do I do this? Why do I need to put in OBS? Well, this is not the right thing. Yeah. I mean, it's not far. You can always play. We're just waiting for new content in PoE. We played like, what, 350 hours? Pow? It's not like crazy amounts. People just always make the comparisons, right? Naturally. I mean, zooming with teleport bob's fun though. Okay, so I can just delete this. What do I need to add to make it work? Add. It's like uploading you, or it's like loading YouTube, but as like an incognito window or some bullshit. Ist immer Reklame, Mann, ich sag's dir. Oh god. That should have been left up for the druid to clean. Oh, he potted on me. Very nice. I am the Trident. Okay, select a window. Wait. I think I can do it. Which one do we want to watch, guys? Oh, these are all separate windows. Wait. Okay, so I need to close all this shit. Oh my god, man. How many links do you want? Yes. There's this. Which one, guys? Woody made a video. This about the Diablo and this about PoE. Which one do you want to watch? We'll stop the music. I think since we're playing D4, I want to hear what Woody says. Because he's been playing quite a bit. I respect his opinion. Curious. Yeah, maybe both. Okay, let me see. I need to see if we can set up the browser capture while we play. So... add... do we put it on the top, guys?
Out for just about a week now.
Okay, this should work, right?
Hi everyone, Season 7 has been out for just about a week.
Okay, this is gonna be the video here from Woody. Just about a week now. I'll link it here.
Week now, and as you can imagine, probably I've been
Voice good?
blasting pretty hard. I'm Paragon 260 something in hardcore.
Okay, this works.
Made a rogue, made a spiritborn. I generally had a pretty good time, but there is also a lot of stuff to talk about in terms of just observations, feedback that I have and that I have gathered from other people playing the game alongside me, coming to my Twitch chat or my YouTube chat, in my YouTube comments, and so on. And of course, with PoE 2 out,
I knew it,
our
you would say.
expectations might have shifted a little bit as well from what we expect from Diablo.
We always expect
I want
better.
to go through that a little bit. I have gathered a few points that I want to discuss here. My state of Season 7 / feedback video here.
Where the fuck is the
So
altar?
the topics I want to go through are the season theme itself, of course. We have finally gotten a season theme again that actually does something, which is somewhat of a novelty compared to the last like 3 seasons.
That's true.
Then the content itself, I
Oh,
want to talk
altar.
about, you know, just like where everything fits in and what I think could be improved.
It's one more
Of course,
voice.
the balance between classes, builds, the different types of content and the progression that we have here as we go through the game and actually experience that type of content. And lastly, I do have my own wish list here. So I will try to keep this as brief as possible, but I would also really like to hear some of your own thoughts or how you agree or disagree with certain points I make here. Before we go,
And we just talked about the class balance. That the Necromancer, right now, like we're going on Hell Tides. The freaking Necromancer is probably like 100 times stronger than the Spiritborn. And so on and so on. So the balance, man, still needs some work, I should say, and I would say.
to continue with the video, I want to give a shout out to today's sponsor, boot.dev. They've created a platform that makes it easier than ever
go.
to get into programming and polish your skills. They believe that the easiest way to learn code is to make sure that you're never bored, and this is why they have designed their courses to feel more like a game and less like a chore.
Class
The
balance
only
is
way to
intentional?
really get into programming is
I don't know.
to get your hands busy and write a ton of code, and this is exactly what the tasks allow you to do without ever feeling like you're getting stuck, because they have tons of tools to help you out. In these courses, you're going to learn backend programming from start to finish in the Python and Go languages. You can earn
Quest
XP,
complete.
levels, achievements, and even get on a global leaderboard if you want to get
Dude, man, people are just grinding their coding on boot.dev.
real competitive. And if you ever get stuck, you have Boots, the bear wizard AI that helps you out and understand the problem so that you can find a solution. The
been
courses
grinding.
at boot.dev are designed to go deep, teach you the fundamentals, and make you build your first projects. Compared to attending a university course, boot.dev is a way cheaper solution and allows you the flexibility of doing it all at your
Been
own
ranked
pace
1 on
and from home.
boot.dev for
They
5
offer
weeks.
both a monthly and annual subscription, and you can cancel
Hashtag
in the
W
first
ad.
30 days, no questions asked. So if you really want to learn coding and that convinces you, then go check out boot.dev with the link in the description or the pinned comment below. And
a big
you get
grind,
25% off your first payment to boot.dev by clicking that link or using my code. And now let's go back to the video. Now let's talk about the season theme. So this is kind of like the big thing, I guess, for season 7. We got the witch powers. They are very reminiscent of a combination between the malignant hearts from season 1 and the vampire powers from season 2. But I guess they do have some nice twists. They are definitely more elegant.
I like this season a lot, actually.
And a little more sophisticated.
I do.
In season 2, for example, of the vampire powers, you just chose 5 of them, whatever you wanted, and that was pretty much it. There was not really like combo potential, and now you actually have to think about, okay, how many of the same powers do you have? How do they synergize together? How does that go with the occult gems that you choose? So I think in general they have done a relatively good job at kind of like making something new and fresh, even though it looks fairly similar.
Also,
compared
the
to what we
upgrade
had.
menu is so much
Now,
better.
obviously, it is somewhat uninspired because it's basically just taking a bunch of Witch Doctor stuff from Diablo 3.
I don't
and
really
then,
mind that,
you know,
personally.
Bringing back 2 season themes together that we already had, kind of. So I would have definitely liked to see something a bit more fresh and novel.
More creative.
But I guess overall the season has been relatively well accepted, at least for the theme. So I don't really hear a lot of complaints outside of, okay, a few things are a little bit buggy or something.
Agreed.
And yeah, there were like some fixes that had to do with some of the powers. But overall, I think the witch powers definitely do add something interesting to the game. Now, that is another point I want to discuss later, which is also the power creep that comes with that. Of course, we didn't have any borrowed power themes lately, and now we do, on top of getting a multitude of buffs for all builds everywhere. So it seems kind of strange.
I don't know how you guys feel about having like a dedicated season theme that gives you power and makes your character stronger and also changes the way you play the game. For example, with the Piranado power. I think we have this a lot, where this adds like a unique effect, like a pulling effect to your build. And I think that's really good. And there was like a hardcore thing that you get one shot on, right? I've seen that. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, obviously this kind of stuff sucks. But in general, they improved the UI menu like a ton, man. Remember in season 2, it was like a pain in the ass, like to upgrade your powers and stuff. Like now you just press F and you win. That's really good.
To me, that such a borrowed power theme comes with an overall buff to basically everything in the game. I feel like that should be either one or the other and not both at the same time, because you also see that, you know, things are getting really out of hand, but more on that.
100 trillion damage.
I want to talk about the gems. So one thing that I hear a lot is that people just can't really get their gems crafted. It takes so many fragments to craft, and you need to find the skulls, and people just found the headhunts like all day long. It also took me, I don't know, 30 hours plus.
But they
or
buffed
so
it since
of
then.
Farming headhunts, at least pre-buff, before they actually
doubled it.
raised the rot income lately. To even get like most of my stuff kind of in a
Twilight
good
modes.
shape and have the stuff that I actually wanted. So I think that's a kind of long grind for just the season theme. I think it's maybe okay to kind of like, you know, have something really powerful locked behind.
Do
such
you
a long
guys
grind,
think
but
it takes
feels
too long?
Also weird that people can't even like really finish their build or even like, you know, have like a.
I mean, these powers, I feel, are like quite a bit optional. Like they do change your build in a way, but they're still optional. And I don't mind to at least like spend like 20 hours or something to finish the season. Like I feel like a lot of people just want to be done. People want to be done like with everything in like 10 hours, and then what you're gonna do after that? You just quit the game. Like there's nothing else to do if you're like done instantly. Okay. If you're just talking gem fragments, I could see them buff that. I agree with that part. But I feel like, especially after they buffed it, like the Redless Rod and all this stuff, I think it's a fair grind, guys. Like, the problem is if they make it all easier, well, then you're done in a week and then there's nothing else to do, you know? I hear the grief with the gem fragments. I don't know why they really nerfed it. I felt like the Infernal Hordes was such a nice way to get the fragments, but that has been nerfed. I feel like they could just revert the Infernal Hordes to drop like a few more fragments, and then we'll be kind of fine. And then there would also be a pretty good reason to do the Infernal Hordes again. Because right now I don't feel that there is really. Like Infernal Hordes is like kind of there, but what do you do really there? It's like it's decent for a lot of things, but not really good for anything. The people who say it takes too long are the same people that complain after 2 days they have nothing to do. I mean, there's definitely an overlap sometimes there. But yeah. The gem fragments, I definitely feel like there's a point there. Okay, guys, come on, accept. The best gem fragment right now, I think it's just doing headhunts. That's it.
A certain important combo online up to that point. We also have, for example, the Forgotten Altars that I hear people complain about in my chat all day. They can't find those altars. I hear people actually like
just do pits,
selling
bro.
Spots for their party. When
200 million gold.
So that people can go and click the altar so they get their powers.
200 million.
Maybe that was a little bit on the stingy side, I guess, with people just not being able to get it. On the other hand, yeah, it is kind of refreshing to see that it is actually something to work towards compared to pretty much most of the rest of the game.
And it's completely optional to max those
you just
powers.
kind of get the character online super fast and easily these days. Now, the headhunt zones. I think they are actually relatively well designed. So whispers have been kind of on the back burner for most people, and I think the new headhunt zones make them relatively interesting at least. There's a lot of juice there. Usually we used to do that in Hell Tides lately, and before that it was just kind of like random whisper farming, but I don't think many people really used to do that before the Hell Tides got so buffed lately. And now we have this, and it is definitely nice to do some whisper farming. I think maybe we're doing a bit too much for my taste. I would rather see...
I just feel right now, like with these zones in the game, it removes all the incentive to do a Hell Tide though. That was really fast. This is somebody died.
More instance content, more different types of content, and the whispers also get somewhat repetitive, but I think overall they are well designed, and I would like to see, you know, something of the season theme like kind of stick around in the future with, for example, you know,
that would be cool.
Revamped whispers across the board. We have seen that, for example.
Hope they bring back Abator of Z as well.
Later in season 4, when
mid-season
the Helltide rework happened, that was very similar to what we had with the Blood Tide in season 2, but the season theme. I could imagine we're gonna get something like that in the future as well, with the headhunt zones maybe coming back in some form. I think right now maybe the objectives are a little bit too one-sided and too one-dimensional, and it would be nice to see just
haven't done a single Helltide there. Yeah, me neither.
Maybe also something that involves like the local events, for example, or you know, these kind of things.
Just
I
no
think
point.
generally the fact that we have like these different types of whispers that exist, for example, with world bosses and Course Undercity and the pit run and so on, it's kind of nice to like give you a little bit of an incentive to break up the farming, whatever you're doing right now, and then go do another thing at least for once, and then maybe go back to what we were doing. And I would like to see more of that, and more like kind of like open world stuff as well, that is a bit more spread out and not the same like 4 zones all the time, because you kind of see the same places all the time, you go to the same waypoints all the time. So it is a little bit like one-sided with how much we're doing those headhunt zones, but I think overall they are relatively well designed. And then we have the Raven. So I'm not talking about the Raven pet, I'm talking about the Raven where you can turn in the whispers. I think that's a very good addition, and we definitely need something like that, like, I don't know, permanently everywhere.
So I like the Raven as well, but I think a better solution would be if they can just increase this number to like 100 Grim Favors or so. Like just let us stack more than 10 Grim Favors, like 50 or 100 Grim Favors, and then we can take in, you know, like 5 times 10 at the same time, or like 10 times 10. Because it's still annoying to go to that fucking Raven. Like, just let it stack at least a little bit. So yes, the Whisper caches, they can still cost 10 Grim Favors, but why do we only have 10 max? Like, let us like have 50 to 100 Grim Favors, so we don't have to like go there like. I mean, literally in these zones, like every 5 minutes, you also gotta go to the Raven. Yes, it's less annoying, but still annoying to go to that fucking Raven. I think that would be like a very simple change as well. Like, if they remove this stuff and they remove the Ravens, at least let us stack the Grim Favors. I think that's even a better solution in the first place. And then once you have, like, I don't know, 50 Grim Favors, then you go to the tree, and then you can choose 5 bags of rewards. Something like that. But it's better than nothing.
Where kind of like I've been begging Blizzard as well to at least raise the cap of how many Grim Favors
Yes.
you can carry at once.
That one.
Because it happens so often that, you know, you go around, do some whispers, and then, you know, for example, in Helltide, right before you kill the Blood Maiden, there is some other guy spawning a Hellborn, and then that Hellborn objective completes. And then you have your full Grim Favors.
Everything
the
goes
Blood
to
Maiden
waste.
Spawns, you don't get the reward. It feels really bad.
Yep.
And I think that there needs to be some like, kind of like more permanent feature here that allows us to maybe do multiple turn-ins at once at the Tree of Whispers, for
100%.
example, or have the Raven with us, like whenever we
you
finish
don't need lucky
some
it,
Grim
no.
Favors, it just like
Wish.
flies to your side and you can turn it in or something like that. I'm not sure why this has not changed like in the last 1.5 years, but it has always bothered me. And we do
100%
run into
with Woody
situations
on this
pretty
one.
frequently. So yeah, overall, to like wrap this up here, I gotta say the season theme was probably a relatively good success, at least
think
from
so
my
too.
perspective here. It is somewhat grindy, but a lot of people are also asking for a bit more grindiness.
I think that's a
and,
thumbs up,
Why I
more
want to do
grindy.
this is something I want to go into in a second here. But yeah, I think the season theme, while very uninspired and relatively boring, considering we've already seen basically exactly the same thing in the past, I think it went relatively well. So I hope that maybe something of this will stick around. Maybe even the occult gems might be like a new type of, you know, legendary gems we will have permanently going forward, or at least, you know, something along those lines that we can work towards as like a long-term goal throughout the season, for example. Maybe those witch powers could also
Can
be
fly, yeah.
reintroduced in
The
some
raven.
form. Maybe not as, you know, items as we have seen that in the past, for example, with, you know, like the Marshan rings or, you know, some other legendary aspects that were introduced after season 1 or season 2. We already have so many items to choose from. There's a lot of pressure on every single slot on our gear. We don't need more items.
Oh yeah,
really.
crit
We
rate
don't
and
really
secondary.
need just like another, you know, buff to a certain skill or something like that. It will be very interesting to actually have these kind of like, you know, combo potential powers that are outside of the realm of the typical character progression. So I think it would be nice to maybe introduce some new permanent feature here in the future that kind of has what this witch power stuff offers. Now let's talk about the content here. So especially the, you know, just what we do outside of the headhunts. So for some people that actually have thought about, you know, not just doing whisper farming and maybe the pit, there is actually a lot of stuff in the game. So we have the Undercity, the Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, the Citadel, the Tormented Bosses.
The Citadel.
And yeah, simply there is a lot of stuff that has been introduced to the game where I feel like we don't really care that much anymore. Like personally, I've not done.
Problem is
any
there's no
Helltide.
reason
I've
to
done,
do
like,
most
one
of that
Helltide
stuff.
to get my season journey challenge done, and that was it. It's just completely pointless to farm it right now.
I haven't
feel.
even done that.
And yeah, okay, it's a different type of thing to farm. That you know, if you just kind of want to do something else, but it's not really that different anyway.
Look at this, guys. I can proudly say, okay, I have been in a Helltide, but I've never done an event in a Helltide. You see, I don't have this even. I can proudly say this season I have never been in a Helltide. Because there's just no point. I'm maybe going to do it once.
From like the headhunts, for example, you go around in the open world, you kill some stuff, and okay, there's a bit more fire raining from the sky, and there's more demons showing up. But it's effectively the same thing as headhunts when you think about it. There's like a boss that spawns sometimes, there's some whispers, you get the same stuff, and there's not really a reason to go to Helltide, I feel. So this is like one of those things where I feel it has kind of just been like, you know, supplanted by the season theme. And we need to make sure that there's not too much overlap between the different types of content. And I'd rather see something a bit more, you know, specialized in other ways, something like
Fuck, I
more
went to
out of the
that end.
ordinary. But more importantly, I think we need to have more reasons to do certain types of
Yeah,
content.
there needs to be specific
Right now, we don't really
rewards.
have much of a reason to go anywhere besides the season theme zone, and then
Pits.
yeah, maybe some bosses to get a few uniques, and the rest is just pit farming. And you know, Nightmare Dungeons, okay, you want to get a bit of Opticide, but you can also get some, you know, tributes, and you don't really need that much of it anyway. And then you have Undercity, which, yeah, okay, you have like tons of tributes that are dropping all the time, but it's generally not really rewarding. And then you have yeah, Hordes, which
Look
is
at all
just
this.
kind of really nerfed. I wouldn't really recommend Hordes for anything at this point.
Fuck, man.
And Citadel, that basically no one
Nothing
is
of
doing
this
at
is
all.
useful.
So this is kind of the stuff that we're looking at here, and I feel like we just don't really have enough reasons to go anywhere into these different types of contents. So outside of like getting something very special.
I mean, this Undercity thing, like, look, it drops, like, I don't even pick them anymore. Like, look how many I have. Like runes, boss mods. The only thing that's useful is these, and even them, like, I just rather do Duriel, I feel. The ones that I actually want is refinement, and they don't drop. Like, not even these ones. I don't know. Maybe it's just a me problem.
Like the opposite that you can get in hordes or in nightmare dungeons and the tributes. Yeah, there's not really any reason ever to go into any of those types of content.
Yep.
So I think we need a little bit more like target farming, maybe a little bit more like character like progression that we actually have some kind of player agency for. So what I mean is that maybe we could, you know, use the Undercity as a target farming tool a little bit better. That had some bugs in the past that have now been addressed, where, for example, you use like some of the tributes or the bargains and they weren't really interacting with each other. So apparently that stuff is better now, but it doesn't really incentivize me to go to Undercity and farm it over just doing more pits, for example. I can do pits and I can overall...
Especially the Citadel, man. There needs to be a reason.
I try to go to the Undercity and then get a certain thing. So one example would be to just take those boons or like the bargains that we have and just make them way more costly, for example, and also just way more impactful. You know, let me go there and, like, you know, drop 500 million gold and then get like 10 ancestral amulets or something like that. I want something to actually really go there, use the wealth I have acquired over, you know, a few dozen hours or maybe hundreds of hours, and then actually just hunt down that last elusive piece of my gear that I just...
For me, it was also... Like, we never even do any bargains because they were like bugged in the past, and I'm not sure if the bargains don't affect the run negatively right now. And I just feel like there's no point doing any of the bargains really anyways. It's just like a waste of time clicking them. I feel. Now, the object side bug has been fixed in the Undercity, but I still don't see myself using those bargains. Because when you did them in the past, like, it was like fucking with the run, there was like some bugs. And even now, I just feel like there's no real bargain that does anything. Like, anything impactful. But it could be like something like, you know, double the chance of a mythical item or something. And then you would really want to combine this bargain with your mythical key and stuff. It still bugs sometimes, really. Yeah, that's why I don't use any bargains. I feel like they've already like lost so much trust with this bargain stuff because it was bugged at the start and not working, but eating your materials and your gold, and then maybe even eating your rewards or cannibalizing your rewards. And then if I hear now that it's still bugged, I don't even want to engage with it, you know? Like, I'm just like, I'm never going to click the bargains. Like, it's not worth it. But it could be cool. So yeah.
Can't get. You know, I want something like that. I feel like this is like completely missing. And Undercity with those bargains, it is a good start, but nothing has been done to really make it more better. And this is the same thing that I see in all of the other systems as well. Like, we have gotten a lot of balance changes, we've gotten the season theme, it's all kind of nice, but nothing was done to any of the actual content. There was no changes to how Undercity plays. There was no changes to, you know, how Nightmare Dungeon plays.
It also needs to be harder.
I feel like there's still so much low-hanging fruit.
T4 is just too easy.
How we could make those types of content better, more exciting, give them more identity, more target farming, and it's all just kind of like, yeah, a wash, basically. Especially Nightmare Dungeons, I feel, could become a content type that is way more interesting in the future as well, where maybe we could have, you know, some form of, you know, crafting on those sigils, or some form of, you know, like, for example, the Atlas passive tree from Path of Exile, where we can actually customize the experience. Like, why do we not have any of the, like, season content in Nightmare Dungeons, for example? Why do we not have the Millennium guys and the vampires and the constructs and all that kind of stuff showing up in Nightmare Dungeons, at least with a small chance, and then maybe,
pretty cool.
You know, they drop certain specific things that you can only get there, and, you know, kind of like hold some of the value of this season theme that we used to have in the past and bring back, you know, some kind of progression angle for your character. and then you can try to like specialize.
There's some
into
good
farming
feedback
this
here in
thing or
this in
that
Woody's
thing.
video.
Maybe you can trade whatever you find with others as well, so that if you really like farming a certain
video,
thing,
guys.
you can do that a little bit more. And just in general, just we need a little bit more of like this, you know, a reason to go there, a way to customize the experience, because right now I think every single diamond dungeon is kind of just like the same. You rush through, you get a bunch of opticide. We don't even have a nightmare dungeon tier list anymore. We decided to discontinue it because
There's
it's
no
like
point.
so
You just
it's
one-shot
a
everything
wash,
anyways.
basically. And most people don't even go there anymore. So I think there could be a lot more done here. Also, like the affixes could be a lot more interesting. I feel like all of them don't really matter at all. In fact, Blizzard has started removing most of the affixes at this point. There's not even like a massive difference between run to run. There's not really something where I feel like something changes because the affixes are just not even noticeable at this point. So it's, yeah, a little bit weird, I think, the spot that nightmare dungeons find themselves in. And that could also be improved. Yeah, Citadel, I don't really have that much to say about it, besides the fact that... Yeah,
Like, I would even say, on the Nightmare Dungeon topic, do we even need Nightmare Dungeons? The thing is, we have normal dungeons and Nightmare Dungeons. I feel like we don't need those two systems. Like, why is not every dungeon a Nightmare Dungeon in the open world? I don't see, like, then you could at least target farm the Nightmare Dungeons that are whispers, that are bounties. Like, what's the point of the normal dungeon? Well, just put the Optoxide in the normal dungeon and then we can forget about these Nightmare Dungeon keys. You see, I could just go to the open world and then, like, look. Oh, here, Infested Estate, this is a bounty right now, so let's do this dungeon as a Nightmare Dungeon or something. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like all these keys, like, and then you don't even have all the dungeons in the Nightmare Dungeon rotation, and it's just it made sense on launch, but now that we have pits, I don't feel like there's a reason for having normal and Nightmare Dungeons distinguished. Yeah, and then we also have another type of dungeon, and then we have the pit. Yeah, doing 100 season 1 was tough, but now there is no more tiers on the Nightmare Dungeon. You just have the Torment difficulties. And the Torment difficulty is scaled, right? They can just improve, like make Torment 10 or something, and improve the Torment difficulty. Or significantly reduce the character's power if they don't want more Torment tiers. Which is also a fair opinion, because we had this like Torment 16 in D3, it was just way too much. For me, when you play till Torment, all dungeons could be normal dungeons. When you go Torment, they can transform all into Nightmare Dungeons. Yeah, exactly, because then in T4, you could like overlap the Grim Favors with the Nightmare Dungeons and stuff like that. Like the difference between the Nightmare Dungeon and the normal dungeon is just that the Nightmare Dungeon drops Optoxide. But why would you do a normal dungeon ever? So yeah, it did make sense in the past to have these separated. But I agree, like in Torment 4, every dungeon could just be a Nightmare Dungeon now, and I wouldn't really miss much of anything. Yeah. Oh, I got one. Come on, strength. It's so hard to get, man. Pits forever and Paragon sucks. I mean, they could bump the XP. Like, they could make Torment 5, Torment 6, and get more XP there.
I guess try again if you want.
Where is he?
Dungeons find themselves in, and that could also be improved. Yeah, Citadel, I don't really have that much to say about it, besides the fact that, yeah, I guess try again if you want. But yeah, here no one is really doing Citadel. There is no reason to go there, which I guess to some
Put a good
degree is
reward
also
in there.
good,
I like the Citadel, like doing it once or
you don't really want to
twice.
force people into multiplayer. That will really outrage a lot of people. On the other hand, I also feel like I don't even have a reason to go there at all. So maybe this is just the intended way. Maybe it's just there to farm a few cosmetics and that's it. But it seems like, considering this was one of the two big new types of content advertised for the expansion, it has been forgotten relatively fast. At least Under City, I do it from time to time because, for example, I might get like a big tribute or something, or I might really need some Opticide and I use my refinement tributes. So yeah, there is a reason to go there, but it's also way too streamlined,
too many
way
bugs,
too
easy.
little, like, you know,
Bugged.
like something like that is a dopamine hit basically. I could go in, I know what I get,
Forgot
and
about
the
the
run is
Citadel.
always the same. It's always the same levels. There's nothing
It
special
exists.
popping up or something. Like these bosses that appear there, they just explode in 1 second. The
GG,
goblins,
silent.
whatever, you know. So I think there needs to be something more interesting here, and maybe the same for Citadel in the future as well. And lastly, for the bossing, I feel like we have also lost a little bit of the identity here with bosses. With,
Just
you know,
one-shot
we
them.
used to have
Every
certain
build.
types of content that give you certain boss materials, and now I feel like it's just like also so washed out, and everything just drops everywhere in insane quantities.
Yep.
Because, you know, elites just pop out boss mats
And
all
then
the
they
time.
only stack
The
to
goblins pop
50.
out the boss mats all the
That's
time.
the
And
worst.
it's kind of nice to get this stuff a little bit, and it's kind of nice that we can farm the uniques that we want, you know, at the target location. And, you know, I like that we go do those bosses and do like a little world tour with a party, farm all the bosses a little bit, and then you get a bunch of stuff. But I feel, yeah, the bosses are just not really interesting. So it's just, you know, even on Torment 4, we basically just walk in and one-shot them. And if for some reason you don't have anyone in the party who can one-shot the boss on Torment 4, well, he's gonna do it on Torment 3, and except you're gonna get like 20% less loot. And, you know, with the Torment system, for example, we don't really have like a real way to make the boss fights in any way like engaging, challenging, or anything like that. Because people just always go with like the path of least resistance and just one-shot them.
Yeah.
Or yeah, invite someone who can, basically. So this is kind of my experience here, and that is kind of sad to see, because when those tormented bosses came out, I had a really good time fighting them, taking them down. We had like a hardcore race to like the first kills. We had a lot of people ripping on some of those bosses in that race, for example, and those fights actually lasted like multiple minutes the first time around, and that
That's
has
cool.
kind of just completely disappeared, and there's no excitement at all in doing those bosses. And on top of this, we have to like
Just
summon
a
them
loop
over and
pinata.
over and over, like dozens of times, hundreds of times, and it's just kind of like a loot pinata in the end, where you just don't do anything. You collect the loot, you do the 5 kills, you go to town, you salvage, you repeat, and you do this for a few hours. Then you have a bunch of 1 GA or 2 GA uniques that you need for your character, maybe a few mythics that you also need, and then you're basically done. So this is like my experience of bosses, and it's just like extremely boring. This is like the least engaging part of the entire game right now, but it's kind of just a chore you have to go through, and I'd really love to see some kind of like massive reduction in boss mats or something, but the boss fights are way more rewarding and way more engaging. Like, I wouldn't mind like literally like giving him times 20 the HP or something like that. And you know, together with some other like balancing
Still gonna
changes,
get one
nerfs
shot.
to, like the OP builds and stuff.
Yeah.
But also, you know, make them drop only ancestrals in Torment 4, for example, up their mythic drop rate, you know, that kind of stuff. Because just standing in like the Duriel pit, or, you know, in front of a Rashan and summoning him, and I don't even have to press a button because someone else, you know, has the Cataclysm running in the corner, and it's just like one-tapping the boss with Cataclysm before I even ever get to press a button. It's just like extremely boring, and it doesn't really produce a good image for the game as well. Like, the boss fights are actually kind of fine if they last a little bit, and if the bosses are actually somewhat dangerous. But right now we don't have any of that, and I really like to see that change in the future. Now, speaking of balance, I've talked a lot about the content now, and I've also like mentioned a few things here, but yeah, we do have a lot of very overpowered builds. This is partly due to the season theme, but also partly because we basically just keep getting buffs and we're not getting nerfs. And that is a bit of a problem. Like, we
Well,
see
spiritborn
now
got a
that,
big nerf.
we have Necros that have already cleared 150s. We have Druids that are getting really close, as far as I know, or maybe have done it too. And the same with Barbs as
Druid
well.
did
So
it
we
like
have
they
3
do.
different classes, 3 different builds that are, to my knowledge, not bugged, or at least not very bugged. Unlike the spiritborn that we saw in like season 6, for example, that was, you know, bugged to infinity and did like 10,000 times the damage it should have. Now we have legitimate builds that can do pit 150, and that is ridiculous. Like, the thing is
100
that the gap
trillion
between
damage, gang.
Torment 4 content and the pit 150 is, you know, like, this is a factor of, I don't know, like 1,000 or 10,000 or something like that, in terms of the damage output needed in order to overcome those challenges. And I think that no build should fit anywhere close
we're gonna finish
to
it.
hit 150. It is supposed to be like an infinite system.
Everything 20.
Why do we have people actually capping out at the highest tier? And how is that supposed to keep anything else in the game in any way you know, challenging or engaging, and you know, more than just like a one-shot fest that I just described.
It just one-shots the T4 Duriel 10,000 times over. But I could buff it to HP, like 10,000 times more HP for Uber Duriel, he'd still die. Oh, yeah. So what are we gonna do now, guys? I got the last altar power. So does anybody know what happens when I click my altar now? Bloodwave is on the top. Yeah, I just updated my tier list. So I wonder what's gonna happen on the next altar that we find. Nothing? Wait, you already did this? So altar's useless now. That's it. Blue screen. So you click it and it gives you, it doesn't even upgrade your like Doom Orb and shit. I have to upgrade these myself. Randomly levels the power. No, but it did that. But all the powers it can level, they are leveled. That's like 20, 60, 65 altars. It's actually not that much. It gives you a random skill level. No, but it already did that. Like all my stuff is maxed. I guess we'll see on the next altar. Game crash. We'll see. Maybe. I don't think it's gonna crash, but I mean, I'm hoping I'm gonna get like some random power, right? I'm gonna be playing PoE 2 again when they bring out the new patch. Yes. I'm looking forward for the Huntress. Jefferson was one of my favorite characters. Okay, so we just have to like manually max them all. I will see. We'll see on next altar.
The bosses, for example. If you have these kind of builds in a game,
yeah, but like yeah, we have builds overpowered, guys, for sure.
Then how do we even have like any other content that is fun, that is not just okay, everything just explodes on sight? Now I totally understand that some people also really like feeling that overpowered, but I feel like
it's
we're
too
getting
much.
to that point where you don't really have to even work for it. You just kind of like play the game.
It's free.
A little bit. You get to level 60. You progress to Torment 4 really fast. You just become overpowered really quickly, especially on the stronger builds. Like if you're looking at the S or A tier builds.
The Necro was
Even on
one-shotting
weaker builds,
T4
like I was
boss
playing
6
some
hours
builds
into the
that are kind of
season.
like the mid-range builds, like Dance of Knives, for example, or something like that.
6 hours.
And even there, I felt ridiculously overpowered. I take down tormented bosses in format parties in seconds. And, you know, I blast through like pit 80s in 2 minutes or something like that. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how far we've come here. And this is still on one of the weaker builds, basically. And like, you have other builds that are actually speed farming something like 120s or 130s or something like that. And it just goes way too far in my book. And on the other side, we have the underpower builds that just struggle so hard to even get into Torment 4, that are still so weak and underpowered. And just can't really reach there unless you are, you know, really knowing what you're doing, and then you really grind it out, you really get good gear and masterwork it up and all that kind of stuff.
Sounds like
really get to
Sorg.
a point where you can kind of be comfortable. So I think there's
Sounds
like
like
this
Sorg
massive
in
disconnect
Spiritborn.
here between the good and the bad builds, and it seems like the gap is only just increasing if we discount the Spiritborn bugs from Season 6. I think Season 6 was actually relatively well balanced. And if the bugs hadn't existed...
So we talked about this earlier, guys. The Necromancer looks to be like 100, maybe like almost 1,000 times stronger than the Sorg. Spiritborn.
For Spiritborn back then all the classes would have actually been like in a fairly good spot balance-wise overall, I think. And I was just talking about the best builds, but like the overall meta definitely was way closer together than it is now. Now we have this insane gap of some builds literally doing like 1,000 times more damage without any bugs than others. And I think that is just a gap that is a very weak performance from the balancing team, to say the very least. If I can give my 2 cents on this, I would say that we should probably aim to bring all the classes to roughly where Spiritborn and Sorc are landing right now. So these are the bottom 2 classes in the mix. And they are still doing fairly fine. You know, they can do very easy Torment 4 content. They can blast to like pit 100 plus or something like that with various builds. And I think this is kind of what we should be aiming for here. And we generally need to bring down a lot of builds.
The problem is the season, the Necro damage is intended. Yeah, but the Necro is hitting for 100 trillion. If that's the intended way, then what's a Sorg or a Spiritborn gonna say? Like, they are not even hitting for 1 trillion. And that Necro is hitting for 100 trillion. Like, are you hitting for 1 trillion on your Sorgs, guys? Like, they're hitting for 1 billion if lucky. I think the season is not boring. The season theme is pretty cool. But it's the lack of endgame. And I mean, class balance is also an issue, right? But I think it's mainly the lack of endgame that is... like, okay, you have pretty fast progression, but then you have a strong character and there's nothing to do with it. Like, not really. You can make another character. My Sorg Fireball barely hits for 1 billion. Yeah, and how do you feel another build hitting for 100 trillion? How many bees is it here? 1,000.
To roughly that level, and I think it's a very unhealthy trajectory that we're on right now with just buffs on top of the season theme. Like, it's getting out of control really fast, and we are really risking to slip into the same, scenario that Diablo 3 found itself in, where after many seasons of just buffing, we just had like these 150 speedruns, and nothing in the game matters anymore. Tournament 16 is trivial, and these kind of things.
He's totally right about that.
Real
I've experienced all
that
this with him as well.
Already starting to experience here, and it just makes it so that basically the entire rest of the game becomes very outdated, very trivial, and the entire progression, the path from level 1 all the way to Torment 4 and then beyond in the pit is just way too compressed, basically, because of that. Because you get to 60 and then on a good build you kind of just immediately go all the way to Torment 4, and there's almost no progression left.
Yeah.
Going from Torment 1 to Torment 2.
I think we didn't spend any time in Torment 2 or Torment 3.
That's a real problem, I think. And the solution
Torment
is
3
not
we did
just
a bit.
to add more Torment levels like Diablo 3 has done, because why do we have all these Torment levels if we just kind of skip through them anyway? If you just, do like 5 pit runs and then boom, you unlocked Torment 4 or something. Like, what's the point of even having those Torment difficulties in the first place? So I think we need a kind of overall rebalance here of the builds, of maybe even the difficulty levels that we have, and something needs to change here big time in the future.
I also wouldn't really mind a real number squish. We could just decrease, divide every class's damage by 1,000. I think we would still be pretty good. Because then T4 would be or at least by 100. And then rebalance the builds. Well, or if they don't want to divide, they can just increase the HP of the monsters. But I feel like having lower numbers to a lot of people is better. I like big numbers, but I don't really care. Divide by 1,000, Sorg does 10 damage, Necro does 100k. Yeah, on top of this, they need to rebalance. But then nobody is one-shotting T4 bosses. Man, we played with Vega and Mekuna on Necro, and I think it was Vega. He one-shot T4 Duriel 6 hours into the season on the Bloodwave Necro. 6 hours. We basically leveled to level 60. Took us 2.5 hours. We were level 60. I think then we immediately did a few Nightmare Dungeons. Then we did a few pit runs. Then we unlocked T3. He was one-shotting Duriel in T3. He got a few legendaries. And then in T4, boom, he was one-shotting Duriel. 6 hours, bro. At that point, you one-shot the hardest boss in the game after the season launched 6 hours in. And then what? I mean, we keep playing, but still. The hardest boss gets one shot after 6 hours of gameplay. I mean, obviously, this is very efficient 6 hours. Maybe for the normal guy playing Necro, it takes 2 days. But still, that's way too fast. One shot the hardest boss of the game in 2 days. It's fun the first time you do it, but I mean, it gets boring after a few days.
I think another big problem that we have here is also that we just have so many multipliers to stack on all of our gear and the paragons and so on. We have so much stuff that just works together, and this also leads to the problem that a lot of people don't actually really understand how everything works together
because it's also bugged.
There are so many different little details that can make or break the performance of a build, And we have these build guides. I work on the max level guides. I have my videos and my theory crafting I do on stream and these kind of things. And I get 1,000 questions about every single build, like every single day. And okay, this is what I'm here for. I like doing this kind of stuff.
Hell
but
yeah.
it seems like the game has just also kind of been complicated to the point where a lot of people can't really follow or understand why certain builds are so strong. And it seems like neither can
Too
the
many
devs, to be
multipliers.
honest. Because if you look at stuff like Blood Wave, that just was buffed to the moon this patch.
The players don't understand it, and the devs
have
don't either, man.
Relatively solid Blood Wave based build.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of like problems in the math formula. Like this happens a lot. It keeps happening. But I don't know, it's also like a lot of like different people like working together, and then like it feels like sometimes one hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing kind of thing. Like if a company is like becoming pretty big and then there's like a lot of, I mean, I don't know, I'm just speculating here. But I could see how it happens. Like suddenly it just uses this multiplier twice or something. And then oops, there's an infinity damage sign here. Like, or just keeps like stacking up. Like it can get pretty complicated. But I also feel that in terms of players being confused, I think it's the tooltips. Like how often are people asking me about my attack power? People are just getting really confused, I think, because the game in many ways is misleading. Like the game says this is how it works, but it actually doesn't work that way. Or the game gives you some wrong tooltip number or something. Or like this misleading attack power here. And people get really hung up on this. Yeah, Rob, how do you deal so much damage? Like my build has 5 million attack power. Yours only has 300. How do you do so much damage? And then you can just say like attack power doesn't matter. Like this number here is completely irrelevant to like your damage output. But yet it's there and it's confusing people. Because it doesn't show you like all these multipliers. Like here, 120%, 120%. Like this is all not shown. 90% is all not shown in this attack power. And then people just get really confused about that. I mean, not even talking about like some of these tooltips here. They get like crazy. Yeah, but they did remove a lot of the damage on Tuesday stuff, so it already was better with the clarification. But we still have like damage while berserking, damage while Wrath of the Berserker is active. I think there's still like a bit of it. I think the game should just show the damage formulas. Then we could also like very easily spot the mistakes for the builds dealing infinite damage. Because if like one multiplier is applied twice in that formula, yeah, that's already a problem, right?
In Season 6, for example, that was, I think, in S or in A tier as well. And then Blizzard just decided to do like a times 1000 on that or something. Yeah. And the same thing happened with Cataclysm, for example. And it just seems very weird and unexplainable to me. And really the
just buff the damage by 1000.
Just like stack multiply in every single slot these days. Like even all of the defensive slots that we have on our gear that were supposed to, make it so that you have a bit of a balanced character. There is like a certain amount of defense in the hit in order to survive, and then there's this kind of damage that you can stack in order.
Look at this one. This is a defensive aspect.
And it seemed like it was
double
way
damage.
easier to balance back when we didn't have stuff like Call of the Nameless or Air of Perdition. Or
add another season. Yeah, add another season. Like, look, this is a defensive aspect. Defensive. Earthquake deal double damage. I'm taking it, but yeah. That's fucking true. Like, what defensive aspect? The pants is cooldown. This is supposed to be a defensive slot. The chest, this is also just damage. And then this is Shaco. Could also be Air of Perdition. That's a good point. Defenses? Who needs that? Man, we just go full DPS, like in any good video game.
Or Tybalt's Will, or, Shroud of False Death. All these, like, defensive slots have now been power crept into even more damage multipliers, for example. We're getting these, like, offensive chest pieces, like the reworked Scoundrel's Letters, and this new Hoda Earthquake chest that the Barbs have now. And we just see more and more of this where, you know, the previously defensive slots are now power crept into more
I think that's a
damage,
really good point.
and we don't care about losing that kind of defense because the game is just so easy.
You just one-shot-
and
you just
monsters
one-shot
don't
them
hurt
before they
anyway,
one-shot you.
basically. Like, I asked some people in my chat the other day, and I was like, guys, when was actually the last time you died on your character? And of course, people die. You know, not everyone is like playing like me, or, you know, has this like hardcore mindset that I just kind of like have ingrained in me right now after, you know, many years of blasting RPGs. But it's certainly noticeable, I think, to everyone that the game has become ridiculously easy to survive compared to what it was in the past. And I think it's not a bad thing that you can kind of like turn off your brain and just blast a little bit, and, you know, not really.
Yeah, I've
worry
never
about
even
all
lose
kinds of
any
stuff
HP
and
here.
dying and so on all the time. But it seems like we don't even have a risk of dying anywhere if you don't want to. Like, I have not actually lost a single hardcore character in, I don't know, for as long as I can remember at this point. Like, the last character I lost was like before the expansion, and I've played season 6 for like 700 hours or something like that.
Really?
And that's
it's
kind
impressive.
of insane to me.
That's impressive.
And I'm not saying this to brag or something. It's just that usually I would lose, I don't know, a handful of hardcore characters easily, I think, per season.
Yeah, look at
depending
PoE,
on how
lol.
recklessly I play and
Two Fury,
what I do exactly,
fuck
and
is this?
what is kind of the big challenge that I'm going for example, or so. But it's just kind of like very striking to me that, yeah, especially in hardcore, I feel like it doesn't even feel that much like hardcore anymore. I've barely seen anyone rip. I haven't ripped myself. And yeah, overall, it seems like with especially the expansion difficulty revamps.
I feel like the only rips we are seeing, Ugi, is like you getting one-shot by your own vampiric power. Or your own witch power. I don't even know which one it was that was killing people. That's like the only hardcore clips that I've seen. Like, people just die to their own shit. Reflecting off like a party member or something. But I don't know, man. You complain about not dying in hardcore? Just go Pentient on a new account. Or Penient, whatever. The hardest difficulty. Start level 1 character, go, farm the fucking Helltide, man. And fight against the Bloodseekers on Penitent. Fortify plus Barrier plus Unstoppable, Unkillable. Yeah. Maybe it is. I mean, I still die sometimes in softcore because we just go full deep, so my game lags out. Been there, done that. Wow, really, that's like a big challenge, though. Wait, is there like a way for like a level 1 character to beat the fucking Bloodseekers in Penitent without anything? Rob, will you stick to D4 or play PoE? I'm gonna play both games, guys. When there's new content in PoE, we'll play PoE. When there's new content in Diablo, we'll play Diablo. I'm really looking forward for the Huntress. Jefferson was one of my favorite characters in D2. Gonna be fun.
The game has become a lot easier, at least on the survival side. So I think that's also something that might need a bit of a, address. We need
Casual
some
friend.
more threat, honestly. It doesn't have to be like a constant threat, like every single monster just suddenly does like triple the damage or something like
Somebody
that.
got nuked.
But maybe, you know, some elites that can pop up, like some new special elites or like those, you know, triple affix elites. Maybe they could just be beefier and, you know, occasionally run into them. And
The Bloodseekers of Abattoir Zir.
Or, you know, the bosses, like all of the
The
pit bosses.
triple
that's on, like, kind of
Bloodseekers.
a
Those were the
joke.
most scary
And,
guys.
okay, we have the, you know, shadows that spawn and they throw some stuff at you. We have the stacking buff there. But it's not really, you know, so crazy and it's so exciting or it's so challenging to survive that stuff, I think. So it's kind of like, yeah, the game has become like easy mode. And yeah, again, I understand that some people like that. But I feel like it also, like, long term will just drive people away more and more and more. Because there's simply, you know, nothing that really gets your heart pumping. Like, even on softcore, I feel like there needs to be sometimes, you know, something that happens that kind of keeps you on your toes. And that just went completely missing with the expansion. Long story short, we need a lot better balancing. We need to definitely nerf a lot of the top builds, in my opinion. And I guess we'll see what happens in season 8, if we get another power creep season or like a borrowed power season or not. I guess if, for example, the witch powers and the gems completely drop out with no replacement, then we're already gonna see a lot of stuff coming down. And maybe it's gonna be okay with like a few tweaks to like the really crazy builds. But yeah, overall, yeah, we definitely need to close the gap here. The gap has increased a lot and it has not been closed in Season 7. So that is definitely what I see here, and that is a problem. Tormented bosses, I talked about those already. Now let's talk about the pinnacle challenges. So this was something that was advertised in the campfire chat before the season. The new last step of the season journey that gives you the pet that is supposed to be, you know, somewhat of a challenge and stuff like that. Well, okay, I get that, you know, I'm like a speedrunner and I'm very experienced with Diablo and all that, but I completed this last step before I completed chapter 4, or chapter 3 even, I don't know. Like, I actually had to go through like another 3 steps or something to even actually unlock that reward.
I didn't even do it yet.
Because I hadn't done the trivial early game stuff before I finished this part.
Like, do a
I'm
seller.
not saying this to brag, I'm just saying that it's a complete joke. And I think it's fine that, you know, you get people this pet and, you know, everyone has access to it and stuff like that. But advertising it as some kind of pinnacle challenge is absolutely false advertising, I gotta say. So I would really like to see something more here, something like a, you know, extra step or 2 or 3 even, that go beyond what we have in the current season journey. Something that doesn't give you any, you know, like permanent.
But I think this stuff goes hand in hand what he said earlier. Like, if they reduce the amount of power that builds have, this stuff is going to be more of a challenge. Like killing Lilith on Torment 4, if you have your damage divided by 1,000, it's going to be kind of challenging. Or maybe they also need to reduce the DPS a bit, but you know, like the damage Lilith does. But I think a lot of these like follow-up problems, obviously, they have to do with the power creep of builds. Like, we're just like hitting for trillions. Like, every good build is hitting for trillion damage. Like, you're hitting for billions, like your build always kind of sucks, you know? And you want to be hitting for trillions and trillions and trillions, not billions. I think it's a very good video so far. A very base take.
Reward, let's say, like a title or, you know, wings or something. But it could be even like a pure, like, kind of a gameplay reward, you know? Just boom, like 100 excellent shards or Duriel, or, you know, boom, 10 billion gold or something like that. You know, something that you kind of want to hunt down, but it's also not really, you know, make or break if you don't get it. Or you can just farm it in other ways, for example. But, you know, something that is actually really hard, that almost no one can actually complete. And something to strive for, something to maybe, you know, wrap your head around, maybe make a certain build for just to do that one challenge. I would like to see this kind of stuff.
I don't have
think we need a lot more
Sorry.
things to kind of like hunt down, especially once you are in the end game, once you have a cool character and like the build and blast through everything.
There needs to be something to do.
I think, yeah, that could be some actual cool pinnacle challenge here, and then maybe you can like show it off in the end with, I don't know what it could be, but I think the pinnacle challenges here are definitely missing.
But then people will complain that they can't complete it. And Blizzard is making the game so everybody can complete all the content in the game. I don't know, man. Like, that might be their philosophy, but I don't think everybody needs to do everything in the game. It's okay to have some challenging content that not every player can complete. They've never said that this is their philosophy, right? You're just guessing this based on their actions. And I agree, like, based on their actions, that's how it looks like. But they never actually said this, right? Like, you can't expect someone, you know, like, let's say, like, you're, like, gamer dad, like, maybe you have, like, 2-3 hours a week to play a video game. I feel like it's fair if the progression of the game is, like, more than 100 hours. And there is some challenging content. But yeah, this happened with Uber Lilith, right? People were like, Uber Lilith was a cool fight when it launched. But every season, people complained that, I don't know, Uber Lilith this, Uber Lilith that. And then they made it easier. Every single season, Uber Lilith became more of a joke. Until the point where I think it was season 2, we completely started one-shotting her. Like, they nerfed her like 5 different times. They kept making her easier. They kept making her easier and easier. And it's so easy at this point that the fight is a joke. And you also don't remember the fight. If you just one-shot a boss Like, you will not remember it. But if you have to, like, actually work for it, you know, have to dodge the mechanics, like, you're not just one-shot her, like, she has actually, like, a reasonable amount of HP in comparison to your damage. I feel like, you know, like, remember that fight. Like, the fight and beating her just means so much more, rather than you just go there and you boink it in one shot. I'm not talking about the hitboxes. I'm talking about, like, HP of Lilith, damage of Lilith, and, like, the difficulty of Lilith. It just... The pinnacle boss, I think, does not need to be content. The hardest boss in the game does not need to be completed by every player. I think that's just an L perception. If this is really the philosophy, I don't think they ever said this, but I don't think every player needs to kill the absolute hardest pinnacle uber endgame boss. I think that's completely BS. And with that philosophy, I agree. Like, the game is going to go full casual. But again, I don't think they ever said this. Dude, this didn't even happen in Diablo 2. Try to do the Uber Tristram in Diablo 2. Like, I'm betting money, like, not every player can complete that Uber Tristram thing. The fucking Diablo 2 was actually a hard game. Like, getting to hell, like Act 3 hell or something in Diablo 2, man, that was fucking tough for most builds. For most people. And I fucking love that. Like, so I completely disagree. Not every content has to be done by every player. No. I think that makes the game objectively worse.
Missing, and we need a lot more of that. And in fact, talking about pinnacle challenges, this is also something that kind of leads us back here to the existing content. I think we just need more like higher end versions of basically all of this kind of stuff that we saw here. Blizzard has tried this in the past with, for example, the tormented bosses that we had back in season 4 when the Stygian Stones
they deleted the tormented
game
bosses,
and the pit came out and this kind of stuff. And I think that was a relatively nice system because you were still able to kind of like easy peasy farm whatever you wanted from them with the normal versions of the bosses, but then we also had the tormented versions that were actual challenges, were actually cool fights, and you know, there was nothing that anyone was really missing from not doing them, and you know, that was okay. But I think we need exactly like something like that for all of the other types of content as well. There was, for example, the Infernal Hordes, like tier, I don't know, 9 and 10, I think, or something, that Blizzard has talked about at some point, but then never introduced in Season 5.
Oh, yeah.
So some kind of like uber Infernal Hordes that was supposed to come, but never happened. And I think this is exactly what we need. What if we just do Infernal Hordes, and let's say every 20 runs or something, you drop like a key for the uber Infernal Horde,
Hell
and that
yeah.
uber Infernal Horde has like 50 waves, and it actually takes like 2 hours to complete. And it just kind of keeps scaling and everything goes crazy. You have like a ton of boons, you have the fire raining everywhere, the monsters get harder and harder.
Then your PC crashes.
And then at the end you get like, you know, some special reward that you can only get there. You know, for example, bring back the Millionth Hearts and they drop there or something like that, you know. So something
DC,
cool
yeah.
to hunt down once you have a really cool and strong
2 hours is
character,
maybe a bit
you know,
long.
something to
But yeah,
work
the principle
towards,
is cool.
Good build, and then maybe eventually take that down. And you could also have, you know, the option to, for example, allow people to farm normal hordes, get that key, and just sell it to someone who can actually farm it if they're feeling like they're too weak themselves. You know,
But people
maybe they
will
could,
dupe it.
you know, at least get something out of that, and then just, you know, eventually buy the thing that drops from those uber hordes, for example.
That's another problem.
So I think there could be stuff like this. Same thing with the Undercity, for example, you know, some kind of like tribute that drops that, you know, makes the run super challenging, but you also get some incredible reward. You get a guaranteed mythic drop at the end, and, you know, maybe some other special reward you can get there only. Or maybe it supercharges the bargains and makes them like 10 times more potent.
Good ideas.
And you know, as I said earlier, like give me like 10 amulets, maybe make it 50 amulets that drop all ancestral at the end, or something like that, you know, where occasionally you have this like really tough challenge that you can go for, you know, as I mentioned earlier, with like, you know, this something that gets your heart pumping.
DC and Simulacrum Nix Flower, yeah, I've been there.
We need more of that kind of stuff, you know. Even with just getting the key for this, just like the entry ticket to go into this run should be like a huge dopamine hit when I finally find one. I'm like, oh yeah, let's go, I'm not ready yet, but I will save this for later, and then I come back and I will do this thing. And I think we need exactly this kind of stuff here for all these different types of content that we already have. I think it wouldn't even be, you know, necessarily that crazy to introduce this, because we don't talk about introducing a whole new system with like a whole new artwork and all this kind of stuff. Of course, it would be nice to see, you know, any kind of tweaks that would make sense here, but I feel like a lot of it can be done with relatively little effort here, just to give people some kind of chase, some kind of cool reward at the end of the progression to actually hunt down, because that is really needed and missing. And that also brings me to the last big topic here, the progression. So I talked about this a little bit already with like, you know, we kind of like fast forward really quickly into Torment 4. I feel like 1 to 60 is kind of a joke at all. Like, you don't really do much there anyway. It's just, okay, the first character of the season, you spend like a few hours, you get to 60, and then you kind of keep going. And then after that, for all the future characters, you either get carried, or you have like, you know, ridiculous power from the witch beam and from your mythics, and, you know, all of your aspects are prepared. Or, you know, you just like boost yourself with the caches, for example. A lot of people do that. They just like open 10 caches and boom, you're level 50, you're level like half an hour and you're done. So it feels like 1 to 60 is kind of trivial. And also compared to, for example, how it used to be, I feel like there is no purpose behind the 1 to 60 experience. At least in the past, when we still had the capstone dungeons, I could try to rush into Torment or World Tier 4, for example. And then once I was there with my level, you know, 40 character or level 50 character or whatever, I would actually progress all of the endgame systems. I could get my glyphs, I could farm boss mats, I could farm hell tides, whispers, whatever, and all of it would actually help me progress towards my endgame goal. I would farm, you know, all this kind of endgame stuff.
I think the capstones were kind of cool.
After like just a little bit of playing. But here I feel like you go 1 to 60 and everything on the way there is completely irrelevant. And this also means that people just want to skip it as much as possible. So I think that's kind of sad to see. Personally, I kind of like the early game that I enjoyed on, like, you know, all of the different builds that I played in the past. And I feel like with the way that the game works right now, I don't have any incentive at all to ever level a character again outside of literally the very first one in a season. And that makes me a little bit sad. So
I like the
it would be nice
capstones.
if there was like, you know, some kind of reason here at least to do 1 to 60 again on an alt. But yeah, I'm not really sure how this could be done. But yeah, maybe we could just, you know, open up some kind of like extra difficulty mode. Maybe allow us to go into Torment 1, for example, even at level 1. Or something like that, where maybe we can actually immediately start focusing on endgame content in some way. You know, go into, you know, any type of like endgame stuff like Infernal Hordes that only unlocks, I think, in Torment as well. Maybe it's just allow us to do this kind of stuff on a low level character, at least on alt. Maybe there's like some kind of progression step on the way. Once your first character reaches 60, you unlock that kind of feature, for example. I kind of like the early game experience because it's so different, especially slower paced from the end game. And there's
interesting
like this kind
idea.
of like, you know, discovery as you make your character and you find the first aspects and you kind of like tweak stuff all the
Crit
time.
chance.
I just really like that part of the game, but it has gone completely missing outside of like one character per season, and I'm kind of sad about that. But yeah, for the rest of the progression, I talked about this. I think Torment 1 to 4 is way too fast, especially for the good builds these days. In some cases, you have like these, you know, single items that just like supercharge your build. Like, you know, let's talk about Casimi's Legacy, for example, or, you know, stuff like Fresh and Winter Glass. We have like single items that do way too much for a single build, that once you get them, you're suddenly like 10 times more powerful, or way more than that in some cases. And I think no item should give you that much in one single slot.
I think no item should give you more than
that's a
double
bit of a
damage.
problem, and this also kind of like, you know, trivializes some of those torment steps that we see here, and which people just rush through it way too fast. Like when I started this season, I was playing Dance on Knives, and I was in Torment 4 after like 10 hours or something like that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
On hardcore, playing completely solo on the
Okay, here, guys.
build. So
Altar.
it was a bit of a joke.
Yeah,
I
we're
gotta
not
say.
getting anything from the
And,
altar anymore.
yeah, okay, again, I'm a speedrunner and all that, but yeah.
Hey, look at this, guys. So I click the altar, I'm not getting anything. It didn't even level any of these powers. Wait, why does it not at least level like any of the random powers? Yeah, I get nothing from the altar anymore. It does not go over to a random power. Like, there's only like, you know, a certain amount of powers that are altar powers. Like this one, this one, this one, and this one. But once you click 65 times the altar, you don't get shit. Oh, I got 25 rod, really? Wow. Wait, I did get 25 rod? Thanks for nothing, I guess. Okay. Wait, really? 25 rod? Okay, wait, let me see the clip. Man, that's kind of yikes, though. Let me look at the clip. That's why we stream everything, guys. It's easy. Yeah, you're right. Rod goes up from 30. Wow. 25 rod, guys. Oh, it could have just randomly kept leveling the powers. No, I got 25 rod, yeah. 25, guys. What the fuck? Who came up with that number? Yeah, it would have been way cooler if it was just upgrade the random power. Like 25 rod, bro. So altars are officially useless. I mean, 200, like if it was like 10 times as much. 25 rod, bro. Oh my god, man. 25, dude. Fuck. That ain't much. Unlucky. 25 rod, dude. Aye. It should have been 17 rod, yeah. Let's keep watching the video. It's a good video.
Yeah, that is too fast. That is straight up too fast. You know, this should not happen, I think. And Torment 1 is already supposed to be, you know, a type of content where you can get everything, where, you know, initially Blizzard decided that, okay, this is where you kind of start in the end game. You can have everything, but you're gonna be more efficient on the higher torments. But it feels like now everyone just kind of like expects to be in Torment 4 and Torment 4
every
only,
build
basically right away as soon as possible. And there's, you know, just very burning need for everyone to kind of just ignore the other torment difficulties. And the standard is, okay, you have to Torment 4, you have to one-shot everything.
Congrats on 25
and, you know,
rod.
there's like
Thanks,
nothing really that goes, you know, in another direction here. So I'm not really sure how to do this, like what to do about this as well, like what suggestion to give. I just feel like the progression is too fast. Especially Torment 1 and Torment 2 don't matter enough. At least in Torment 3, you may spend a bit of time on like your first character trying to progress through.
I think Torment 2 and 3, that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe this could be shifted a little bit. And for example, like, you know, the first torments, you kind of go through them so fast because you get a lot of multipliers, you know, stacking up. You get your glyphs, you get your first legendaries, you get your first uniques, and so on, and your power, you know, rises by the minute basically, and then it slowly draws out a little bit longer, and then, you know, you spend a little more time in the higher torments until you reach Torment 4. But I feel like it's just not really going that well right now. Then we have masterworking. This is another big topic, I guess, that kind of keeps coming up all the time. And my
people like
suggestion in the
Gamba
past for this was that maybe we should just be able to reset only 4 ranks at a time and not all ranks at a time. My main argument for this is that in order to try to improve an existing item that you have,
people
that
like
you
Gamba
are using, you have to first make your character weaker and then have a chance to maybe make a character better, but you also have a very high risk of just ending up with less
brick
until you have more materials. So what it does is that you kind of just don't masterwork, and especially don't remasterwork your items, that especially those that you have equipped, and you kind of just like, yeah, pool a lot of mats until you can be relatively sure that you will hit the result that you're trying to hit. And I think that's kind of like a bad incentive to have. I find myself just kind of like masterworking my items once when I get them with whatever masterworking mods I have, just trying to get some kind of somewhat acceptable result, and then I just kind of leave them there and I never go back to, you know, actually trying to finish the item with like the right hits on all the right stats, unless it's really necessary. So that's kind of like a stupid system, I think, and making it so that we can only research 4 ranks at a time instead of all ranks at a time would actually allow us to, you know, actually progress an item and, you know, slowly get to the state of perfection that we want, instead of this, you know, just raw gamble where every time we reset it, you know, we have this high risk of just making ourselves worse, and on top of it, losing hours and hours of farming materials at the same time. So that is just like a really feels bad man moment, and I think a lot of people probably have the same issue here, that, you know, you really want to try to get a triple master crit, but you have this double that's already pretty good, and you don't really want to risk it. And it's just kind of like not how it should be in my book. I think at this point most people are probably kind of over it when it comes to masterworking.
It's just
Gamba RNG. Fiesta. The cost is really high already, and I think, you know, even though it would make it much easier to hit the master.
But by the way, guys, I mean the Gamba stuff is the same in Path of Exile as well. The big Gamba. People just like Gamba, man. People like gambling. I don't like it, but a lot of people do.
Masterworking outcomes that you want, it would also be a lot more satisfying to progress your gear instead of just kind of like leaving it there and not really, you know, giving a fuck basically anymore. Then another point here is also GA loot, in particular the lack of GAs. I think especially this season, a lot of people have noticed that, like, this insane flood of items that, you know, especially it happens in headhunts with, like, you know, the cocoons dropping items all the time left and right. You get like these whisper caches all the time and all this kind of stuff. You get so much loot. It's crazy. And in fact, I actually completely stopped looting all items that are not ancestral. Yeah. And this is something I have never done in the past, because it was always kind of important for salvage materials and so on, especially when you make, like, you know, 10 or 15 different builds like me in the season. You need a lot of salvage, you need a lot of stuff to like masterwork and whatever, but we get way too much of that, and I can actually lead everything in the ground, which is a good thing, to be honest, on one hand, because it's just way too much loot. I don't want to pick all that stuff up. On the other hand, why is it even dropping? Like, why do we get non-ancestral items at all in Torment 4, for example? This is the highest difficulty in the game. I don't care about anything potentially non-ancestral.
Need a loot filter.
Like, there's no way that I would ever pick up any item that is non-ancestral when I'm in Torment 4. At the very least, you know, given with what I explained about, you know, the progression being more meaningful, and, you know, hopefully we get a bit more of like a longevity in like the grind towards Torment 4, you will have ancestral pieces in every single slot at that point. You know, especially if this stuff becomes a little bit harder and a little bit longer progression. But generally, expectation is that you are in Torment 4 and you have full 8.
I think what would be nice, you know how there's no, or supposed to be no blue and yellow items in Torment 4, and your pet just turns them into materials right away? I feel you should have the option to, like, check a box somewhere in the game settings to do this, like, you know, auto salvage non-greater affix item, non-ancestral items. Like, just instead of dropping a non-ancestral, just drop the fucking rawhide or whatever it is. Or give us a loot filter. But I think that auto salvage feature would even be better. And we already have it in the game, right? It's already in the game for yellow, blue, and white items. So just extend that to normal legendaries and normal uniques. I don't want to see them either. It also fixes the problem of the bosses, where the loot just drops off the floor. Like, if all the non-ancestral items would just be auto-salvage, man, that would save so much clutter. I can't really think of anything, like, negatively for that. Like, that's fucking amazing. I'll write that down here in some of the feedback. Option to auto-salvage normal, legendary, and uniques, similar to how it works for blue, yellow, etc. Yep.
100 item power gear. I don't need any 750 loot there at all. There's no purpose behind it, and I would rather just see it literally deleted with no compensation compared to what we have right now. Because at least then I would not get baited into looking at my minimap and seeing a star and thinking, is this an item I want to pick up or not? So at least I would know there is an item that I want to go and pick up when there's only ancestors. So there's something here. And I think in general, yeah, maybe like the amount of loot drops and also like stuff like, you know, fine tuning the affix rolls, the affix weights on some gear. For example, amulets is always like a big topic of discussion here. The passive ranks on amulets. It's nice that they are like really hard to get items, but maybe it's a bit too punishing when it comes to trying to roll for certain things, for example. And I would like to see maybe also some tweaks being made here just to like kind of smooth out this whole progression curve a little bit. I just feel like I get like 1 GA items with like acceptable stats on every single slot. Then I masterwork them to some kind of acceptable outcome, usually very cheaply. Most of the time I don't even go to 12 anymore at this point. I just go to like 8 or something on my masterworks and then just kind of leave it there. And there's not really too much really to hunt down. Speaking of like this point here as well of the endgame chase, I talked about, for example, you know, uber hordes or, you know, some super uber bosses and whatever. If we actually have any kind of reason, especially outside of the pit, to really min-max our character and, you know, have the strongest character possible to even have a chance of not failing certain type of content, then we would actually have, you know, something to strive for, something to go for, and make our characters the best they can be. But right now, I don't feel that way at all. If I can speed farm like pit 80 in 2 minutes, then why would I even try to make my character stronger? Like, you know, I don't get any reward for going higher anyway. I just try to make like the fastest possible version of the build, speedrun pits for, you know, whatever tier I can.
No
70,
reason
80,
to do high
90,
pits.
and this is basically all
Big
I need.
problem.
And then there's nothing else to go for, and that's kind of a sad story, to be honest. And that also pretty much sums up what I got here for now. I still have this wish list that I can go through briefly, but I talked about a lot of this already. So fixed loot, so especially this year, I guess we just talked about this. Reduction of damage multipliers, so I talked about just, you know, many builds way too OP. We have like so many damage multipliers and defensive slots and these kind of things. I think this is not how it should be. This needs to come down in some way. And yeah, the numbers are through the roof. We have trillions of damage and trillions of DPS that people do. Like, we were promised a stat squish.
Barbarians is outdated.
Exact opposite, to be honest, man. Like, it's absolutely insane to me. And something needs to happen here. Uber content. I didn't talk about leaderboards and conquests now, but this is a much requested feature that we have been hearing about for years.
Leaderboards would be amazing.
And people are waiting for it. You know, we want leaderboards. We want something to kind of like show our worth, you know, we want the season start races, you know, this kind of stuff, you know, something that gets people going. And even for the people that don't have, you know, all day, every day to blast, there could be some cool stuff included here to kind of like slowly grind up their character and then eventually participate in like a pit leaderboard, for example, or for people that...
I mean, the thing is with the leaderboards, like, you don't have to compare yourself to the top players. You can just have a filter like we have in D3. You can just compare yourself to your clan. You can compare yourself, your rank on the leaderboards to yourself. Or you can compare yourself, you know, to your friends. I think there's usually like a filter. Filter for clan, filter for friends. So the leaderboards is not only something for like the top players. Like, everybody can participate there. Well, for some people, they were just hunting to get on the leaderboards in D3. So yeah, that's super chill. Unlimited Paragon leveling? I don't really feel unlimited Paragon leveling is all too great. It creates a lot of problems. People don't really like this in D3 either. I think there needs to be a cap. And I feel the cap of 300 is like fairly decent in terms of timing. But yeah, maybe like a reset. Yeah, I mean, additional Paragon boards to some sort would be nice. This is not a push build for pits. This is a speed build, the Whirlwind one. This is not supposed to do pit 130. Let's get to the rest.
only take off like the first 1 or 2 days of work to blast the season start. They could go for these conquests. So there's like the D3 style where, at the season start, there's like, the first 1,000 people that complete a certain challenge gonna be, on the leaderboard there and these kind of things. I think
That's
we need a
pretty
mix
cool.
of both. That would really keep things more exciting. A lot more like action going on when the season starts. And I think everyone would just love that, to be honest. Even if people don't necessarily participate, because obviously there's only so few people that can be on the leaderboard, especially high up. But people just love watching that stuff, at least from my experience. Like, this is literally what I have based my entire career on in the past. Like pushing rank 1s in Diablo 3 and this kind of stuff. This was my kind of jam. And this is literally how I built my entire stream and my audience, basically. I think the demand is there. And please, Blizzard, do something here.
That's
Yeah,
right.
meta progression, something I guess briefly talked about, like for example with Nightmare Dungeons, customization, something to like work towards, maybe in a similar way as like the Altar of Rights from Diablo 3 or the Atlas passive tree from Path of Exile. Something to kind of work towards as like an overarching goal, as something that either changes the content that you're playing in some way that you want, or that even like
Juices
buffs the
it.
character in specific ways and that you want. So there could be a lot of stuff here that could be very interesting to kind of give us, some long-term progression outside of just this one character that we're playing. And okay, we have the Paragons, but I think that doesn't really count. Paragons are somewhat of a joke after like 200 anyway, and you reach that very quickly. So this is not what I mean here with meta progression. I mean, an actual system that should get introduced here that would actually alleviate this. And lastly, my wish list here would be corruptions. So if you know Path of Exile, there is a currency called Val Orb that allows you to either upgrade or modify an item in a very specific way or destroy the item. And especially that last part is the interesting part here. I think that with like the
Val Slam.
abundance of loot that we have in Diablo 4 with like I have like 20 copies of the same 1GA daggers with the right stats in my stash, and I could just temper them all and masterwork them all, and I could do so much things with like all these items that I have. I have like 5 copies of every single unique that I need for my build with the right stats, the right GA.
This is my current amulet.
Like what I do with all this stuff, I have no purpose for them. And I think it would be amazing
Still
if
wish I would have
we had
heavy-handed.
something where we actually have a chance to gamble on our...
Yeah, man, Val Orb Corruption, that'd be pretty cool. More character power with Val slamming. Well, I mean, I think he's saying like bring down the power and then, add this afterwards. It's definitely interesting and it's good content.
existing gear, especially our finished gear, and have a chance to add something cool to it at the very last step, or potentially destroy it. So I think we need a lot more like items getting kind of like flushed out of the economy basically, and not just like 1,000 copies that drop over and over and over. Like I want to feel happy about getting a copy, like a good item that I already own. And then, I know, okay, now I have this thing that I'll use, and I have the other thing that I can, try my luck with to make it even better, that kind of stuff. And that is also just completely missing, and especially with like how the loot system works in Diablo 4, I think this would be an exquisite addition. I guess I've been talking a lot now, this is almost a 1 hour video, so I just wanted to give all my feedback about Season 7 so far, and the game overall, what I think and what I hope we would see as improvements here in the future. So let me know what you think about it. I've talked a lot now, I didn't really get to talk about everything, but yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff to digest anyway, and I've also been forwarding a lot of stuff to the devs, or I had like certain talks with them, or whatever. Here and there, there's little tidbits that I share with them, and I guess here we have like the big wrap up as well for what I think about the season. Now, what does it mean for me for the rest of the season? Well, I still have at least some more days to go. So I'm currently working on Spiritborn. I might make a Sorcerer, and we'll see, maybe something else. And then I might jump into some Diablo 3 this Friday, and then it's probably gonna be back to PoE 2 until, I guess mid-season patch or something like that. So this is currently my plan at least.
D3 gonna be fun.
Yeah, hope you're gonna stick around for that as well. Otherwise, I hope that you enjoyed this video here. Again, let me know your thoughts and whatever topics I missed or what you agree or disagree with. I'd be quite curious to read that. And I'll see you guys next time.
I put a point in charging shot. Yeah, good video, man. All right. Lots of good points. Definitely a lot of things I think a lot of people, including myself, can relate to. Here's the video. For sure. Sorry, I added Steel Grasp. Yeah, added. Sorry for the confusion. This is just a push build though. I realized we dropped Shaco. Normally you have the points in Steel Grasp with Shaco. You just need 1 point. Yeah, runnable rocks. There's a lot of stuff they could improve. Hey, thanks for the feedback, Cat, my iPod. Stuff goes up quite a lot. Exclamation mark sheet is the link to the Google Doc. Vodijo, aka Rob2628. It was like on D4 launch, right? Something like that. There was like a lot of AI articles, man. Holy shit. Yeah, this is the second channel. That was some good AI article. Sleep time, have a good one, Rob and chat. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Oogie. Okay, so chat. Oh, the now of endgame systems. The biggest problem is many of them aren't very rewarding. Yeah, there needs to be like a specific reason to do specific endgame content. In terms of rewards. Right now there just isn't. Man. Also, I feel like gambling, like obols, just don't give you shit anymore. Thorns is not viable. I mean, you can do C4 with thorns. It's just... You know it's thorns. Like, it's fucking slow and stuff. I mean, you can kind of see that the numbers are kind of down, right? Like, what are we looking at here? Diablo, look. Man. Can we see the entire category? It's down to like a few thousand people. That's the entire category. Of Diablo. It's brutal. Yeah, there's many bugs. Not seen a duping bug of the armory yet, so that's good. $2K Obros didn't get a single legendary. Yeah, that's crazy. There's no real content doing Diablo. Yeah, I mean, there is stuff to do, but like long term, I agree, like it's just not much. There's a lot of English channels, German channels. Wait, really? The armory eats items? I don't think so. But yeah, man, that's crazy. 1,500 average. Yeah, the runes here, Bug Jar. With Ignitech, you can only get when you play the expansion. Barb Nation number 1, Rogue Nation number 2. I mean, I agree with the first part. It sucks that you have to OBS your runs, edit and upload them. I mean, it's just a community leaderboard. I agree with you, Mr. Master Worker. They need to do these leaderboards in-game. Obdux Seed, exclamation mark Obdux Site. I'll probably need to make an updated video on this, yes. But the problem is what I'm doing is like kind of not doable solo. Like you need to have a few people. Oh, Woody been playing quite a bit of Barb. Remember he was playing like a very strong double swing Barb back in like, was it like season 2 or season 3? And double swing was pretty pog. When it was powerful. We had a few seasons of double swing being somewhat decent. Do you want to watch? I think Rax also made a video about PoE versus D4, right? Did he? I haven't seen that one.
It's Rack.
You want to see the ups and downs of PoE from Ben? This was recommended, or State of Season 7 from Rax. I mean, there are a lot of people having a lot of opinions, but these guys sure know what they're talking about. I think I saw this one retweeted from like Mike Jabera, like the CEO, or like the former CEO of Activision Blizzard. Or not CEO, what was he? Like leader of... CEO was Kotick, but... If you have runes in your weapon, which are used for another built-in chest, your weapon will disappear. Wait, really? No, it doesn't disappear, or it shouldn't at least. Thanks. 5 more levels, easy. So this one. Are you out, Mac? GG. Thanks, man. I wonder why Woody didn't mention Conduit Shrine. I mean, Diablo has a lot of problems. I don't think Conduit Shrine is a big one. Conduit Shrine is like a minor problem, yes, but I mean, the problems and feedback that he mentioned were way more big picture than like a freaking Conduit Shrine. Yeah, I agree with you. Conduit Shrine sucks and needs a rework. But that's not really the big problem that Diablo 4 has. Right? Like, there's bigger fish to fry, so to say. I feel like Conduit didn't really fit in his list of like big picture problems. Biggest downside is the lack of endgame for me. Or the shallow endgame. I mean, you can argue there is some endgame, and there is some endgame in some degree, but not like on a big level. Yeah, I feel like in the grand scheme of things, the conduit stuff is a minor issue. Memory leak. I think the dupes is what should have been included. The dupes is a big turnoff for a lot of people in terms of playing the game, especially if they care about like trading and economy. Yeah, okay, crashes and mirror leaks. Like, I still get crashes like every other loading screen. That's still like a hard one to fix, I guess. See, like this one, it doesn't happen. But it happens a lot when I port to town. Nah, the 3 didn't really had dupes. At least not after the auction house was gone. Like, dupes has been really an issue of Diablo 4 every season, but not really of D3, I feel. I mean, people duped using the auction house, but there was like some problems in the auction house. It is what it is. D2 there was always duping, yeah. Okay guys, looks like we have a slot. Anyone wants to join for some blasting? You gotta be fast in pit 100. Pit leaderboards. Yeah, that was a big point. The rogue is eating kinda okay. Okay, what class are you guys? And can you blast like 100? Sork. Oh, that's a bit high. Or shall we see BARB or Paragon? Oh, the booty is here. Before addressing the lack of endgame content, it's more important to fix that you one-shot everything. Yeah, I mean, he also mentioned that in the video. Yo, man, this is a Zeus. It's the Giga Druid, man. We're open kind of blasting. And you guys can make second group as well. Zeus. How pronounce it? Not Zeus? Should probably make like a pit speed farm like Discord channel. Not Zoo Druid. 129 on Roa Rogue, nice. Your runes disappeared. Are you sure they're not just in your inventory or still in your weapon? That shit might happen, but I think it's very unlikely. Yeah, runes fucking gone, dude. I don't know about that one. 129 is pretty decent though. Rogue for the win. Yeah, okay, you want to be careful with the armory. Like, I've not been using the armory all too much. I still have, like, bad memories of Diablo 3 armory eating my perfect Bane of the Stricken. And the Bane of the Trap gems. Like, multiple occasions. But I think the armory has been thoroughly tested and it does not eat the gems anymore. But it certainly did eat the gems for me. In D3. You kind of like put your perfect item and then it disappeared. They lost some trust back in the days. Kata Druid for clearing. Yeah, Robog, let me know your better tech. Sure. The more the merrier. The runes were in the weapon. Armory is eating weapons. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the weapons. The armory, man. Okay, you can just join next run. I'm gonna go bathroom for a sec. To open the window. Oh, no big map. Gotta play. You go next. Fucking big map. Come on, boys. 1 minute. Easy run. This map you can't go AFK, man. Must play. I wrote a ticket right now. Yeah, that's good. Report it to Blizzard. If the armory did eat your items and you have like a video or something. But I'm afraid like they're not going to help you much without a video. Like, if you have a video, send it to me. I also want to see. Because that's a big issue. Because I remember exactly this kind of stuff happening with D3. And we want to avoid this to happen to more people so we can warn them. I don't know by any chance, Chaos Machine, you have a video. And like without video, it's like hard to see what happened exactly. You do not get any items back, I don't think. Okay, you can join. Trying to reproduce it on my record. Yeah, maybe you have like shadow play or something. It's raining outside. Fuck. Robrook logging in? Yeah. They'll be logging in. Okay, one sec. Alright. Yo guys, Knight has an altar. If you need an altar, guys, for free, add Knight. Knight guy. You got the altars going. Altars right here. Oh, I didn't close the door. Okay. Robak, the best Hungarian Diablo streamer. Let's go, Robak. Okay, I don't know who's gonna... Okay, shall we watch this video, guys? The state of Diablo 4 Season 7 here from Rex. People recommended this one. Dude, what's going... He went very purple, man, with that background. Oh, that's purple AF, dude. This from Rex. Here's the video. 200k views. Let's go. I think I can do... Yeah, we do it up here.
Rax. Diablo 4 just released seasons. Hi everyone, it's Rax. Diablo 4 just released season 7. We usually always make this video kind of recapping my thoughts on it. And there is definitely a divide within the community now with PoE 2 being out. A lot of people having very strong opinions about Diablo versus Path of Exile. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the season and the updates itself, and then more into my thoughts on how it fits into the greater picture of things. So I've already leveled up 3 characters, all to max level 60. And on the third one, the Rogue, I tried to see how fast I could go from level 1 to 60 using absolutely nothing. That means no Codex of Power, no NPCs of any kind, no buying gear from the vendors, no gambling, literally no runes, no gems, nothing. And I was able to complete this run. You see
no
the timer
reputation?
in the bottom right in 2 hours and 37 minutes.
What was it called? No renown? 2 hours. That's fucking fast. 2.5 hours. I think it was with renown and that stuff though. But yeah.
If I did it again, it could be even faster, like a 220 run. So 220, 1 to 60, and then from there you can get to Torment 1 10 to 15 minutes later, and then you can farm everything in the game in Torment 1. So there hasn't really been anything added to the base experience. We do have the armory now, which is a nice quality of life
Need
feature,
Endgame.
but nothing to actually extend
Thanks for the 9 months,
the
Dave.
base life of the game in terms of the end game. The season itself, I think, is one of their best ones. So the
theme is
previous
cool.
6 seasons, one of the best ones was the vampire power theme, which was season 2. And admittedly, they took that theme as inspiration and they tried to make it better. And I think that they have done that. The worst thing about the vampire season, if you remember, was actually
The
upgrading
menu.
the powers. The way that the user interface worked for it was a disaster. This user interface is much easier to use, much more simple. Big improvement there. The way in which you collect the powers by going to the different
You just
zones
press
and
F.
doing the events. Some people are arguing, wow, it's just purple Helltide. We have the pink glow to celebrate it. Yeah, I guess that's fair, but I thought that the events were more fun than the Vampire Powers one. And
I'm actually kind of fine with that. Like this event is cool. Like I don't really mind. It's like very similar to the Helltide. It's just like a juiced up Helltide basically. I mean, they are making like a popular season theme return. And combine it kind of.
I really liked the powers. I liked the powers and the way that they worked, and I really liked the way that they look. You see that glowing doom orb circling around me and going to kill enemies for me. I like the blues and the greens. I like that the game is very colorful. Better for me than in the vampire season where everything was just solid red. I guess you could say that there's maybe a lack of creativity here because it's essentially just the reskinned vampire theme and an improved version. But I'm not really much of a negative Nancy. I'm not just going to complain about everything. I think you took one of your best seasons, and I think you actually did make it better. So I give you credit for that. And I did enjoy playing through. I did 3 playthroughs on Rogue, Druid, and Necro, and I enjoyed myself. So no, like, I don't need like some big document here to explain it. That's essentially the main things that have changed.
That's fair.
I guess the balance changes. We still have Necros hitting for trillions and trillions, so
100
we just
trillion.
have the next problem. It's just passed from spiritborn onto Necro. Getting these outrageous numbers out of the game would be beneficial. They seem to still keep plaguing the game. I didn't play the PTR. I tried to. I couldn't log in, so I just played PO.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like whether the number has a T or a K or a M or a B, it doesn't really matter. It's all about like how strong are the monsters. Like this perspective, I'm kind of okay however big the number is. It can be 1 million, it can be 1 billion. I don't really care because at the end it just says 100B or 100M or 100K. I don't really think that matters too much. It's all about the relation of, well, are you going to actually one-shot that monster doing 100 trillion damage, or does the monster have like, you know, quadrillion life? But do you guys like big or small numbers? Like I really like. For me, I'm good either way. I don't care. It's 100,000 damage or 100 million damage. Like it's the same for me, relatively to the monster. But obviously, it's not okay when there's the Necro that hits for 100 trillion, and then there's the Spiritborn that hits for 100 million, or maybe like 1 billion at least. But it's like till 1,000 times difference. Bigger is better. That's what she said. Big, big, big. I mean, it's a shortened number anyways. It just says B. Okay, it just says B. I like them big. Yeah, I really don't mind either way. It's fine for me.
Going to instead. I said forget it. But we really need to start honing in all of these for all of the different builds, so everything is a little bit more balanced. So now here comes the $1 million question. Everyone's been talking about it nonstop in my chat for 2 straight days. It's the age-old question of Path of Exile versus Diablo 4.
People like
and
to
where
fight
does
about
Diablo 4 go from here, and all of that. So Diablo 4 definitely, after coming back and playing it, I definitely see that it does have an appeal to some people. Diablo 4 is very relaxing. It's not too difficult to the game. You're just look at me. I'm just chilling. I'm just spinning around, nuking everything with almost nothing.
Yep.
Very easy to level up. Very easy to power up.
Big dead end.
If you don't take gaming all that seriously, or you don't have all that time, or when you do game and you just want to relax, Diablo 4 is actually pretty great for that. And people were arguing like which graphics are better, PoE 2s or Diablo 4s. Guys, I have a secret for you. They're both really good. Diablo
And you can
4
also
is
play
more
both
cartoony, but that doesn't objectively make
39
the graphics
kits?
worse.
Yeah.
I like how colorful it is. I like colorful, cartoony games. I think Torchlight looks fine. I think Kingdom Hearts looks fine. So I personally like the art style of Diablo 4. So the people that were ragging on
Yeah, I
that,
think the graphics is great in
comparison,
both
that
games,
doesn't
man.
make any sense to me. The problem here is, again, in the base
Rogue spin.
game, just the substance. It's very fun to go through the campaign one time and to climb up to Torment 4 and then to kill a couple tormented bosses for a mythic unique. But I really think the replayability of this game is just not really there. And then people argue, well, Path of Exile 2, the end game is bad too. You run maps and you kill the pinnacle boss and you can one-shot him. And
Again, I think in both games they need more endgame. But the difference is PoE is early access right now. And they already have a lot of established endgame from PoE 1 that they will eventually transfer into PoE 2. Plus they have new classes coming that are also gonna, like, you know, expand on the endgame basically, because you have like more different builds and stuff like that. But I definitely feel that, like, in both games, I feel like at some point in the end game, you're just doing the same thing all the time. I hope that changes for both games, and we'll see what's gonna go on with that. But yeah, PoE is like half the content that they have is just in the game right now, and there's still so much coming. So it's gonna be very hard to see Diablo with some more endgame systems that are close to that.
that's all it is. Well,
If they even want to do
maybe
that.
right now, but remember, Grinding Gear Games said that they're rushing a major content patch and balance patch, which I expect to be here in maybe a month or
Kirito,
less.
Sword Art Online, what's up?
It's going to
Thanks.
probably immediately not only fix all of that, but also add a lot of content. By the time that the game releases, I am certain that the end game is going to be very, very heavily revamped because the output of the team historically over the years with PoE 1 has been so high. So, I mean, it's actually kind of a difficult question, because when I think about it in the grand scheme of things, Diablo 4 really kind of does its job. It's really good for casual people, which is the bigger slice of the pie, or just gamers that just kind of want chill or don't want anything too complicated. That's most of the people. And Diablo 4 seems to do still a very godly job of making money. Diablo 4 is just...
They just
so
make
much
money, man.
From not only the cost of the base game, but the expansion and the in-game shop and the battle pass.
I think the expansion did very well
I mean,
financially.
does Blizzard actually have an incentive to change their direction? I'm not sure that they do. Would building out the base content of the game really make a big difference in their bottom line? Let's say that it would, for fun. Well, if it would, are they able to do that? Because, you know, Blizzard has been kind of historically like a slow-moving machine. How long would
Too
that
big,
even
man.
take? Have they already been working on it already or not? And then if they could, are they going to be able to get
I feel this is like a general problem in big companies. It takes very long to react to something and to get shit done. The bigger the company, like on average, the worse this becomes, I feel. Like a smaller studio like DGG, I think it's just has the ability to just move faster and get stuff done. I noticed this a lot whenever like Jonathan would like talk in the developer streams. Like he could just make a decision on the fly because he knows he's the boss and he can just decide without asking like, you know, his boss. Like if he sees something wrong in the game as a game director, he can just change it. Like without having to get approval from some board or whatever, right? Like he just like fires like in the interview, he'll just say what they're going to change. And then if somebody gives some pushback, he'll say, oh, he'll think about it. Then, okay, maybe this is actually good. We'll change that. Like I had this like happen multiple times when I was watching his interviews. And that's fucking great. And I've not seen this with Blizzard at all because I don't know what it is, but it just feels like they have to, or they can't really decide this on the fly, you know? They don't have either the authority or they need to ask a board or they need to, I don't know, whatever they need to do. But, you know, I feel like the GGG is just like easy decision. There we go. We go this direction. It's better for the game. With Blizzard, it just feels like it's complicated a lot of times. Yeah, I don't know if it's the board of director. I don't even know if it's true. It just feels that way to me, you know?
the output of grinding
But
gear
they're
games
super slow with this kind of stuff usually.
that even take? Have they already been working on it already or not? And then if they could, are they going to be able to get even close to the output of grinding gear games? Historically, it hasn't been there. So if they were going to do that, I'd guess they'd need more resources or a restructuring, or I don't know exactly what.
Restructuring, I guess.
So I genuinely am not sure how Blizzard will take this or how they will move forward. But I guess at the start, for me to be more hooked on future seasons, I need more content in the game to gnaw on. I can't, within 2 hours and 37 minutes, I can't be max level, starting with nothing, the full build, already able to farm Torment 1, which if you did not know, Torment 1 is high enough to drop all gear in the game. All mythic uniques, the ancestral items.
It's too fast for sure.
You can get everything in Torment 1. So now it's just a function of farming, and farming for what? There's no like pinnacle boss system. There's no real place to take your build.
That's the biggest problem.
So if we want to continue Diablo 4, if we want to bring a lot of the, by the way, another comment here, I looked, a lot of the streamers that have played a lot of Diablo 4, a lot of them did not even log in. They didn't even play the game one time. Some of them, I'm not going to name them by name, but some of them that have historically been major Diablo fans, they didn't even log in. Not one stream.
They didn't even log in, man.
So I don't know if they did that to send a message or whatever it was, or they're just hooked on PoE 2 or something else. But yeah, I think this is an inflection point.
Yeah, there's definitely like some people that didn't play. But I mean, like that's like, it does not necessarily mean to send a message. Like they just let people play whatever game they want to play, you know? That's totally fair.
For the franchise where some people are genuinely kind of fed up with this. I'm logging out to turn in these on expert, and then I'll be max level. I'll be 60 in 2 hours and 37 minutes. You can go faster, but 2.5 hours you can be full power in this game. So anyway, I mean, I don't,
not really
I don't
full.
wanna ramble
Like,
here. That's
okay, I disagree with
pretty
this a
much
little bit.
my thought.
Like the general thing, I completely agree. But like saying you're full power when you reach 60 and you are in Torment 1. I mean, yeah, 2 hours is maybe too fast to go to Torment 1, or 3 hours. But you're not full power at that point. But the point still stands that, like, what are you gonna, like, do with your character? In the end game. Big companies, to do a small change or any kind of change, it has to go through many people. Yeah, and then there's also the entire, like, I don't know if I want to say mess, but the entire like shenanigans with console and then going through Sony and to, yeah, it just takes a long time, I feel. it's just like this big beast, you know. They have to do like so many changes on like so many different things. They have to get approved and stuff like that. Like it ain't that easy to just change something. Like, yeah, the PTR timing was kind of bad. I gave some feedback, but it was definitely less. And I also played the PTR of this season way less due to the PoE launch and the PTR being basically the same week. And then also in the PTR, the first day, the PTR vendor didn't work, and we lost like 1 day of testing, and then like the next day, PoE came out basically. Yeah, it was just some like very unfortunate timing, and I think that's also why a lot of bugs like fell through the cracks this time. Like usually there's a lot more feedback in the PTR from a lot of people, but there just wasn't this time because yeah, PoE launched at the exact same time the PTR was happening, right? So there was a lot of people that played a lot less PTR and didn't really have much chance to test. I only played the PTR for 2 days, guys, and usually I grind the entire 7 days, right? So, and of those 2 days, the first day wasn't even efficient because we didn't have a vendor, because they had to disable it or something. Like this broken like BARB mechanics that we have, and probably even the druid and stuff, that would have definitely been figured out on the PTR, I feel. Like that chest not giving the multipliers and stuff. Like, we should have for sure noticed that if we played more than 1 day. Right? But on the PTR, I think the BARB didn't even have the earthquake aspect. The earthquake aspect wasn't even in the game for some reason. The PTR was really scuffed, basically.
So anyway, I mean, I don't want to ramble here. That's pretty much my thoughts. What I would like from Blizzard is I would like a state of Diablo 4 from them. How do they feel about the game? Where do they feel it is, honestly? Where do they plan to take the game over the next year or two? Another comment that I will make.
That'd be a nice blog post.
Really talked about the game in its entirety since a couple months ago, but another point that people brought up, which wasn't really that obvious to me because I don't really pay attention to lore. A lot of people who bought the campaign were actually pretty upset because they felt like the story was not really advanced very much. There wasn't any signature fight, like we killed Mephisto's
yeah.
dog, spoiler alert, instead of actually Mephisto. And
we didn't beat the primeval.
Like ended in like the middle of a story of like a cliffhanger, I guess. Maybe that's
I didn't like that
to get us to buy another
even though
expansion.
I don't care about the story.
But people are
anticlimactic.
I think justifiably upset that if you buy an expansion that it doesn't like have its own conclusion or didn't have a little bit more to do with the story. I think it would be fair for me to mention that because I haven't talked about that before. Yeah, so as I said, they're planning on yearly paid expansions.
This year there's going to be an expansion.
People are starting to lose faith a little bit, especially with Path of Exile 2 being free. I don't think there's going to be any paid expansions. You buy some stash tabs and you're blasting. It would be nice to hear from Blizzard. I'd love a roadmap from them. I'd love to know what is the future direction of Diablo 4, because the first year and a half was essentially
that'd be a cool blog post, yeah.
Redoing all the stuff that they had initially done, right? There's hardly any systems anymore that they haven't completely redone. That's what I'm hoping for. Anyway, I guess that's my update on the state of Diablo. We don't have our normal Word document with 30 bullet points here, but season, I thought that your effort here was pretty good. If I had to dock you points, maybe it's not so original. I would have loved a Pinnacle Witch boss where I think the things that you guys do with your cosmetics is very undersold. We need like a cauldron mount. We need a broom mount. We need to get the witch's pointy hat cosmetic. If those are in the game, I'm not aware of it. We need stuff like that. But the way that you've fixed the UI, the way that you've implemented the powers,
definitely some
visuals of it, I think you have historically done well in this space, and you continue to do well. So If we can build upon it with more content, especially content that takes some time to complete, I think Diablo 4 will be at least moving forward. That's what I've got, guys. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts in the comments, and this is probably one of the most divisive topics out there. Some people hate Diablo 4 and hate Blizzard. I'm not one of them, but I'd be interested to hear what you guys think Blizzard should do at this point. Thank you.
Oh, that's a great video, guys. I'll link it here from Rex. Hell yeah. We always focus a lot on like the early game, but the base point definitely still stands. Like, what are you gonna do with your character in the end game of Diablo? I thought the game is still like a ton of fun, but the most of the fun is gonna be like in the first week or two in Diablo, and then after that, it's mainly about like making your own fun. I can like still enjoy a lot of build diversity, like playing all different classes. Like I'm looking forward to play a druid and stuff. Like I really like that part of the game. Like I enjoy building and testing out setups on my builds, but I would even enjoy it a lot more if there was something to do with my build. I mean, it's okay, like you play Diablo for a few weeks and then you wait until the next season. That's completely, yeah, of course. I just wish, you know, like that one weekend or something for many people would be like a little longer, or they would have like some incentive to play a little longer than one weekend or 2 weekends even. By adding some endgame. What is this one?
Und was der
Yeah.
Fichtel uns jetzt gleich.
Oh, bro. Where's the Paragaming moment, man? That's not me, guys. Oh my god, dude. Pork? Oh, that's a good video, man. I don't think I can play this. I'm gonna get a fucking copyright strike on YouTube again. I got a copyright strike in one of my previous streams because I was playing like 10 seconds of Rabababababa. Fucking TikTok dance. Rabababas Rabababa. Fucking shit, dude. That's not Rob, no. It ain't. Gonna strike you for your own song. Yeah, people do that. Update to Necro? I mean, when I start playing Necro, there's gonna be multiple updates, but I think the planner is kind of good. We could do a 150 planner if you like. What kind of necro setup are you looking for? Like speed, 150. You could make a speed setup with a jar rune. Higher Paragon. I see. Oh, but the YouTube staff makes more clicks on the video than on the stream. Almost. Oh yeah, we can watch Paragaming maybe. Maybe Paragaming has some bangers. Yeah, okay guys, we're gonna end the YouTube stream. You can keep watching on Twitch, guys. La 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 la. 95 best runs per hour. YouTube. I mean, YouTube has like a crazy copyright system, man. Watch on Twitch, boys. GG for watching on YouTube. We'll be live again on YouTube tomorrow. GG's.